Hello everybody, a very warm welcome to Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire and the first visit of the season by the 750 Motor Club. It's our first 750 Motor Club live streams event of the 2023 season. And we did have a brief glimpse at the weather forecast there. Try that again in just a second, but it's myself, Ian Soman, alongside Josh Barrett with you here this weekend, but also here from Chris Stevens in the pit lane. Confirmation there that we are at Croft, 3.4 kilometres, 2.1 miles, former airfield circuit, of course, and been running in this particular configuration for more than 20 years. Aha, there's the weather, and scattered clouds, broken clouds. Temperatures of around 10 or 11 degrees forecast this afternoon. Actually, it's looking a little bit brighter than that out of the commentary box window at the moment. And it's quite warm in here as well, in our commentary greenhouse here at Croft Circuit. So, it is the 750 Motor Club back here at Croft, the first of two visits this season. And it's a 17 race programme that we have for you this weekend, with 8 different categories represented, almost all of which are here today and racing today. We've got the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. That's going to be our first race in just a few minutes' time before the lunch break. And then after lunch, we'll have the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship, Freaky Parts Sports Specials, Tagiwa Road Sports, the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, and 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Then we have another couple of races for the Type R Trophy and the historic 750 Formula Series as well. So 9 races for you in total during the course of the day, and a reminder that whether you're watching on the live stream or here at the circuit, you can access the event programme by heading to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, where you will also find access to the live timing. As I say, Josh Barrett is alongside me in the commentary box, and it's your first visit to a 750 Motor Club paddock this season. Welcome back, Josh, and looking forward to a great season of 750 Motor Club racing.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ian. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see a full paddock, isn't it? And some new drivers as well as lots of returning drivers. Obviously, as you mentioned there, the 750 Motor Club did begin their season, beginning of the week on Monday at Donington Park with 6 different categories. And again, they were well subscribed, I think, there, Ian. Different weather conditions today, a bit more settled than you had on Monday.
Yes, it was a very changeable day there, including a very well-timed torrential downpour just at the end of the bike sports race and into the lunch break, but not expecting those kind of conditions here today, as you say, Josh. And a good range of categories that we have, a bit of a sports car theme with the Mazda 7s and the sports specials and the sports 1000s coming up, but we're going to start the day with the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. So we'll be bringing you that very shortly indeed. That is going to be a 15-minute race, of course. Just a little bit of clearing up to be done following the final qualifying session of the morning. And we'll then have the cars released out onto the circuit for that first race of the day. And Josh, any particular categories that you think are going to be particularly worth watching today?
Well, going to the first race, it's a big grid, isn't there, of the Type R Trophy. 32 cars and lots of new driver names quite close to the front of the grid too, and a damp qualifying session, different conditions here. So that's going to be good fun, I think, to begin our programme. And then that's a bit later on. We've got things like the Sports 1000, which have got a really good entry here for the first meeting of the year. I think the biggest grid we've seen for a little while. As well as, I think, no former champions possibly on the grid either. So that's going to be really interesting, fast, exciting cars, the fastest cars that will be here this weekend as well. And then we've got our longer races today and tomorrow. The road sports and the club enduro. A lot of the entries for club enduro are here today for road sports, which means that's going to be, I think, a fast and frantic race with lots of big cars around this Croft circuit.
Absolutely right, Josh, absolutely right. So we will look forward to all of those different categories of racing that are coming up shortly. As I say, Type R Trophy up next. You can see at the end of the assembly area, the safety car is ready and waiting to take them out. The Type R Trophy, one of the categories that will have a green flag lap during the course of the week. In fact, it's only those, the road sports and the Club Endured, that have the green flag lap during the course of this weekend. The rest of the categories all come round to the grid and they then get straight into racing.
Yeah, they do get that half a lap or so, don't they, where they can perhaps put a bit of temperature into their tyres, which at some other venues they may not be able to do otherwise. But obviously being on treaded tyres, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. It's not too cold here, is it? We're in the middle of April. A few spectators already gathering in the grandstand we have here at Croft, and there are the cars then for our first race. And the Type R Trophy, since it was introduced just a few seasons ago, Ian, the competitors really bring out the colour schemes, don't they? And it really looks like a great liveries on the whole cars all the way through the field. Yeah, it looks really good quality, really professional, isn't it? It looks like a sort of mini touring car grid, such is the level of detail that goes into the preparation of the cars and the graphics on them as well. And of course, the first champion of the Type R Trophy, Adam Shepherd, is now a touring car driver, so it's absolutely a great place to start. There's some rookie drivers, aren't there, on the grid here today, coming from karting, for example, so it's a great way to get into saloon type racing, particularly if you've got aspirations to be a touring car driver, for example. So yep, that's our first race of the day then, coming up very shortly indeed, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. So we've got the cars there ready and waiting. Let's just tell you about pole position for this race. We'll give you the full grid in just a few moments once the cars get out onto the rolling lap. But Joe Jessup, he's lining up on pole position for this race. And of course, he was the highest placed driver that's returning from last season, Josh. Yeah, the champion, Jake Hewlett, moving on. Chris Nyland, who finished second last year, just 1 point between them in the championship last year. Like you say, both not here. And it's Joe Jessup, who was a three-time race winner last year, who will be starting third. Who finished championship third, starting on pole position, like you were saying, from that damp qualifying session. So a multiple winner in this DH Racing prepared car that was originally built as part of the foundation package, which was such a good way to get this championship going, get new drivers onto the grid. And that's one of those cars that were originally built for that foundation package by the 750 Motor Club that Joe Jessup drives, former karter, but only started car racing a couple of years ago, but it's been really quick, was quick here 1 year ago. And the main reason he really wasn't a championship contender last year, because he had to miss one of the meetings. I think he had a car problem in one of the races he was in, so therefore wasn't a main championship contender, but therefore probably comes into this season as the favourite in. You would think so, and sort of 3 of the top 4 drivers on the grid are sort of front-running, returning drivers, but we've then got Trafford King, who's a bit of a wild card, I suspect. Yeah, he's new to racing, so that's a really good effort. Like Jake Hewlett was last year, who went on to be the champion, hadn't raced before, and Trafford King is doing a similar thing, putting the car there on the second row of the grid. He's a 28-year-old, so watch out for him there on the second row of the grid, and then a bit further back on some other drivers with very little experience. It'll be interesting now in a race situation compared to a qualifying situation, how that goes. Okay, well, let's take a look at the grid. It is a big grid then, 16 rows of it, 32 cars that we should have lining up, and nearly half of this field are, as I say, newcomers to the championship for this season. As we've already said, on pole position is number 28, Joe Jessup. Beside him on the grid is the 104 car, Daniel Chapman, one of the drivers returning from last year. He was 4th in the points that last season. Matt Digby, number 97, lines up on the inside of row 2. He was 5th last year, so 3rd, 4th and 5th in the championship, 1st, 2nd and 3rd on the grid. Then it's 42, Trafford King, the newcomer. Row 3, on the inside is number 41, Mitchell Hale, and beside him is 21, which is Miles Nathaniel James. Then on row 4, it's 86, Matt Wilkins, and the 95 car of Samuel Dennis. Connor Murphy in the best prepared car from last season, number 67, lines up on the inside of row 5, besides number 12, Richard Jones. And then on row 6, it's 19, Oliver Musgrave. And then next to him is the 116 car of Matthew Morgan. On the 7th row, it's 13, which is Travis Patterson, and 69, James Manson, the OnlyFans car. Row 8 is 93, Joe Dalgano. He's an interesting name to watch. We'll perhaps pick on him during the course of the race. And 94 is Ursula Jordan. On the 9th row, it's going to be 24, Jake Johnson, and 11, Joseph McMullen.
On to row 10. That's where we find 18, Matthew Duffel, and 92, Adam Parker. The 11th row, 46, Jamie Flynn, and 66, Ross Borman, switching across from Clio's. Row 12, 74, Richard Lindsay, and 64, Adam Parsonage. The 13th row is 30, Craig Atkinson, and 14, Martin Bugg. Row 14 is 196, which is Jonathan O'Neill, and 2, Tim Adams. Row 15 is James Delisle in 16, and 96, Tim Necklin. And at the back, must have had problems in qualifying, former Stock Hats champion Jeff Humphries, number 5, and 26, Lee Rickard.
Few interesting names a long way down the grid there, Ian. Like you mentioned, Jeff Humphries, he only did a couple of laps in qualifying, so we'll have to see if he is there near the back. But also, you mentioned Tim Adams, who was so quick at Castle Combe, wasn't he, in their Hot Hats Championship a couple of years ago. Looks like he did a full complement of laps, but now in a one-make series format, he's finding himself in a little bit of a different position to where he traditionally has been in other series.
Yeah, that's right. Getting used to the car, and of course it is a very competitive grid that he finds himself on as well. Can we see if Jeff Humphries is there at the back? Yes, he is.
Different colour scheme this year, so I think there's a number of them like that. So over the course of this 15-minute opening race, that's something for us to get used to. But you can see this fantastic grid, can't you, here in front of us now. It looks fantastic. It's the one of the only a few this weekend, one make series we've got with us. Like Ian was saying earlier, it's a good complement of different types of racing. There's a one type, tightly controlled regulations in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, which traditionally has created some good racing. And like Ian was saying, it's got this bit of a different view of it, but there's a few drivers perhaps to move forward. Also Tim Necklin right near the back. He was quite decent last year, I think a top 10 runner over the course of the year, so perhaps somebody else to look for. But like you were saying there, Ian, it's just so competitive, and that's really showing it as we get onto this green flag formation lap then ahead of the 15-minute race.
Yep, so away they go for this final formation lap around this 2.1 mile circuit. Conditions possibly a bit different to what they had for qualifying. It was still a bit damp then, I think. Pole position time for Joe Jessup was a 1:44.36, which is about 10 seconds outside the lap record, but conditions look pretty good now. Look completely dry to me, Josh, so I would think we will see those lap times come down quite considerably. There's the number 41 car. That's Mitchell Hale, a debutant in the championship.
Yeah, he's 29 years of age. Started his car racing career in Ginetta Juniors back in 2009, where he finished 5th in the championship, was a podium finisher. Then he moved on to the BARC's Formula Renault Championship, where he was a three-time race winner and finished 2nd in the championship just behind Alice Powell. I don't think he's done a huge amount of racing since then. Did a little bit of Ginetta's Super Cup about 8 years ago now, but making his return here on the 3rd row of the grid in the Hertz liveried car.
Yeah, and as you can see here, those fantastic liveries of these cars. The Type R Trophy, only its 3rd season as a championship, with a championship state. Of course, it's for the EP3 generation of Civic Type R using the Honda K20 engine. The cars use yellow speed racing coilover suspension with relatively limited upgrades to the brakes. It's a standard gearbox, and they run with the MRF tyres as well. Now, the cars, somewhat surprisingly, don't appear to have done the full green flag lap. They've only done half a lap there, and they've come back through the loop. So quite what will happen here, I'm not quite sure, because the cars should have done a full lap of the 2.1 mile circuit, but they appear to have followed one another through, one would think, the cut through that brings them through the short circuit, which has not been used in many years, and onto the starting grid. So whether we'll get another go at this or not, I'm not quite sure. It's good to be back in the 750 Motor Club paddock, and you never quite know what's going to happen next. So the starter, we can see, is clambering down from his gantry, and what's he going to do?
I think one driver we haven't got here, I haven't heard the story as to why, who was on the entry list was Scott Edgar, who was front running the Clio Championship last year. end of the last few seasons. He was on the entry list, but I don't remember you reading his name out there on the grid.
And there's also a gap on the grid I can see, just in front of us. Row 7, I think that is. Travis Patterson, number 13, is not there. Start delayed board has been shown. And I think the marshal having words with the drivers, just reminding them where the circuit goes, possibly. But yes, it looks like we've got that one gap there. No Travis Patterson. Is there another gap further back as well?
I think for some reason Jeff Humphries has parked just further back than he should have done.
Yeah, so I think it's just the one car that we're missing from the original grid. So yes, I think the marshal is now saying to the drivers, we'll try that again, but this time go round the full circuit on your green flag lap.
Wonder what would have happened if Daniel Chapman didn't follow Joe Jessup and actually did the green flag lap, because of course Joe Jessup could have had a problem, and that's why he was, which obviously I don't think is the case. No. But that is a bit of an error, isn't it? Yeah. A few months away from racing, perhaps causing an issue there.
Yeah, but anyway, I think we'll be back into action very shortly. We'll get another green flag lap, I would think.
Hopefully drivers further back realise that, because obviously they haven't been informed quite in the same way.
I suspect some of them will have thought, why are we all going this way? But of course they had to follow one another round. Matt Digby, one of the drivers on the second row of the grid, 40 years of age now, from Uxbridge. And he is been racing in the Type R Trophy for a few seasons now. This car he built 3 years ago, but before that we saw Matt out in Clios and Stock Hatch as well, didn't we? And he also races in mod sports from time to time in the as the green flag lap gets underway in the Ginetta G4. But Matt's been a multiple race winning driver down the seasons with the 750 Motor Club.
Yeah, he finished 5 times in the top 3 of the championship, either Stock Hatch or Clio 182. So always right near there, but hadn't quite won the championship. I think it was Matt, wasn't it, who lost out in the Stock Hatch championship 10 years ago, when who went down to a fastest lap point, didn't it, at Cadwell Park, and Matt was on the wrong side of that. I think that was against Patrick Fletcher. But there he is, Matt Digby in 97. Surely someone to watch out for this season. And one thing that he was telling me last year, he was struggling to have the same amount of tyres being put on the car compared to others. That's a new regulation for this year. There is only a certain amount of tyres everyone can use all the way through the season, and that will help people who are on a bit more of a budget. I think probably Matt's potentially one of those, and that should help make this championship even more competitive than it was one season ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Another drive up towards the sharp end is on the third row, Miles Nathaniel James, number 21, 27 years of age. Started racing technically in 2015, he says, but he hasn't been able to race since then until now. He did some Formula Ford racing in Kyrgyzstan, and he did 4 rounds in Ireland, did a couple of races in England as well. Was pretty quick there, but not been able to race for 8 seasons. And he is running the car himself. It's a car that's previously run by Aaron Sharp. Good afternoon to those of you at the circuit. I think now we have got the PA cranked up and working, so good afternoon to you, and to those of you just joining us on the live stream as well. We've got the cars on the grid for their second green flag lap, and this time it is a full green flag lap for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Myself, Ian Soman, with Josh Barrett alongside me in the commentary box for what is set to be a 15-minute race for, I think, 31 cars in the end, because we've lost the Travis Patterson number 13 car. I'm afraid to say he is not on the grid, but otherwise it's a very full field, with nearly half of the field, as we've been saying, Josh, racing in the Type R Trophy for the first time this season. So a mixture of experienced drivers and newcomers. It promises to be a fascinating race.
Yes, absolutely. I presume we're still going for the full 15 minutes that was originally scheduled. We'll let you know if that changes at all, but that'll be 10 laps probably around this circuit, and we look forward to it. Sometimes not the easiest of circuits to overtake on, but there are a number of opportunities throughout the lap.
News from James Winstanley about Travis Patterson. So he damaged his fuel tank in an accident. He's collecting one now, so he's going to be back out on the grid for race 2 later on this afternoon. So the car's back onto the grid. Pole position then is Joe Jessup. That's number 28, the red, white and blue car. For those of you watching on the stream, that's on the left-hand side of your picture. Besides him is 104, Daniel Chapman. Second row on the inside, number 97, Matt Digby in the green and black car. And then it's the sort of mainly silver car, isn't it, number 42, which is the newcomer, Trafford King, the man that's potentially going to put the cat among the more experienced pigeons in this Tagiwa Type R trophy race. Last few rows of cars just coming into position ahead of this 50-minute race around the 2.1 mile circuit. We'll probably get 10 laps, maybe 9 laps out of it, just depending on how low the lap times go. That should be considerably quicker than they were in qualifying, which was a damp session. Green flags waved at the back then. The 5-second board is shown and the 2023 Tagiwa Type R Trophy is about to get underway when the red lights go out, which they do now. And it's a good start by Trafford King from the second row of the grid. He's got already past the very slow starting Daniel Chapman there. Chapman's lost about 4 or 5 places. It's Joe Jessup, though, that has the lead at the moment. It looks like Matt Digby is into second place. That's Trafford King with his wheels through the gravel at the first corner, and it's Mitchell Hale that's trying to go through on the inside into third position. The 21 car running right wide there is Mars Nathaniel James from the third row of the grid, but it's been a good start this for Joe Jessup.
Yeah, both he and Matt Digby have gapped the field somewhat, and then everybody else files their way through the chicane, pretty much single file. You can't really go side by side there, but into Tower Corner you can challenge, and Daniel Chapman here trying to gain positions. He's side by side with Matt Wilkins, who gets run out a bit wide. Wilkins started 7th, where Chapman was on the front row of the grid. That really shows you the poor start there we saw from Daniel Chapman, who finished 4th in the championship last year with a couple of podiums. There's, though, Mitchell Hale in P3, after he managed to just about keep Miles Nathaniel James at bay through the first turn. There's Samuel Dennis in 95. He's turning his way through just ahead of James Mansell and Ursula Jordan involved in that battle as well.
Yep, they are indeed, and that's a little bit further down the order. The leaders I can see behind us in the commentary box already arriving at the complex, and it is Joe Jessup leading from Matt Digby in second place. Mitchell Hale is third, Trafford King is fourth, Daniel Chapman 5th after that poor start, and he is, I can see out of our window, is trying to make a move on 4th position. But then just look at the size of this field that is still streaming through the complex. Yeah,
it's absolutely brilliant, isn't it, to have here for the opening round of the season. Some drivers don't like having a way up to Croft, but obviously in the Type R Trophy we've got this really large grid here, which is great. It's all happening today as well for the Type R Trophy. 2 races today. So there's quite a big gap there developing there between 8th and 9th, I think. Samuel Dennis there in P9, who has a big gap ahead of him, and I think has the whole field just behind him.
Yeah, indeed. Meanwhile, in the lead of this race, it's Joe Jessup by more than 1 second already at the end of the first lap, and it's a similar sort of gap back to Mitchell Hale in third position. Hale with cars queuing up behind him, and there they are now, including that of Trafford King with the novice cross on the back of his car, and the more experienced Daniel Chapman. Matt Wilkins, number 86, is in 6th position, 4th of this particular group. But it's that Hertz liveried car of Mitchell Hale then that's heading now through Barcroft and up towards Sunny for the second time in this race. A lock up there from Hale, and it's Chapman that's slotted to the inside line through the first part of Sunny. He's got alongside Trafford King there, and he's still alongside now. Matt Wilkins trying to go with him as well, and those two still side by side as they head back down to the complex.
Conor Murphy getting involved as well. It's 2 by 2 here as they turn their way through, but it is in third position then still just Mitchell Hale ahead of Trafford King. So I think they're still in the same order somehow than they were a half a lap ago, despite all that side-by-side activity. But Mitchell Hale driving very defensively here in what I think will be his first race in a front-wheel drive car. But he certainly hasn't got the pace of the top 2 because they are well gone at the end of 2 laps.
They certainly are, yes. The gap from first to second is 2.1 seconds. Then there's another 4 seconds back from second to third. So you sense here that Mitchell Hale is doing a good defensive job, but is he holding up the likes of Trafford King and Daniel Chapman, Matt Wilkins and Conor Murphy also in that group? Conor Murphy in the car that Danny Hobson had a win in at Donington last year. And then there's another gap, quite a big gap back to the next group, isn't there? Which is the group that involves Samuel Dennis in 9th place. over, there you go, towards Tower Corner once again. And it is up through the right-hander there, and then off up to the left and right-hander at the Jim Clark S's. And Hale still there in third place, but this train of cars piling the pressure on him.
Yes, and with experience in genetic juniors, he knows how to defend. He hasn't forgotten about that. And now that he's had a few corners not on a defensive line, he has started to put a little bit of space between himself and King. Out wide there goes Matt Wilkins, and he loses potentially 6th place there to Connor Murphy. Can Connor Murphy complete this move as they get down here into the complex? And he can. So Connor Murphy then into 6th position, the driver from Dublin who only started racing a couple of years ago and always has been in the Type R Trophy. Got a podium I think last year, moved up into 6th place as Mitchell Hale in that Hertz liveried car turns its way through. Still here in 3rd position. Lead gap is still 2.7 seconds, and then Mitchell Hale's that much better that time, similar to Matt Digby's. Now, as I say, not defending quite as heavily as he was on the previous lap, but there's Connor Murphy, who we were just talking about, another of the DH Racing cars, who's there in 6th place now after gaining a position just a few corners ago.
Best lap of the race so far to Joe Jasper, 1:36.61, the race leader. That's just about 1.8 seconds outside the lap record set by Jake Hewlett last year. Lock up there from the 41 car, which is that of Mitchell Hale, and Trafford King I thought was going to make the most of that, but he couldn't. He went around the outside, but ended up on the grass, and he's lost 2 places there. It looks like both Daniel Chapman and I think Connor Murphy have gone through to take the place. Yeah,
now we've got the more experienced Daniel Chapman behind Mitchell Hale. We'll see if he can make anything of an overtake. As I was saying a lap ago, he wasn't defending. He is defending again. It's Mitchell Hale, and Daniel Chapman looks up the inside into the second part of Sunny, but he couldn't quite do that, so he gave it a shot there. Remember, Daniel Chapman did qualify in the front row of the grid, but made that poor start, dropped down to 6th or 7th position early on, but has worked his way back up into 4th place now. Somebody else who is moving up the order is Jeff Humphreys. Remember, we spoke about him from the back of the grid. He's up into the top 15 now, but it's side by side for 3rd. Round the outside into the final corner comes Daniel Chapman. Can he get the cutback coming out of the corner? He can't. So once again, defending, Mitchell Hale is hanging on to 3rd place. But again, challenging is Daniel Chapman to the outside into Clairvaux, into turn 1. Can he get the cut back out the corner? He gives it a go, but again, Mitchell Hale dives to the inside. It's quite an aggressive defensive moves here from Mitchell Hale. We haven't yet really had somebody properly alongside of him, or where we had, we saw on that last lap where Trafford King got onto the grass, however that happened.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ross Borman is now leading the 2nd group, isn't he? He's up to 9th, so he's been gaining positions because he qualified down on the 11th row of the grid, so that's been a good drive.
He's about 10 seconds behind this group of cars, though, so I'm not sure he's going to make up too many more positions unless there's a problem within this group. Still, Mitchell Hale driving that extremely wide Civic EP3 with Daniel Chapman just behind and Connor Murphy behind him, and then Trafford King in 6th position. Gap between 1st and 2nd, by the way, just going out steadily. That's more than 3 seconds now, so you're not missing too much by not seeing the leaders on the live stream at the moment. This really is where the action is, from 3rd back to 8th place. 6 cars involved in this scrap. Jeff Humphries up to 13th place now, by the way. Joe Delgado, someone we thought might be troubling the sharp end, I think, only 16th.
Yes, the MG Trophy champion from last year, Joe Delgado, and his main competitor from last year also has moved on. I mean, struggling in the championship they were involved in elsewhere, so that's interesting to see. Similar types of cars to the MG ZRs he raced before. As you can see there, we're watching the battle a little bit further down the order.
13th.
Yeah, I think so. And off the circuit there, it's gone 93, which is Joe Delgado, who we were just speaking about, and he has somehow ended up on the grass. So he wouldn't have raced at Croft before, would he? Because the MG Trophy hasn't come here, so perhaps that's an excuse in his locker. But otherwise, you'd expect him to get higher up the order, but now he's been off the road as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, have we seen him in something here before? But maybe I'm making that up. Anyway, we continue on with this race, which has got 6 minutes or so left to go. We are now on to lap 6 of the race. That is the 116 car we could see of Matthew Morgan. Josh?
Mitchell Hale's been off at Tower, so after defending for so long, I've just seen this out the commentary box window into Sunny. He's lost one position, so Daniel Chapman's got through. This is the battle for 10th, which I think we've still got reverse grids, haven't we, in Type R Trophy this year? So this is for pole position for later on. It's Ursula Jordan who's currently there in P10, but she's got Samuel Dennis and Jeff Humphreys involved. Here's the battle for 4th as Mitchell Hale tries to keep the rest of them behind him, and it's Connor Murphy who tries to go around the outside, bumper to bumper, as Matt Wilkins is going to try and drive around the outside of both of them as they turn here down towards the complex. You've got Nathaniel James and King as well involved in this. Who's going to come out on top, Ian?
I'm not quite sure. We've got Daniel Chapman having escaped from this, though. He's there in 3rd place, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, right together. Murphy going to the outside line, but that's for the left-handed hairpin, and he can't surely go all the way around the outside there. Leaves the door open, possibly, for Matt Wilkins, number 86, to go from the inside line, but he can't make it work. They come through to complete lap 6, then 5 minutes of the race left to go. They are 13 seconds behind the... no, in fact, a little bit less than that behind the race leader. Yeah, well, actually about 13 seconds behind the race leader, this group, but actually now about 4 seconds behind Daniel Chapman, who's made his escape.
Yeah, you can see the last lap times on your screen there. We get the gaps up for you later on in the weekend. But what you can see from the gaps is Daniel Chapman is the fastest person on the circuit. He's lapping a second quicker than Matt Digby. And because of Mitchell Hale's extreme defensive driving, Ross Borman is going a couple of seconds quicker than him. So you didn't think he'd gain any more positions. Well, he's still quite a long way behind. But if he defends like this for the rest of the race, he might well do. Has Connor Murphy got into Mitchell Hale? I don't think so. But he got pretty close there. Both slow out of the corner. So Matt Wilkins is coming up next. It feels a bit like a Janetta Junior race, doesn't it? How this is turning out, but only the one place lost so far from Mitchell Hale in this very aggressive defence. But Connor Murphy lost out there, Ian. Yeah,
it's a Nathaniel James in the 21 car who has gone up to 6th position, therefore, and almost giving a bit of a friendly tap there to Mitchell Hale was the 86 car of Matt Wilkins. There's one that's into the pit lane. That's the James Mansell OnlyFans backed car, and he is seemingly out of the race. We'll continue to look at this battle though for 4th position, 4th back to 8th here. It's still Mitchell Hale in the position, and yeah, blocking up at the back of that group there was the 42 car of Trafford King, as we get the checkered flag actually, so the race ending a little bit early, possibly because of that extra green flag lap that we did. So it is a win for Joe Jessup in the opening round of the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. 2nd place going the way of Matt Digby, and Daniel Chapman then got up to 3rd place, pretty much in the nick of time.
With the fastest lap as well, by 0.6 of a second, so a massively impressive time there by Daniel Chapman. So it's just that poor start that let him down. For 4th position, Mitchell Hale did hang on, Ian.
He did indeed, and he will have been relieved to see the checkered flag, I would think. Matt Wilkins, 86, took 5th, then Nathaniel James in 6th, Connor Murphy 7th, and Trafford King took 8th. A blanket finish you could see over the line for the minor placings, but 9th was Ross Borman and 10th was Ursula Jordan, so she'll be well placed for the reverse grid later on today. Samuel Dennis was 11th, Jeff Humphreys 12th, then Joe McMullen, Matthew Morgan, Jake Johnson and Tim Adams 16th.
Yeah, one of the cars involved in that 3 abreast across the line was Joe Delgado, who had bits hanging off his car. Bit like MG Trophy racing there.
Yeah, he's getting into the swing of things, certainly, isn't he? In this, there's Joe Jessup though, having won the first race of the season. He was a winner here at Croft last season as well. He had a good start to the year with that win. He also followed that up with a win at Alton Park in the second meeting last year, but then had electrical dramas in the second race at Alton, and that probably was part of his undoing in last year's championship, as well as having to miss that round last year. But Joe certainly setting his stall out in very confident fashion, but I somehow doubt that all of the races are going to be quite that easy for him.
No, he was obviously helped with Daniel Chapman's poor start, who proved to be a lot quicker than him during the course of the race. Okay, Chapman was pushing on where Joe Jessup was perhaps just managing himself, but a lot of it was involved in that battle behind, wasn't it, where I think it's fair to say Mitchell Hale was being very aggressive in keeping drivers behind, so we're not really sure what the type of pace we might see from others. And of course we've got reverse grid races, so that's going to mix things up in the second race of weekends. And there's new drivers who will get quicker, I'm sure. Matt Wilkins did well, didn't he? One of the newcomers to get 5th position there from 7th on the grid. And I think at one stage he was off the track as well, so he made a good recovery. And then there's people like Jeff Humphreys, who came through the field well, who was impressive. But let's have a look at the full finishing order of our first race.
Yeah, so Joe Jessup it was that took the win after 7 laps of racing. Matt Digby, number 97, took 2nd place. Daniel Chapman, 3rd, salvaging it after that poor start in the 104 car. 4th was 41, Mitch Hale, driving that very wide Honda Civic Type R. 5th was 86, Matt Wilkins. He made up ground towards the end. Got ahead of Miles Nathaniel James and Connor Murphy. Trafford King, after that off at Tower, dropped back a little bit to 8th place in the number 42 car. Then the next group, that was headed by number 66, Ross Borman, from 94, Ursula Jordan. Samuel Dennis was 11th in 95, then 12th, number 5, Jeff Humphries, 13th, number 11, Joe McMillan, and 14th was the 116 car of Matthew Morgan. And further back, we've got Jake Johnson, Tim Adams, up from towards the back of the grid, Oliver Musgrave, Tim Necklin, Adam Parsonage, Joe Gargano, the MG Trophy champion, rounding out the top 20. And a little bit further back onto the final screen, we can see that we did in fact lose James Mansell towards the end of that race. We had 31 starters, a good number of finishes, and we're looking forward to an excellent second Tagiwa Type R Trophy race towards the end of the day. But we've got the drivers heading down the pit lane towards Parc Fermé. I think possibly already we've had our top 3 stop at the appointed point, so we'll head down to Chris Stevens in the pit lane for the first time today.
Well, what an absolutely cracking start to the racing action here at Croft. But the man who was ahead of all of it was Joe Jessup. Joe, a cracking start to another title challenge, hopefully.
Yeah, really good start. Couldn't hope for better. First pole position this morning, which was great. And I just thought if I get my head down, try and get a bit of a gap, and then I could sort of manage the race from there. But yeah, the car was faultless. DH Racing have put out such a good car for me this year. So yeah, it felt really good.
It seemed like the start was pretty key. You and Matt seemed to just pull away pretty effortlessly.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get the best of starts. I could see Matt right up my bumper, but yeah, after a couple of laps, settle into a rhythm. I could see that we were sort of pulling away, so I just wanted to sort of keep that distance between me and Matt and finish the race in first position.
Obviously, we've got a huge shift in the drivers this year. A lot of newcomers. Are you expecting any of them to mount a challenge to you this season?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, there's some really quick guys who've joined the grid. We've been out testing with them over winter, and they seem really fast and really quick. So I think it'll be another competitive year.
And of course, we've got the top 10 reverse grid race coming up as well. How do you think you'll fare there?
I think it just depends on what happens in front of me. I think I'll try and get another good start and see where we go from there.
Well, congratulations, starting off the season in superb fashion. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team. So in second place was number 97, Matt Digby. Yep, hi. So Matt, you seem to get a pretty good start there, but just weren't quite able to challenge there.
No, as I said, I was one of the best starts I've ever had, and I thought I just want to get out of it before everyone else starts catching.
Is there a possibility you'll be able to get him in the reverse grid race?
Yeah, probably not, but we'll give it a go.
Obviously, it's a great start to the season for both of you guys, starting 1 and 2. Are you going to be mounting a title challenge?
Yeah, I'm not here just for the numbers. I want to win it ideally.
All right, perfect. Well, we wish you all the best for race number 2 later on, and then of course in third place was Daniel Chapman. There you are. Hello. So it wasn't a great start, but you fought your way back up onto the podium.
Yeah, no, it bogged on the start, and then it was just all to do. But we pushed through and come back with the podium, so where we need to be.
You were looking down the back of Hale there. He seemed to be using all of his Ginetta Junior experience in defence. How was it going up against him?
Oh, it was hard to get past. He made it a wide car. It was a proper wide car. But we found a gap and it came off.
So what are we expecting for the rest of the season then? Are you going to be fighting up the front with these boys all season long?
That's the plan. So hopefully just keep bringing back high positions and keep the points coming in, and hopefully it'll come good at the end.
Reverse grid race coming up later. Any predictions for that one?
Just get off the start and then just deal with it. I think that's where I need to practice. But yeah, it went well.
Anything you can do between now and then to look at the start and see what you can improve?
No, I think it was just myself. I think I just messed it up, but it'll come good. More time in the car, it's always going to get better, isn't it?
Awesome. Well, we wish you all the best for race number 2. Now, before we go back racing again, Ian and I took a little tour of the paddock earlier today.
So down here in the Sports 1000 paddock, it's the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 paddock this season. Chris Stevens is alongside me, and we're looking forward to what should be a really good season for Sports 1000 with some changes for this year.
Yeah, absolutely. The new Nankang tyre is really the talk of the paddock at the moment. Nobody's done much real testing on that new tyre at this point, and yesterday was a bit of a washout of the circuit as well. So we're really going into an unknown here, and there's a lot of potential contenders.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, a lot of the cars that we'll see in Sports 1000, you've got the Spires, of course, which are numerically dominant as ever in Sports 1000. It's interesting to see that actually one of the drivers coming out for the first time in a little while in Sports 1000 is John Cutmore. He's been a long time front runner in the Sports 1000 category, and there you can see running from the same awning as Jonathan McGill and Carl Austin. And then as we head further up the Sports 1000 paddock, we can see the car here of Paul Rogers, another long-time competitor in Sports 1000, but someone who started out a long time ago, reappeared a couple of seasons ago in this Spire, having previously raced a Contour. Now, let's see if we can actually grab a word here with Tim Hovert, who's a long-time racer himself in Sports 1000. But Tim, you've sold your car, haven't you now?
I have, yes, and actually rather strangely it's here today, so it's rather weird seeing an entirely different guy with my car. And actually I keep trying to stop myself saying things like, I think you should do this or I think you should do that. So yes, I started racing in 2004 or something, and I raced in a number of cars in this formula ever since then, and I've decided I'm too old for it, basically.
So, but you're still in the paddock though, so what's your role for this season?
Well, I've taken over as doing sort of formula coordinator things, so I'm doing things like checking tyres and putting seals in engines, which are what these things are here, because we're limited to the number of tyres we use in a season. One of the things about the formula is that in order to reduce costs, you're limited to 12 tyres per season, which is, you know, a significant reduction in costs over some formulae. But that means we have to stick barcodes on the tyres. If you look at the cars, they've all got barcodes on the tyres. So, and various other things, organising barbecues and those sorts of things. So, yeah.
And what's the atmosphere like in the Sports 1000 paddock this morning for the first meeting of the season?
I think a lot of people are thinking, I wish the weather was better. But the most important competition of the weekend has already started, which is the who can get into the qualifying queue first. And I think Colin Chapman, who is wandering down the paddock now, is rather disappointed that he's not made that. So the competition has started already, basically. It does seem to be, everyone is very, very much up for it, so I think it'll be an interesting season. We've got 24 entries for this race meeting, and there's quite a few more on the way in future races. So.
That's promising, isn't it? Because the numbers had been down a little bit, it looks like there's a bit of an uptick, maybe.
Yeah, I think there is a definite uptick, and most importantly, there are some new drivers, like the chap who's bought my car. Although he's got a lot of experience karting, but he's got a novice cross on the back because he's a new circuit racer. And there's quite a few people. I was chatting to a guy called Chris Wilkinson just a minute ago who's did a race in a Radical some years ago, scared himself to death, and has now come back to race with us. So I think it'll be very interesting out there. I think there might be quite a big spread of times, to be honest, between the front and the back of the grid.
And we've got a new, but not quite new, newish addition to the grid in the Cup 200 cars this year as well.
Indeed, that's right. So there are 24 entries this race. 6 of them are the Cup 200 cars. It'll be interesting to see where they're on different tyres and different engine, of course, from everybody else. So it'll be interesting to see how they compare with everybody else. But it's kind of interesting to have front engine cars out there, mixing it with the rear engine ones, which most of the Sports 1000 cars are.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Tim. We will continue our wander up the paddock, and I think we can have a look at some of the Cup 200 cars here. In actual fact, looking absolutely resplendent, and I can see that actually Richard Webb is here, who was last year's champion in Sports 1000, switching away back to the RLM Cup 200 car this year, Mr. RLM as well. So tell us about what your plans for the season are and about the Cup 200 cars too.
Yeah, so we'll be campaigning this year in the Cup 200 along with Dave, teammate, and seeing what we can do. So really looking forward to pushing the car forward. It'll be a struggle knowing I probably can't get to the front, although after some wet testing yesterday, I think the cars have proved in wet conditions it's a real leveller. So following John round yesterday in the wet in my old car was quite interesting, and mixed emotions with that. But yeah, no, really looking forward to it and excited. These cars have been great so far, brilliant fun.
So just tell us a bit about the specification of these cars then.
So the Cup 200 is basically obviously in with S1000 this year, but it's predominantly being built as a one-make championship. All the cars are the same, all the engines are sealed, ECUs are sealed. It's a non-development championship, so it's not about money, it's about the driver. So we've got 6 cars out at this first round, hopefully have 7 at the next one, and building up to 10 towards the end of the year, so that's the plan basically.
So who's the kind of person that this might appeal to, do you think, if they were looking to get into it?
I suppose someone who, really is just looking for something that's easy to maintain. You can look after these things in your single garage at home. You can also make them road legal, like mine is. So yeah, someone really who's looking to make an initial outlay, but then not keep spending to try and keep up with the guys who might be spending more money at the front, because it's really not about that. It's about the driver talent, and we've got a full support package for the cars in terms of spares, technical advice, support. Yeah, so it's just about coming racing, having fun, and not stressing about repairing and finding faults and all the rest of it.
Absolutely. Well, it should be great fun this season. Good to see more cars out on the grid already, more in build, so look forward to seeing that later on. So thanks very much, Richard. Chris, I mean, that's certainly an exciting addition to the field to see these fantastic looking 7-style cars, MK Indies with the Hayabusa engine. They're going to be great fun to watch on the Sports 1000 grid, aren't they?
I think they really are, and the good thing about it as well is that they are still competing in the same race as the rest of the Sports 1000 cars. So you overtake a Sports 1000 car, you're getting the points for that position. Hasn't always been the case in that championship, particularly when it was a front and rear engine class that we had a few years ago, whereas now this is going to be super competitive.
It certainly will be, so look forward to seeing more of these cars. Let's just make our way a little bit further up the paddock if we can. I mean, one of the great things about Sports 1000, of course, is the level of performance, Chris. It's some of the best bang for your buck. I think it's always sort of said that the lap times are very similar to British Touring Car Championship, but on a fraction of the budget.
Absolutely. Faster around a lot of circuits than a McLaren P1, and like you said, very much BTCC style performance. And of course we've got Paul Smith's car just here, and he has been in this championship for an awfully long time, about as long as I've been working in the club actually, since 2017, and of course came over from V's. Yep. And he's got a real shot at the title this year. I think he was able to beat the very strong combination of Richard Webb in that Spire last year at Donington.
That's right.
And I think with that combination broken up a little bit, he's got a really good chance at scoring some more wins this year.
Well, that's right. I mean, the other names that we'll need to look out for this year as well. Ryan Yarrow, of course, he's been a champion a couple of times the previous 2 years. He'll be keen, I should think, to get his name back on the trophy as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, and was on the podium twice here last year as well. Although I think got into a bit of trouble with some track limits, if memory serves me correctly. So, of course, he'll want to tidy that up.
Okay, well, let's have a wander over to this side. Couple more cars that we have here as well. I'm just going to try
Got to be careful in the paddock these days when it's open. It is look both ways before crossing the street.
So there's Ian Hutchinson's Spire GT3 there. That's looking very smart, isn't it, for the moment? Although I was talking to some of the Alpha Live production crew earlier, and if anyone gets their car on the grass today, I think they're going to find themselves with a very wet and muddy car at the end of it. So hopefully Ian will avoid that. And then we've got Charlie Sladden here as well in the number 28 car. Is that Charlie? Can we have a chat with him? Do you want to pop over here, Charlie? We'll have a quick word with you on camera. So, yeah, first time for you in Sports 1000?
Yes, first time, yeah.
So what's your motorsport background before this?
So before this, we did a little bit of karting. Yeah, and apart from that, that's it really. First time in a car, like racing a car. Apart from that, yeah, that's it.
So why did you decide to go in Sports 1000?
Well, budget reasons. For what we had for budget, it's pretty much the fastest thing we could do. The most race car type thing, if you know what I mean. But yeah, apart from that, it's yeah.
Have you had much testing in the car?
We did one day at SNET, but apart from that, that's it. It was wet all day, so I haven't actually driven it yet in the dry. So this is the first time.
Okay, so every session is going to be a learning session for you, then I should think.
Of course. Every session anyway is a learning session, but yeah, no.
So have you got any particular aspirations about what you want to do this weekend and during the course of the season as a whole?
This weekend it would be nice not to come last, but No, yeah, we're just sort of taking this first season as like a sort of learning one, and then we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, and tell us about this car.
So this car, this is a Sabre T2. We bought it from Tim. Yeah, should be pretty much the same as the Spires. But yeah, it's just a slightly different name.
Excellent. Well, good luck with your race
Thank
debut
you.
later on
Cheers.
today. So I think that's just about it from the Sports 1000 paddock for the moment. Do join us again in a moment.
The 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup also kicks off this weekend at Croft for another season of ultra competitive racing with these Mark 1 MX5s. Ian, I mean, it's been a great championship, but without Ben Short, the reigning champion, on the grid this year, it would seem, it's anybody's guess who's going to win.
Well, it really is, isn't it? Yeah, his name was on the entry list, and we all thought, oh, it's going to be another of those seasons, but it turns out that he's not racing. So I guess Ben Hansey, who's been a champion in the past as well, he's going to start as one of the favourites, but I think there'll be a lot of competition for him. People like Jordan Johnson, I think, will be up there as well. He's won races as well in the past in 5 Club MX5, and it's just such a good way to go low-cost motor racing, isn't it? These cars now 30 plus 35 years old, I guess, in some cases, actually modern classics, but still going strong, lots of them out there. Got a great calendar, including a race on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit this season, so that's going to attract some good entries as well, I'm sure, later in the year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Packed grids and packed action, as always. So let's have a little wander and see who we can find. We've got the car of Mary Barnard over here, the number 29. Mary, hi. Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Excited.
Yeah, excited to go racing for another season.
Yeah, definitely. Last season was the first full season I've done, and I think I'm definitely more into it this season and see how we get on, and hopefully get a bit further up the grid and get the seconds off the lap times and things like that. So I'm excited, nervous, looking forward to it.
What do you think's the difference between where you were last year and where you are this year in terms of your driving?
I think definitely just having more seat time. Obviously, done some winter track days, and just getting out there, getting in the car, getting in the seat, just getting used to it more, braver, just getting your foot in and getting braver and trying to stay with the pack and just really just doing your best just to stick with them all and then kind of pull you along as well, really. So yeah, just keep going at it with it.
So what are your particular aspirations for this season?
Definitely finish mid-grid, hopefully. Anywhere near top 10 is like outstanding and unbelievable for me, so definitely aiming high and see how far we get with it.
And have you found the quality of the racing in the championship?
It's unbelievable, really. I think people think that the Mazdas typically are usually the slower cars on the grid, but the level of skill and the driving that you need for it is quite impressive, really. Obviously, the likes of like Ben Short running at the front, unbelievable driving ability, and just, you know, hoping to maybe drive like that one day is obviously it keeps you pushing on and wanting you, it makes you want to do well. So, yeah.
Well, we wish you all the best for this weekend. Thanks for chatting with us.
Yeah, so interesting to hear from Mary there. Still relatively experienced, but getting quicker all the time, and that's the great thing. You probably picked up the relatively local accent up here for the northeast as well. There's actually quite a strong northeast contingent racing in the MX5s here this weekend as well, which is great. I'm sure they'll have lots of local support, won't they, Chris?
Oh, absolutely. The packed stands full of the local fans. But it is interesting because everyone seems to think that Croft is one of these faraway circuits that is a bit of a pain to get to. But as we see, the grids are fairly packed, and it's turned out to be a very, very popular round. Now, of course, we've got the BS Motorsport garage. So we were talking about Ben Short. This is his team, and still running a number of cars, as you can see. And according to Ben, this is one of his quietest rounds. He should have 11 cars, he tells me, for Brands Hatch, for example. So they've certainly got a very busy year year ahead of them. But we've got some interesting contenders, not least, of course, Ben Hansey, who we were talking about earlier. He's a real contender, former champion, as you mentioned, and of course his father Matt as well, still continuing to race as well. But a couple of rookies as well. We've got Martina Ward from Bulgaria and Neil Burrows, who are both complete rookies. And so I don't know if we know a lot about them really.
Not yet. We will be learning as we go along about these new drives, but it is fantastic. It is a very accessible way for newcomers to get into motorsport, and especially if you've got an arrangement like this where you're hiring the car from an established team like BS Motorsport who know absolutely what they're doing in this. It sort of takes away a lot of the apprehension that you might have if you're getting into racing for the first time. You're perhaps not really sure one end of a spanner from the other in some cases potentially. So yeah, definitely a very good way to go racing indeed, is to join something like Five Club and race with an established team like BS Motorsport.
I don't know about you, but certainly if I were going to go racing, it's how I would have to do it, because like you say, I don't know the one end of the spanner from the other. But of course we will see Ben Short out racing in the club enduro as well, with Ben Hansey, BS Motorsport, entering a car in that as well. And I'm told because it's not really a car that's designed to go endurance racing, so they've been really pushing the limits of that car to get it to run competitively.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll take another break. Back with you shortly. So we're now down in the paddock of the Aim Shop Mazda 7s, who have literally just come off the circuit after qualifying. Mazda 7s, if you've not seen them before, it's a little bit like the 750 Motor Club Low Cost Championship, which is quite long established, but running Mazda MX-5 rather than the Ford Crossflow running gear. And a good season in prospect for these very evenly matched cars indeed, Chris.
Absolutely. If there's one thing we know about the Mazda 7s, is that it provides quality racing, an absolute slipstream festival. And we have the cars coming back from the TSL team. In fact, we can probably go and grab a word with the reigning champion, Jonathan Lister, now straight out of quali. Jonathan, how did that run go for you?
That was really good, actually. Thank you. It was sketchy out there. It was getting quicker and quicker every lap, but unfortunately I had a bit of a problem with my wheel guard, and the tyre pressure was getting a bit hot, so I came in and probably misjudged it a bit. So I think Westy's got me, but I think there's more pace in me, so I'm not worried.
Of course, Westy coming in from the low-cost championships. Is he going to be one of your main rivals this year, do you think?
I'd say so, yeah. Westy's he's a class act, isn't he? So, yeah, I can't wait to race him, really. I raced him in low-cost a few years ago, but I wasn't so competitive then. But I know he's good. But there's the other guys out there, Ben and Dan, and also Mark and Daniel. There's so many of us out there, so it's going to be tight.
You were telling me earlier about the changes to the cars for this year, including new inlets, so you've got more power out there. Are we still going to see the same quality of slipstreaming racing?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I think it's going to be the same type of racing. We're just a bit faster. I mean, out the back there is actually now a couple of corners. It's a bit interesting. It's a shame there's no spectator banks out there, because it's pretty spectacular.
Jonathan, you told me at the awards night a couple of months ago that you were going to do the full season. Is that still the plan, or are you going to be here?
I think I'd probably had a few too many drinks there. You know, I don't know. I was always going to race, but I'll see. You know, we'll see how we get on. It's always down to budget and time. I mean, I just love it though. It's so much fun. So I can't confirm or deny anything. I'm just going to race and see what happens. But I'm just here to have some fun, because it is so much fun.
All right, awesome. Well, we wish you all the best for this afternoon's races. I wonder if anyone else is about that we can chat to.
I'm sure Ben Powney will be up for a chat. He usually is. Let's see if we can interrupt him. Hey. Hello, Ben. Good. Yeah, I'm good. Good to see you again. So back out in the Mazda 7s for another season.
Yeah.
Just had qualifying. How was that, first of all?
Oh, I don't think I remember anything ever being so slippery in all my life. It was unreal. I mean, these tyres have been really good actually in like the greasy conditions, but it was like wet, dry everywhere. It was great fun. It was on pole.
I don't know.
Oh, really?
I've not even seen the times yet. So
excellent.
we'll keep you in suspense as we are.
Yeah, excellent. I assume it was probably Jono, because I think he was getting away from most people. But yeah, I had a little spin out there, but yeah, awesome fun, really good fun today, and it looks like it's going to be dry this afternoon, maybe. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah.
You weren't convinced when you said that, were you?
Yeah, no, exactly.
So what are your plans for this year? We've seen you out in F1000 in the past, but I think you've sold that car. Is that right?
Yeah, that's it. So that got sold straight after Snetterton, actually. So the guy picked it up straight away. Yeah, best of luck to him. I hope he doesn't beat any of my best results. That would be the first thing. But yeah, concentrate on this year, and then I don't know, maybe see how the year goes. Maybe try a few other things within the 750, and yeah, give it a whirl, I reckon.
It's going to be pretty competitive in Master 7s this year, isn't it, though, I should think?
Yeah, my old mate Westy has joined us, which is a bloody nightmare. Yeah, it's going to be really competitive. Obviously, Jonathan's here. We've got Eddie coming back in a couple of races' time. Westy, Mason, maybe Danny Andrew if he turns up. Yeah, and then anyone else that might decide to have a good result throughout the year. It's going to be really competitive, I think, for sure.
And these Master 7s, obviously it's still a relatively new championship within the 750 Most Club roster. How would you try to convince someone maybe to give it a go in one of these?
Yeah, well, it's literally as soon as you've given it a go, and I think everyone will be hooked. It's a nice, like, healthy step up from low cost, which is really good, and it's not detracting away from that either. Really budget friendly as well, which is good for most of our drivers. Yeah, and I think as soon as you've had a go, and then hopefully the racing today and tomorrow should prove that it's a good series to enter, for sure.
Excellent. Well, good luck for today, Ben. Have a good 3 races this weekend. So, yeah, that's Ben Powner. We heard from Jonathan Lister as well, and that's the TSR awning, Team Sellers Racing, who run a lot of cars, Chris, don't they, both in this and in low cost?
Yeah, absolutely. Very busy outfit, and of course with a lot of success to their name that they're really going to be hoping they can hang on to this year.
OK, well, that's all from the Master 7 paddock for the moment. We'll join you again soon. So we've got the cars heading back into the paddock after the qualifying session for the opening Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship race of the season. Big grid of these sports cars heading to us. Of course, they're racing 3 different classes based on power to weight ratio, with Class C specifically for the MEV MX 150Rs as well. Always very entertaining racing this multi-class format, Chris.
Absolutely. It's the variety of cars that's really interesting to watch, because we have those 3 different classes, as you mentioned. We get such a variety, but also some really interesting looking machines.
We do indeed. So let's have a wander over here, and we come first actually to the Sienna of Rob Johnston, who is just here. Let's see if we can perhaps have a quick word with Rob now. Rob, how are you doing? I noticed that you came in just a little bit before the end of that qualifying session.
We did, yeah. We've just noticed we've got a rear wishbone that's come loose, so it was starting to crab a little bit. So the conditions were a bit tricky, so I thought I'd done enough to get on the first couple of rows, so that would be fine for us. So it was a safe decision to come in.
So just tell us a little bit about this car then.
Right, well, this is the Sienna Mark II. So we've been building the Siennas for a number of years now, from way back in the kit car days up into the sports specials. So it's yeah, full tubular space frame car, Ford Duratec engine, Quaife gearbox. So they're a quick motor car. So.
And this particular one, I think it was originally built for Mark Conroy, was it?
It was, yeah. We built this one for Mark. He ran a Honda S2000 engine in it. We got it back from Mark middle of last year. I've been working away for 12 months, so when we came back, we purchased it, put our Duratec in it, and we're out to have some fun in it.
Absolutely. So are you going to be doing the full season?
We are. We're down for the full season. Not sure what the plans are after that point, but yeah, we're down for a full season in it.
And aiming for the championship?
Well, I don't know. We've sort of gone down the 15-inch wheel route, and these super sticky Avons that everybody else is on, we can't get them for our wheels, so we'll see what we can do.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the season, Rob.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, we'll carry on up the paddock, see who else that we can bump into. That's a very striking car, the Sienna, isn't it? Easy for us
definitely
commentators
is.
to spot.
Yes, fantastic colour. And I'll tell you what as well, I was having a word with some of these drivers earlier, and multiple champion Andy Hiley was making it very clear that this is his first race as a pensioner, which he seemed eager to point out.
Maybe it's because we thought he was a pensioner before and he wanted to assume that. But no, Andy, very quick driver, and he's back out in the Chronos. Didn't succeed in winning the championship last season. That went the way of Lewis Ward last season in Class A, although it was Stuart Thompson that won the overall championship. Now, there's one of the cars that has been off-road during the course of that session, very evidently. There's not a lot of grip out there, I don't think, today on the grass, Chris.
No, and this is clearly what you were talking about earlier, about how once you get off the circuit, of course, because it's been raining so much, you're going to find it very difficult to get back on the circuit, I think.
Absolutely right. So let's have a look at the rest of the paddock.
Actually, we do have the number 7 car here of Stuart Mudge, which is the reigning C-Class champion. Obviously not this car, he's moved up into the B-Class now, I think, but he's got some new components in that car. He was telling me he's got a new gearbox from BS Motorsport, handily enough, just over our shoulder and opposite their awning, because they were having quite a lot of problems with their gearboxes last year. They just weren't lasting at all, but so far it seems like it's been working a lot better.
Yeah, that's good news, and we'll see how his season goes. Well, let's have a little further wander up the paddock. It's a big field that we have in the sports special. So the MEV MX 150Rs generally running in their own class. You say Stuart Mudge actually running in Class B, I believe, this season. And if we head a little bit further up, we might actually get to have a chat with last year's Class B champion, Stuart Thompson, who I'm trying to make eye contact with, and see if we
Give
can...
him the secret signal, Ian.
Yes, well, best not. And we'll have a chat with him if we can, and see how his qualifying session went. So this is Stuart's car, and he has got the number 1. He's gone for 0-1 rather than 1. We'll have to ask him why that is. Let's see. Stuart, can we have a quick word with you on the Alpha Live stream? So Stuart, reigning champion, of course, in sports specials. How does that feel?
Well, I'm used to it now. After
after a few months.
Yeah, had 6 months of getting used to it. So yeah, it was good fun last year. So hopefully this year will be as good.
You've got the number 1, but not just the 1. You've gone for 0-1.
Oh, no, I've just been told to take the 0 off. It's confusing. I'm upside down. It's number 10.
Well, hopefully that wouldn't be an issue.
Hopefully not.
So, any changes to the car for this season, or is it as it was at the end of last year?
I've spent 50 quid on it this winter.
Broken the budget?
Yeah, it was for this year. I broke the budget last year to make it go slower to get into Class B, but yeah, this year, no, not spent a penny on it, basically. Same tyres, so...
And just to explain, that will be to get it down to the power to weight to fit within Class B rather than Class A?
Yeah, because when this was a Class A car, that had 40 brake horse more, so we've had to spend money to make it go slower, which doesn't seem right, but it worked for last year, so yeah, good fun.
And it was pretty competitive in Class B throughout last year as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think it'll be the same this year. We'll hopefully keep the numbers up, so yeah.
Who's your main rival going to be, do you think?
I should think Marcus, now he's got the green car, and I don't know, they're all good guys, so, you know, anyone can win a race at any time, so. Yeah.
Look forward to it. Thank you very much, Stuart, and good luck for today. Okay, well, that's it from the Sports Specials paddock. We'll be back with you again very soon. Well, welcome back to Croft Circuit and this 750 Motor Club race meeting where we are about to have our second race of the day. We've already had one before the lunch break. We're now moving on to the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. It's a small but perfectly formed grid that we have, and on pole position is number 29, John Village, the most successful driver from last season, and besides him is number 18, Timothy Roebuck. On the second row of the grid, it's going to be Greg Catton in car 31, and number 1, Gregan Thruston. On row 3 of the grid, it's 67, Paul Mason, and 6, Richard Verheyden. On to row 4, that's where we find 13, Ben Bolton, 22, Charlie Plain Jones, James Mars, number 11, and 8, Peter Marsh are on row 5, and Thomas Emden, number 9, is on row 6 of the grid. I think he will be joined by Trevor Slatter, number 72, who qualified out of session during the lunch break. So it's the opening race of the season for the historic 750 Formula Series. It's a first trip to Croft, and it being a long way from home for some and relatively early in the season. It's not quite the size of grid that we would have hoped for, but nevertheless a good race in prospect, and it's going to be watched by myself, Ian Seven. Besides me, Josh Barrett. Afternoon, Josh.
Good afternoon, Ian. Yeah, it's going to be a busy afternoon, isn't it? 8 races, I think, over the course of this afternoon, and this sort of takes us back, doesn't it? It's the early days of the 750 Motor Club, a little bit more variety than we've had in previous seasons, with that car there on the second row of the grid, which is, I think, an X1172 Formula car, the Dyson.
Let's go with that.
So looking very different, doesn't it, to the X750 Formula cars on the Austin 7s that make up the rest of the grid.
Yeah, we'll pick up on that as the race goes along. It's going to be a 15-minute race for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. And as we say, no green flag lap for this. It's straight into racing for the majority of the races during the course of this weekend. The green flag is waved at the back. There's some smoke or fluid or something possibly coming out of Gregan Thruston's car on row 2 of the grid. But the race gets underway now, and 15 minutes ahead of us. John Village certainly looks like he's going to be the man to beat today in the Village V2. But the car's heading down towards the right-hander at Clervaux corner for the first time. We're looking there at the number 67 car of Paul Mason in the Whippet, and he's being challenged already by number 31 there, which is Greg Catton in that Dyson Special. And a spin for Gregan Thruston, and it looks like he may have spun on his own fluid possibly there, Josh.
Yeah, no, if that car was smoking or steaming or whatever it was on the grid there, and that all kind of adds up a little bit with a bit of fluid as well on the race circuit. So we'll see what happens there. It was damp in qualifying this morning, and Tim Roebuck qualified in Austin 7 Special so well as he tends to do in the damp, but now he's lost second place to the fast starting Paul Mason. So, is that Slatter up into 4th or 5th already, Ian?
Yeah, so good start from Trevor Slatter. He's usually there at the sharp end, isn't he? But was possibly just a little bit late arriving for qualifying this morning, maybe. But he's been able to join from the back of the grid. So it looks like it's actually the Dyson up into second place, isn't it, of Greg Catton behind John Village. Then it looks like it's the Paul Mason car in third position, Trevor Slatter in fourth as they make their way through the Jim Clark S's and head off up towards Barcroft and Sunny for the first time. And it looks like we're going to get a safety car at the end of this opening lap of the race, Josh.
Yes, and the car that we saw spin, Gregan Thruston, that car has marshals attending to it. I'm not sure there. We saw a car that might have been about to pull off. We'll check on that in a moment.
There's Thruston's car, certainly. That's
but back into second is Tim Roebuck. There's another car.
Yes. And it is another car, yes.
Charlie Plain Jones?
Charlie Plain Jones, yes, that's off there, I think.
Yeah, Trevor Slatter's... No, he's still there in fourth. Oh, so yes, so Paul Mason did get second from Tim Roebuck, but I think Tim Roebuck regained second before the safety car was called, and actually, yeah, both Mason and Slatter have dropped back, haven't they, from when we saw them at Tower?
Yes, they have. So we're not quite sure what's gone on there, but the race continuing. So it is John Village leading at the end of lap 1. The Gap Academic there, of course, with the safety car out and a couple of cars having already failed to make it around the first lap, unfortunately. Hopefully they will be back out for the second race towards the end of the day. So there's Village, there's Roebuck, and there's Greg Catton. That's the car of Greg and Thuston there. Number 1, the Rawson Special, one of the cars powered by the 750cc engine in Class C. Also you have the Reliant engined 850cc engined cars within that class as well. That's Paul Mason, number 67 in the Whippet, and behind him there is Richard Verheyden in the Austin Ulsterbadfrog.
Yeah, Paul Mason has been racing in this series and 750 Trophy, as it was known before, for about 20 years now. So a very experienced driver from Milton Keynes in this self-built car that runs the Reliant 850cc engine. Most cars run either the 850 or 750cc engine, depending on which era really the cars originally come from. In this series, generally for the early 750 Formula cars, but also allows in Austin 7s. As you can see, it's very rare to get a safety car in these type of races, and I think the race is about to restart in. With John Village long way clear by the time they get to the green flag.
Yeah, indeed. So we do get a green flag again with that car having been made clear. There is the 31 car in 3rd place, which we'll pick up on a little bit more in a moment now the race has got back underway. But it is John Village then that has made a good restart here and is building a lead already with that car in 3rd place of Greg Catton, the Dyson, chasing after the Austin 7 of Timothy Roebuck. He's in the supercharged Austin 7 class there. And there is the Dyson in 3rd place, which is just about to come into shot. There it is for Greg, who's 65 years of age, from Bury St Edmunds. This car built back in 1964 that he is racing. Got a Ford Anglia 1200 engine, and it's been prepared by Greg with his race mechanic Paul Ellis, and he has gone through to 2nd place at Tower Corner.
There were slippery surface flags out there, Ian, so I wonder if not just at the start of the race Greg and Thuston's car might have been leaking some fluid, but perhaps a bit around the circuit as well, and that's why we saw the order change a bit before the safety car came out. So perhaps the track not in perfect conditions. It was a spread out restart, to say the least. So there's a big goal gap from Tim Roebuck, who's there in 3rd place. There's Tim in the Austin 7 Special, who's so quick in this car from the 1930s. A long way clear of the rest of the field.
Yeah, indeed. So that's on screen now. Tim Roebuck, James Miles, the other car in the supercharged class, car number 11, running in 7th place at the moment. But you can see there the gap from 3rd to 4th. We've still not even got the 4th place car into shot at the moment, and that may well be, is going to be Paul Mason or Trevor Slatter that appears there. That's the question. Meanwhile, John Village, you can see, is coming up and over the line to complete another lap. And then we've got in 2nd place now Greg Catton, and Timothy Roebuck in 3rd place. That's James Miles that we just saw going through the shot there briefly. They were down at the Jim Clark S's.
Yes, that's right. John Village's first flying lap was a 1:50.05, which is, I think, 12 seconds or so quicker than he did in qualifying this morning. Bad of a second continues, because Tim Roebuck's not letting Greg Catton get away, although on the last lap Catton was a couple of seconds quicker. There's a slippery surface flag, and possibly, yeah, that's some trail of fluid on the road there as well. This battle, though, continues a little bit further down the order into the complex here. Meanwhile, the bad of a second is down at Tower between Catton and Roebuck. They turn out of Tower for the 4th time in this 15-minute race.
Yeah, that battle that's just going up across the line now is for 7th, 8th and 9th position. There you can see it on screen. It involves James Miles, Ben Bolt and Peter Marsh. So a couple of Austin 7s in 2 different classes, sandwiching the Class C car, the Centaur Mark 14 of Ben Bolt, the car that's been racing in historic 750 Formula for quite a number of years now.
And James Miles there in the 1936 Austin 7 Monoposto that has the 750 side valve supercharged engine that James rebuilt last year. Experienced driver in Vintage Sports Car Club and historic 750 Formula events from West Sussex, but he's under lots of pressure there from Ben Bolt as they turn their way out of the chicane with Peter Marsh in the Paxton Special Austin 7 just behind.
The battle for second is still raging on, by the way. That's just about to come past to complete lap 4 of the race, with just under 7 minutes, or just over 7 minutes left to go. 7 minutes is just less than half race distance remaining. And it's Greg Catton there in the number 31 car, Timothy Roebuck in number 18.
Yes, although the Ford Anglia engine in that car is of larger capacity, I don't think it's any more powerful. If anything, it's less powerful than some of the other cars.
It's producing about 70 brake horsepower at the flywheel, Greg reckons. He saw this car advertised on eBay actually during 2021. He's completely rebuilt it using standard engine components, keeping as close to period specification as possible. The car was one of 5 originally made by the Eccleston brothers from Stoke-on-Trent, which I presume is the Eccleston brothers that we also saw racing in Formula 4 20 years ago. Yes, the car originally was an 1172 Formula car.
Don't see many of those racing, do you?
No, we don't. There's Tom Emden. He's in number 9. And the 39-year-old IT support analyst, Alice from Liss, racing for 11 years now, but being caught by some of the quicker cars now.
Battle for 7th is very much on out the book's window, as the on-screen battle is for 2nd place. So there are a couple of battles. There's the battle for 7th place, side by side, as Ben Bolt tries to get himself up alongside James Miles, but the supercharged car of Miles has more straight line speed and is therefore back ahead by the time they get down towards Clairvaux, but then through the corners the later car might well be able to re-challenge in.
Yeah, possibly so. Intriguing little scrap this, and it's interesting that we have the different classes all racing together and cars different around different parts of the lap. It's a shame that we don't have a bigger grid. Possibly if Historic 750 Formula visits again, more drivers will be encouraged by the competitors that have made it here this weekend to attend, because I think it is a good fun circuit. Drivers generally enjoy driving Croft. Lots of interesting challenges.
John Village about to lap this group of cars. Johnny started racing a car like this 50 years ago or so. Rebuilt this car a couple of years ago, or a copy of his original car, isn't it? The car with the Coventry Climax engine. You see John Village there working his way through, who then went on to be European Formula Ford champion and had a quick go in Formula 3 before returning to Formula Ford when he won the Esso Championship in Britain, and then after that was a very, very successful team boss.
Yeah, up to and including A1 GP teams that that he ran, with success in all of the classes from the Ford and from Vauxhall, from Renault, etc.
All those one-make single-seater formulas that no longer exist in the UK, or elsewhere mainly.
So we've now got the two Austin Sevens together here, James Miles and Peter Marsh, because Ben Bowles has got past and he's pulled away from them now, hasn't he? In spite of the fact that he's just been lapped by the race leader John Village.
You know, sometimes see James Miles a little bit further up the order than this, don't we? But he's involved in that battle with Peter Marsh, who's not a name I'm particularly familiar with. I'm not sure if Peter's raced this car before.
Second and third have changed around there, haven't they? We just saw on the screen, and here they are now. Timothy, although about to come into shot behind the number 8 car. The next car through, if we pick that up, is going to be Timothy Roebuck now, because he's back into 2nd place ahead of Greg Catton now. So 2nd and 3rd have changed around on that lap. That's lap 6 that has just been completed. There they are on screen now. You can see Roebuck in the supercharged Austin 7 is ahead of Greg Catton. There's just over 3 minutes to go.
So a couple of laps, I think. So it'll be an 8-lap race this. Fastest lap with John Village, a 1 minute 48.79. These two have lapped in the 52s. Last year, John Village won 8 of the 10 standard scratch races in historic 750 Formula. I think again we'll see a couple of handicap races over the course of the 2023 season, which tends to be really popular with these drivers. So it gives everybody a chance to have an overall victory. So there goes the Dyson, Greg Catton. Still a bit slower than the Miss Trevor Slatter, isn't he? Because obviously he was caught out on the restart a little bit, but I don't think he had the pace to challenge these two anyway. But he's pulled a long way clear, I think, of Paul Mason in the Whippet. And Richard Verheyden, not far back there in 6th position, who's the first of the non-supercharged Austin 7s there in 6th position in the Bad Frog Austin Ulster.
Well, let's see. Greg Catton's not given up on second place here, has he? He's got a second win. He must have made a mistake on the previous lap, I think, but he's now right with Timothy Roebuck again. They're coming up to lap the car of Ben Bolt as well, so possibly this might present an opportunity for the Dyson to make a move. They are heading around the hairpin now for what I think will be the penultimate time. Over the line they go, and yeah, I'm not sure Catton's really been able to capitalise on the back marker there. So he's going to have to do it through his own initiative, I would think. Just about a minute and a half of the race left to go. John Village already 17 seconds up the road from the second and third place battle that we're watching on screen now. Just turning its way through Hawthorns and towards the chicane. And then on to the back straight, past the old pit lane here at Croft. And on towards the tower, well, the left-hand curve or the right-hand tower. Heading into the braking area for that now. Turning their way around that right-hander. And it's the number 31 car there. She's chasing Timothy Roebuck down in the John Miles Austin 7.
Yeah, you said about how he'd sort of come back to Timothy Roebuck. He did do a 1:51, didn't he, on the last lap? Catton, so quicker than we've seen Roebuck go all race long. There's the leader in more traffic, and has that been a change for 5th? There's Richard Verheyden in 6th, has got past Paul Mason in 67. So Richard Verheyden, the first of the Class A cars, is actually going to place overall, getting past Paul Mason there. And they're both being lapped by John Village, who will see the checkered flag. Or at least he should
No,
do.
last lap board he gets because I think so he's going to get one more lap of this race. He must have just got across the line before the 15 minutes were up. It would have been a very close run thing, certainly, which way that was going to go. But he's now on to his last lap.
Last time John Village raced here, track would have been quite different, wouldn't it, back in the 1970s?
It would, a more triangular layout, so the cars would have just gone a little bit further up the road at Sunny and then turned right down what is now the paddock 3, basically, rejoining the circuit where Clairvaux is. But, essentially it would have been a triangular layout.
Interesting to hear what he thinks of the new layout, although in a very different type of car, I guess, the Formula Fords that he would have raced here.
There he goes. Good view that through the Jim Clark S's. There he is heading up towards Barcroft now. And yep, he's really continuing as he started or went on last season, isn't he? With those 8 scratch race victories that he had. Christian Pedersen did a couple of scratch races during the course of last year, or perhaps see him during the course of 2023. But here comes John Village now, heading into the complex for the final time.
Yep, that's right, and it'll be interesting to see how John has enjoyed this because although he's had cars to lap, he's not really had any other cars around him too much. Not hugely further ahead of the rest, 18 seconds, but just enough for not to be involved in the battle. But as Ian was saying, continuing on the form from last year for John Village as he takes the checkered flag to win the first race part, historic 750 Formula Series race of the season.
Yeah, he gets the checkered flag at the end of 9 laps then, and he's a long way clear of second.
Which has changed on the last lap.
It has indeed, so Greg Catton is going to be that comes across the line to take second place then from Timothy Roebuck. That's interesting because we do think maybe there was an extra lap squeezed out there. So Timothy Roebuck, number 18, third across the line at any rate, and then it's a long gap back to Trevor Slatter, I think, who's going to be in 4th position. There's something like 50 seconds between 3rd and 4th. it's about half a lap, effectively.
Paul Mason pulled off at the end, just after the flag.
Yes.
And he took 6th position after losing a position on that last lap, or last couple of laps to Richard Verheyden, but his pace had dropped off. So
Yeah.
Paul Mason's car perhaps all not that well.
Here's Slatter now. He's coming up to the line to take 4th position, number 72. And then we've got the 2 Austin 7s nose to tail then, and they are going to come through, and it is going to be James Miles that finishes ahead of the other, and they are in, just waiting for the time screen to update, I think.
Half a second.
Yeah.
Was the gap.
Yeah.
Peter Marsh did his best lap on the last lap.
He did. Anyway, so that was a good race for the historic 750 Formula Series. They're back out again at the end of today's programme. Just the 2 races for them during the course of this weekend.
A few of the drivers are going to be busy, aren't they, trying to solve the issues?
Yes, so we saw Paul Mason stop, and also on the opening lap we lost Regan Fuston and Charlie Plain-Jones, didn't we, in the 22 car.
I expect the paddock will get together, won't they, to try and get those cars out, if at all possible.
Let's take a look at the results then, at the end of that historic 750 Formula race. John Village it was that took the win by something like 17 seconds in car 29, from 31 Greg Catt in 2nd place. 3rd went the way of number 18 Timothy Roebuck, who won his class. 4th was number 72 Trevor Slatter. From the back of the grid, 5th was number 6 Richard Verheyden, who was a lap down in 5th. 6th was 67 Paul Mason. 7th was number 13 Ben Bolt. 8th was number 11 James Miles. 9th was number 8 Peter Marsh, and Tom Emden number 10. Number 9 rounded up the top 10. I should say Richard Verheyden won the normally aspirated Austin 7 class as well. Reminder that there's still lots more racing to come here this afternoon at Croft. Next up, we've got the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. We've also got the Freaky Park Sports Specials, the Tagiwa Road Sports Series, the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, before we go back to the Tagiwa Type R Trophy and the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series for their second races of the weekend. We'll also have Club Enduro racing tomorrow, and if you would like to, you can download the digital race programme from the 750 Motor Club website by going to 750mc.co.uk, 750mc.co.uk. You'll see the banner there, and be able to download the programme with the full timetable, entry list and so forth, to help you enjoy the full weekend racing at Croft even more than you already are doing. We will be back shortly with the Mazda 7s, but I can see that down in pit lane, Chris Stevens is just getting drivers out of their cars, and he is indeed ready to talk to them.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So the first historic 750 Formula Series race of the day goes to John Village. John, not bad for somebody who's not raced here since the 70s.
Well, you soon learn, don't you? And I've been learning for 50 years, so I should do it.
So what do you think of the new Croft layout then, new to you?
To the what, sorry?
The Croft layout. Very different since you last raced here.
Yeah, Croft's brilliant. You know, you've got a bit of everything. Slow, fast, flat out corners. Very good.
And how often will we be seeing you out this season? Are you doing the full year?
Well, unfortunately, one clashes with the Grand Prix, so I'll be at that, unfortunately. But I'll do the majority.
Well, we'll certainly miss you for that round. But in the meantime, congratulations. A great win there. The A-class winner, Richard Verheyden. Hello. Oh, sorry, Richard. Yep. Yeah, great to see you up on the class win. How was it out there?
It was less slippery than this morning in practice, so lots of fun. Spent the winter fettling in the car, so nice to have some time on the track. Really good.
Obviously, like I think Charlie Plain-Jones had a few dramas. That probably helped you out a little bit. But
preferred to have beaten him on the track rather than with him sitting in the grass. So yeah, shame.
Obviously, you guys will get another chance at it later this afternoon, so you'll be battling again.
Gets his car together, we should be battling on track. That's much more fun.
All right, awesome. We look forward to seeing that. So let's go and talk to the AS class winner, Tim Roebuck, who's come down to visit and congratulate John Village. Tim, that was a great battle you had for second place overall there as well.
It was a really good battle. It was good fun actually. Yes, and it was really difficult trying to keep him behind me, and he just came past me on the last lap.
Yeah, obviously visually very different to anything else in the championship. Greg's car. So what's it like battling with him?
Actually, it was surprisingly even. He's just about got the legs on me on the straight. He's got obviously a much smaller frontal area than I've got, but I was catching up with him in the braking zones and going into the corners. So yeah, we had a really good battle.
More of the same later?
Hopefully, but at the moment I can't find third gear, so we'll see. We'll see whether I get out for the second race.
Okay, well we hope you find it. Good luck with that. Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you.
Yes, so we've got the cars coming up for the third race of the day, which is for the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship, new sponsors for this season. The cars will be heading out onto the circuit pretty shortly for that. Going to be another 15-minute race for this, so just as soon as the cars have been cleared from the circuit from the last race, they'll be brought out onto the grid. And again, no green flag lap for the Mazda 7s. Good grid. We should have, I think 20 were out in qualifying. Actually 19 of those, only 19 of them were actually the Mazda 7s. There's going to be a slight delay here because we can see that there was some fluid down in that last race as we spotted, and the marshals and the 750 Motor Club Rescue crew I can see are out there with the cement dust or whatever it is that they use these days and the brooms to try to make sure that the surface is safe for us to go racing once again. But yes, the Mazda 7s coming up next. And last year, of course, the champion in the Mazda 7s was Jonathan Lissitor. He won the title with 4 victories during the course of the season, but victories were well spread last year amongst various drivers. Eddie Moore also took 4, but he's away travelling in Australia, I think, at the moment. Certainly was early on in the year. Ben Powney had 3 wins. He's back this year. Andrew had a couple, but he's not racing, and Daniel Sippins also had a win during the course of last season's Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. But there are some new names on the grid, and one quite significant new name in the terms of the driver that's on pole position, because the driver that's going to line up first for the opening Mazda 7 race of the season is the driver, Josh, that won the low-cost championship a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's Martin West, 2021 low-cost champion. He's converted his car to Mazda 7 spec. But his run-up to this weekend hasn't been plain sailing, because I think he had a big crash in testing at Brands Hatch a couple of weeks ago when he was shaking the car down. He didn't think he was going to get the car ready here for Croft, but obviously he has done, and it must be in good working order, because he set the quickest time in what I think was still probably a damp qualifying session. Yeah, about 5 seconds off a dry lap time, I think, this morning. That's a good effort there by Martin West, and you really have got some very quick drivers indeed then in this Mazda 7 field. Like Ian said, the top drivers generally returning this season, and you add in Martin West, for example, and then some other drivers who haven't done low cost, where a lot of the drivers have come from. We've got Sam McKee is out there, who we've seen race in road sports a lot in the past, be a podium finisher, class winner as well, and he's had a good first effort in this Mazda 7 that he's been building, I think, for over 12 months now. He's qualified there on the 4th row of the grid. And then you've got a bit further down the order other drivers making their debuts. Ex-Clubman's racer Ayrton Rogers has joined in as well in Mazda 7s. And then people like Ian Wells, who's completely new to racing, decided Mazda 7 is where he wants to start his circuit racing career. So it's great to see a good grid of 19 Mazda 7s, I think, here this weekend. So it's growing. They're pretty quick cars as well, with the Mazda MX-5 running gear, the engine and gearbox, for example. And it means the racing's good. They don't give quite as much of a slipstream as the low cost, where it's probably quite easy to slipstream past somebody. Mazda 7s, you tend to have to work a little bit for it, but we saw some great racing, if I recall, here at Croft last year, Ian.
Yes, yeah, no, it's a circuit that lends itself pretty well to this kind of racing, really. It was interesting chatting to the likes of Ben Powney this morning. They saw it as a real step up for drivers that might have done low cost previously as well, and great fun to drive, especially around a circuit such as this. And what's interesting as well is that the numbers in the low-cost championship holding up very strongly as well. We had their season opener last weekend at Donington Park, and I think it was the best grid in the low-cost championship we'd had for something like 4 years as well. So really good to see that both championships are being well supported.
It was noticed looking at the results there last weekend in low cost, Ian, that Craig Land, who surely came into the weekend as the clear favourite after dominating the championship last year, didn't pick up any real successful results.
No, well, the problem for him was he went off in the first race at the old hairpin and dropped back. Then the race was red flagged and he had to start from row 12 for that. So that was sort of really damaged limitation. I think he got back to 6th and he was on the podium in the second race there. But yeah, after being so dominant last year, it wasn't what he would have hoped for at his home circuit, that's for certain. Good to see some different winners in low cost there. Daniel Garrett and Todd Boucher, I think it was, that were low cost winners at Donington. Looks like possibly we're towards the end of this clearing up, because I can see the course car heading back towards us, and then we should have the cars released out onto the circuit, and then we'll run you through the grid just as soon as they're released, which might be about to happen now, because I can see the safety car is moving. So that's a good sign, isn't it, Josh?
Yes, that car will lead the field round to the grid on that half a lap, because again there's no green flag lap for the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. So once we get the cars on the track, we'll be into racing. So let's have a look at the grid again.
Yeah, so pole position goes to number 94, Martin West, and alongside him is last year's champion, number 71, Jonathan Lissiter, who had his best lap time disallowed. I'm not sure whether that would actually put him on pole position or not. But second row, 37, Ben Powney, and 56, Daniel Sibbons, two race winners from last season. Third row is 43, David Mason, and 7, Daniel Court. Let's move on to row 4 of the grid. That's where we find number 34, Matt Groh, and 21, Sam McKee. Row 5 is 55, Simon Court. He was there or thereabouts for much of last season. And 99, Martin Shelton. 50 is David Jones on the inside of row 6, besides number 66, Lucas Batt. On the 7th row, it's going to be number 3, Callum Barnes, and 25, David Bowen. On the 8th row, it's Lewis Penstone Smith in 47, and Ian Wells in 5. And Ayrton Rogers, 79, and Peter Wood, 88 on the 9th row, as the cars are now finally released onto the circuit, with at the back number 74, Stephen Manley. So that's how the grid is going to line up for this first race of the season. It's the third Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. Danny Andrew it was that won it in 2021. Jonathan Lister successful in 2022. Who is it that's going to put the name on the trophy for this season? I spoke to Jonathan Lissiter this morning. He'd said to me that he wasn't going to do the full season this year, but he admitted that he might have had a few too many drinks before he said that to me. And he sort of could neither confirm nor deny whether he would do the full season this year, but let's see how things pan out.
He's in the Hill livery, and to show you how motorsport sponsorship works well. I've seen that on vans in my local area over the last winter, so if you win a championship at this level, you can get yourself noticed more in the outside world as well. So good to see that Hill are back in the reigning champion, who's interestingly not chosen number 1 to run with, but the traditional 71 for John Licetta.
Yeah, and he started racing 4 years ago in the low-cost championship initially. Switched to Mazda 7s for 2020, had a couple of wins, 1 win in 2021, the champion of course last year with those 4 victories, and he is in this team Sellers Racing Run, originally built by Richard Bradley of SRB 4 years ago, car. that was originally built as a low cost and converted to Mazda 7 spec. But it's Martin West on pole position. Be interesting to see how he's going to fare then. First race out. Obviously qualifying went pretty well for him, and I say he was the other driver besides Craig Land to win races in low cost last year as well, although didn't complete the season.
His number on the nose cone is a bit off centre, isn't it?
It is.
It looks better from that angle.
It does. It does. So we've got the cars lining up on the grid. 15-minute race. No green flag lap for the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. New sponsors for the season, and it's always difficult to remember to get that right. And we're watching now as the 30-second board is shown. So shortly the race to get underway. It doesn't look like... oh no, Stephen Manley is there on the back. It was the 88 car that was a little too far back. That was Peter Wood. He's now been urged into position. 5-second board is raised then. So the red lights are about to go on. And the race gets underway. Pretty good start by Martin West from pole position. Jonathan Lister isn't away quite as quickly, I don't think. He'll try and fend off Ben Powney as they head down to Clairvaux for the first time. And I think he'll just about make it. It's a good start as well by Daniel Court in number 7. Indeed, he's got past both Ben Powney and Daniel Sibbons as well. So good start there from number 7, Daniel Court, up to 3rd place. One car running wide there. Josh, did you spot who that was?
It might have been David Bowen, still with a novice cross on the back, who joined us towards the end of last year. And there's a spinner further back out of the chicane as well, which may have been Lewis Pentstone Smith, but it's free abreast. Yeah, there's Pentstone Smith, he spun, but it's free abreast in the pack. Sam McKee right in the middle of that. This is going to be a very different style of racing for him compared to the longer distance racing, and it's Stephen Manley who's also been involved in that, who's going to get back going as well.
Well, I think he stopped independently actually, but has now resumed. So the car's heading through Jim Clark S's towards Croft for the first time. Fantastic camera shot to see them working their way through there. Here is that leading pack then up at Sunny Inn. And talking of sunny, it's not now. The cloud has become overcast here once again. It's Martin West leading then. Jonathan Lister 2nd. Daniel Court 3rd as they head into the complex for the first time then. It's Ben Powney 4th, Daniel Sibbons 5th. In the 6th place, it's the 43 car of David Mason.
Quite a few drivers had moments into the complex, and one of them has been a spinner. That's newcomer Ian Wells. I wonder if there might be a bit of fluid down through the complex as well, because a number of drivers had big moments, and not all of them stayed on the road, as we saw there. And problems now going off the circuit. Perhaps with a problem is Lucas Batt. The car sounded a bit rough past us as John Lisseter bounces over the curb through Clairvaux. The top two have got away, West and Lisseter. A gap back to Daniel Court. Another car off the circuit, this time pulling off is Martin Shelton towards the collecting area, pulled left instead of right into Clairvaux.
Okay, so 1 or 2 cars coming to grief, but not the 2 leaders then. Martin West and Jonathan Lisseter heading down towards Tower Corner for the 2nd time. And Daniel Sibbons having a look up the inside of Ben Powney there for 4th position. Locked up a little bit there as he did so and has lost ground and now run wide. That's going to bring David Mason up alongside him. That's the 66 car of Lucas Batt, which has stopped just beyond the timing line. Lucas just jogging onto the Rallycross circuit and to a place of relative safety.
I think the track's very slippery in, because there's lots of drivers having moments all around the track. Marshals have done their best to mop up any fluid from the previous race, but well, we've been here all day, I think, if we were able to do that properly. So that means the drivers are having just to work out where the grip is at the moment. And change for 5th, I think we've had David Mason's got himself up ahead of Daniel Sibbons. Then for 3rd, Ben Powney all over the back of Daniel Court. He has a look here into the final corner up the inside, and Ben Powney has made the move stick there, I think, into P3.
Yeah, Ben Powney focusing on the Mazda 7s this year. He sold the F1000. Has gone to Craig Pollard, Formula V champion. So we'll see how he fares in that this season. We'll watch that unfold on Alpha Live later in the year. But for the moment, let's focus on this battle for the lead. 2021 champion in the low costs, leading the 2022 champion in the Mazda 7. So it's Martin West against Jonathan Lister. You saw Martin there just acknowledge a yellow flag, I think, because of the car that was off on the side of the circuit. This, the battle for the lead, separated by 0.3 of a second as they started this lap, Josh.
Yeah, I think Stephen Manley had pulled off through Hawthorne, and that's what that yellow flag was all about. Change for third. Daniel Court back ahead of Ben Powney after Powney got passed towards the end of the second lap, but now on lap 3. Daniel Court is back into third place, but certainly John Lisseter there in P2. He's challenging Martin West as they come out of the S's up towards Barcroft. There's nowhere through there though, so Martin West is able to hang on as they turn into sunny, but this is a 15-minute race. There's plenty of time remaining at the moment. It looks like it's going to be a battle between those two, because a pair of cars dicing over third place behind Court and Powney, and those two have really pulled away now from David Mason, who has still got Daniel Simmons behind him, so they're pairing off a little bit.
Yeah, and then behind that, it's Simon Court in 7th, Sam McKee 8th, David Jones 9th, and Mac Rowe rounding out the top 10 positions. So this is the battle for third place, rounding the hairpin, and it's a good run out of the hairpin actually for Ben Powney in the orange car. We will see if he can pull up alongside the car in third place, but it seems that along the straight, Daniel Court's got a little bit more pace there, and he is just able to edge away from Powney, the man from Kent. Really, they have completely paired off now, the top 6. 3 distinct pairs here. Simon Court trying to catch them as well in 7th place. It's hard to know which battle to watch, really, Josh.
Well, there's a challenge for the lead into Tower, because John Lissett has gone up the inside of Martin West. Can he get it down on the brakes on the inside line there? I think he was conscious not to go too far on the inside, tight, because that's where we've seen some mistakes, but he was just far enough alongside. I'm afraid there's been an accident further back in.
Yeah, that's Callum Barnes, I think, isn't it, in the number 3 car. I think that's him that's gone off.
Well, there's Stephen Manley, who was stopped at Hawthorne. He got back going, but not too much further.
Yeah, he's stopping behind our commentary position here at the complex.
He's probably rather less, really, than Callum Barnes, because he's in the firewall, by the looks of the damage on that car.
Yeah, so we've got leaders heading down to a yellow flag zone now, because they're just recovering the 74 car for Stephen Manley into the paddock, which they have now done. So yellow flags go in again, and now we get a red flag to replace it, and that I think will be because of the car that was off in the barriers.
Yes, and we haven't had half the race yet, have we?
No, so we might well get a restart once the circuit has been cleared. So I think the drivers have acknowledged the red flag, so they'll be able to stop. Well, they're probably going to stop on the grid, which is probably not quite where you want them. You want them to stop before they get to the grid, really, but it just means they'll need to...
Yeah, the marshals are desperately trying to get them to stop, aren't they? And they're in kind of the right order, so hopefully it won't be too difficult to sort out. But this afternoon's not quite gone to plan as of yet.
No, not yet, that's for certain. So we have had the red flag here. We've got the medical car heading out, as is usual in these circumstances, and we hope that everyone involved is safe and well.
The lap times were...
Oh, the driver's out of the car, by the looks of it. That's good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Shame, because Callum Barnes really improved, hasn't he? You remember when he started out, he was, I think, glad to say, a bit off the pace, but now he's right in the mid-pack. So a real shame that he's had that incident there and damaged his car. Hopefully that may be fixable for tomorrow, because I'm sure there's parts in the paddock, even if it's not in his own awning. There are teams that put, I'm sure, stock parts in these cars. But what I was going to say is the lap times were about a second off of last year. So if it was slippery out there, the lap times weren't too bad. They were quicker than what they were in the damp in qualifying this morning. And Lucas Batt is able to use this opportunity to recover to the pit lane side of the circuit. So perhaps if he makes his way down the pit lane, Chris might be able to catch up with him and find out what the problem with his car was, because it didn't sound all that well, and he pulled off quite abruptly as well.
Yeah, the car's on Toyo tyres for this season, I think, aren't they?
Yes, it's changed.
It was
a few
changed from last year,
that have changed,
and that's because of sort of supply issues in the tyre market and changes in the tyre market. So a few championships changing their tyre supply, and that of course will also impact on lap times as well. We've seen that in various championships over the years, most notably in recent years Formula V, where the car switch from Dunlop to a Hoosier tyre, and the lap times have only in very rare occasions got back to the lap times they were doing many years ago in Formula V because of that change in tyre.
So I know, not in this series, but in Sports 1000, I was speaking to Paul Smith earlier, and he was saying their new tyres didn't really come about until the last couple of weeks. So
That's
very
right.
few people have tested on them, so it might be a similar situation here. Not sure how much testing perhaps some of these competitors have done on these particular tyres, because it's not the type of car we see lots of testing out in the
No.
winter, is it? It's normally perhaps do a shakedown at the 750 Motor Club test in March and then do the Friday test before the first meeting. And which I understand yesterday was very wet here in the afternoon, so therefore there wasn't huge amounts of running yesterday, just the 2 morning sessions.
So there you can see cars on the grid. We've got circuit vehicles and recovery vehicles going out to rescue those cars that have come to a halt there. The 88th car you can see there is Peter Wood, and he was running in 13th position before the red flags went out. You can also see Lewis Penstone Smith, he was 15th, having had that spin on the opening few corners. Number 5 there, that is Ian Wells, and he is a newcomer to Mazda 7 racing. Indeed, first race weekend, 55 years of age from Surrey, a garage equipment engineer. His partner Donna Seafried, supported by son Riley as well. He's done some short oval racing, banger racing, and some karting as well. And this is a TSR prepared car in the Leighton House livery, looking very smart indeed. So he is in among that group there as well. I think the other car you can see there, that's the 79 of Ayrton Rogers, I think, for those of you watching on the stream.
Yeah, I saw him racing last year in his Mallet Clubman's car. I think it's his birthday on Monday, so happy birthday to Ayrton.
Indeed.
Monday.
Indeed, he's done some classic touring car racing as well, and CO Sports prototypes too. And this is a car built by themselves. That's the car with the red roll cage you can see at the back of shot, those of you watching on the live stream. And they took 63 days to build that car. And so he's supported by his dad Lee, mum Annie, and his fiancée Bex as well. So good afternoon to all of them. I hope they're enjoying their racing afternoon here at Croft. We've got, I can see the car being recovered that had come to a stop on the start and finish straight, that of Lucas Batt. And once that is done, we then need to have the car recovered from Hawthorn as well, don't we? And then I think it will be good to go racing once again in this Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship.
Lucas finished in the top 10 in the championship last year, so not the best way to start the season. Qualified 12th, that was okay, but then obviously something's gone fairly fundamentally wrong, I would suggest, with that car at the end of the first lap. But he managed to pull it off pretty quickly, so hopefully that's stopped any further damage. And I think he's with Team Sellers Racing that run a lot of these cars. I think you were down in the awning there earlier on, Ian, but certainly a lot of cars in the TSR.
Yes.
Running of them cars. There's Martin West in a very similar livery to his low cost. As I said, this car I think got a bit beaten up at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago when he was shaking it down, but he's done a good job to get this back out and running well. He was having that good battle, wasn't he, with Jonathan Lisseter, who had just taken the lead, but then the red flag came out, so Martin West should reclaim pole position on the restart that is currently being planned over there in race control. I think that's just getting through to the start line marshals now, because cars are starting to move forwards as the recovery of Callum Barnes' car at Hawthorns is well underway.
So we're hearing that the restarted race will be over 6 minutes. So
4
that's
laps.
probably going to be 4 laps, isn't it? Something like that.
But all being well, of course.
Yes. Hopefully it will be a good, clean race. It looks like the car that needed to be recovered, that's on its way back to the paddock as well now. So I don't think it's going to be too long before we get this race back underway.
And no green flag lap again. So once the track is clear, the cars are in grid order, the race should be able to restart pretty rapidly.
Yeah, so the car's now just being brought up into their correct positions by the marshals.
Mazda 7s have 2 races tomorrow, so it's a triple header to start the season. And if you're going to have a problem, this is probably a good race to have it in, because tomorrow there's, I think, less than 2 hours between the two races, so that would be somewhat more difficult to sort something.
No, that's right. If you're going to have a problem, certainly have it now. But it could be frenetic tomorrow if you have an issue in the first of 2 races. It's one of a couple of triple headers during the course of the season for the Championship. The other one comes later in the year at Cadwell Park. All rounds taking Anglesey, Mallory, Brands Hatch and the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, which is our concluding event of the season this year. Double header weekend, the Burkitt Relay on the Saturday and Championship finals on the Sunday. So that's something that we did in 2019 as well, that sort of format. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out for this year.
So the grid is in order now, isn't it? And I think, as far as we can see, the track is clear. So I suspect the start process will begin once the marshals are in position.
Yeah, it should do. And it's going to be six minutes, 4 laps of racing when it gets underway. I'm sure we'll have another good scrap between Martin West and Jonathan Lister. I expect the cars that are battling for second, Ben Powney and Daniel Court, they'll want to be involved in that as well. And of course Daniel Sippens, who'd dropped back to 6th position from row 2 of the grid. He'll be hoping for a better start this time around.
Someone to watch out for could be Daniel Court, because he made a really good start earlier from 6th to 3rd, I think. This time he's 4th on the grid. So could he gain the 3 positions like he did the first time and lead the race? That's what he'll be trying to do at least.
Yeah, that's right. The starter I can see is climbing up to the gantry, which is an encouraging sign. And now the 30-second board is being shown to the driver. So we're not too far away from getting this 6-minute race underway for the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. A restarted race, round 1 of the 2023 Championship. The red lights are already on. And what's going to happen here? Because, as I say, the red lights have been on all of the time. They've gone out now and the race has got underway. And it's a bit more difficult for the drivers to anticipate there. Good start again by Martin West. Jonathan Lister's alongside him this time, though. Decent start by Daniel Court. He's there in 3rd position. Daniel Sippens trying to get alongside Ben Powney for 4th spot as they go into Clairvaux for the first time. Now around Hawthorns, it's West and Lister and Daniel Court. And they are heading towards the chicane for the first time, Josh, with West out in front once again.
Yeah, and it was down into Tower where Lister was able to pass him earlier. But if anything, Lister was under closer threat from behind. With Daniel Court right there. Ben Powney still trying to hang on to 4th place, but it hasn't worked out for him because Daniel Sippens has worked his way around the outside to go P4. So very poor start to that part of the race. But Ben Powney might lose another position here through the S's because he's side by side with Simon Court, who I think has got past him. So Ben Powney restarted in 3rd, has dropped to 6th.
Yet not the start that he was hoping for. Ooh, look how Martin West's car moves around there and he's off the circuit. He's going to lose a bucket load of places there. Now, was that a mistake? Did he find something on the circuit? What happened there? But Jonathan Lister's gone through to lead. He's got Daniel Court now in 2nd, Daniel Sippens in 3rd. Where has Martin West come through? Is he 6th or 7th, I think, isn't he, in fact, as they turn their way through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. Yes, Martin West down to 7th with that mistake at Sunny, or whatever happened at Sunny. And Jonathan Lister here has got quite a big lead at the end of lap 1 now. Gap back to Daniel Court in 2nd, Daniel Sippens in 3rd, but the gap from 1st to 2nd, well, I can't tell you what it is, just because my timing screen is not updated. There we are, 1/3 of a second. About 1 second now as it's come through.
So I think everyone's got through that lap who we were expecting. And as you say, Lister with this lead, then over the Courts, they're in 2nd. It's Daniel up ahead of Simon at the moment. So Simon Court has had a good restart as well. So both of them moving up through the order. There's Sippens up the inside of Simon Court for 3rd. He can't make that stick. Then Ben Powney and David Mason are up next. Then Martin West, who's again very sideways out of Tower corner. Frustrated, I suspect, after leading the first part of the race, starting in front and then making the off-track excursion down there at Sunny on this first of 4 laps. But it is Liciter then who is... Oh, and now Daniel Court's had a big old moment there from second position into Sunny. So again, it's down there. So it's a big gap for Jonathan Liciter, to whom it's Simon Court there in second, then Sibbons and Powney. So they all survived it, that moment that Daniel Court had over there at Sunny on lap 2.
Looked like he got on the grass, didn't it, from the mud that had been dragged onto the circuit. Well, he's lucky to have survived, but he's dropped down to around about 10th position, I think. We'll get confirmation on that as they come through this time. But yes, it's a huge lead now for Jonathan Lister, but they're going to be side by side for second place as they come across the line this time. So that's Simon Court in the 55 car, Daniel Sibbons in the 56 car. That's the black and turquoise machine, and it looks like Sibbons has made it through on the drag down to Clervaux at the start of lap 3. He has. Ben Powney, number 37, is there in 4th place, and Martin West, after that mistake on lap 1, is 5th, with David Mason completing the top 6, and Daniel Court was 9th across the line.
So the drivers have dropped away. Can Martin West get back to the podium? Now he's quite close. He's having a big challenge on Ben Powney down towards Tower as Court and Sibbons are side by side again. It's the inside line for Simon Court that gives him second. Martin West is running very wide again. He's up over the curb. So I think, has he got Ben Powney or not? Well, I think they're possibly still side by side actually as they head down towards the S's, but it is West ahead of Powney, then David Mason just behind. But as they have battled, that's allowed Court and Sibbons just to pull away a little bit, and it's Simon Court ahead of Daniel Sibbons as they come down towards Tower. Now we've seen cars off here on the previous lap. There's a load of mud on the circuit as well, but at least that battle has survived Sunny Corner this time.
Yep, so there's Martin West up into 4th now. There is Simon Court in 2nd position, being chased by Daniel Sibbons. Simon, 34 years old, from Rugby, and he has been racing since 2020, originally in low cost, and then in Mazdas from 2021. He'd only done track days before that. This is a TSR car that was built originally for Ollie Sy in 2020.
Martin West was massively sideways through the complex, but hadn't slowed him down at all, and Simon Court is the one who's slowing. I wonder if he missed a gear there, and this could give Martin West second place because he's on the outside line of Daniel Sibbons and brakes later. Can he get the car through the corner? Yes, he can. So I think it must have been a missed gear for Simon Court because he's back up to speed now, but he's lost second place. He's lost 3rd position. He's down to 4th.
He is indeed, and he's got Ben Powney just waiting to pounce as well in 5th position. Sibbons going to fight back here, try and get back ahead of Martin West on the run down towards Tower Corner. He's going to be on the outside line though, but he's got his nose in front. Who's going to turn in first? It is Sibbons. Nicely done there. Daniel Sibbons back up into 2nd place now. West down to 3rd, Simon Court 4th, Ben Powney 5th, David Mason rounding out the top 6 at the moment. Daniel Courtney still 9th. He's about a second behind Sam McKee as things stand.
5-car battle for second though on this last half a lap, and it's Daniel Sibbons who's clear. He breaks late here into Sunny. He gets sideways. That's not been anything unusual in this race. And Ben Powney there just behind Simon Court. Looked like we were going to have a double Court podium at one point, but they're both falling down the order a little bit for different reasons. But for second place, it is Sibbons that turns into the complex ahead. Meanwhile, Jonathan Liciter far out in front. So could there be a change for second before the end here, Ian?
We'll see, yes. More than 4 seconds the lead for Jonathan Lister. He's out of the final corner, so he should be good for the first race win of the season, but we could get a change. I don't think we're going to. I thought Simon Court was going to get through on the inside of Martin West. He might lose out, though, to Ben Powney on the run to the line. Jonathan Liciter has taken the checkered flag, and I think for 4th it is just about Simon Court who's going to hold on from Ben Powney. Yes, it is. So a win for Jonathan Liciter, number 71 in the end by 3.43 seconds. There's a good battle just getting over the line now as well. I think that's the one involving Matt Groh and David Bowen and possibly Ian Wells. We'll see how that shakes out. It's that order, in fact. And they got themselves together on the last lap because there were about 2 seconds between them. But to go back to the top 6, Jonathan Lister the winner then from 56, Daniel Sibbons in 2nd, Martin West number 94 in 3rd, Simon Court 55 in 4th, Ben Powney 37 in 5th, and 43 David Mason in 6th. And there'll be a few drivers from that race, Josh, that'll be ruining mistakes that they made both off the start line and throughout the race.
Yeah, that's right. Very close to contact at the end of the race there. Simon Court locked up into the hairpin as he tried to challenge Martin West and did a good job not to hit him, I think. if there was contact, it was a very small brush. It could have been a lot worse. What West was trying to do was get around the outside of Daniel Simmons. Actually, had a fairly decent run to the line, was only a couple of attempts behind. But it was a decent recovery from him after that off. But I'm sure he'll be frustrated despite having a podium on his first run back. But very happy, man. He's Jonathan Liciter, continuing off where he finished last year, really, with a win. He took 4 wins last year. And he starts then 2023 with a race win. And this, I'm suspecting, could make his mind clear what is going to happen for the rest of the season, because when you're leading the championship, when you're winning races, it's hard not to come back and do some more.
Yeah, absolutely right. Good start to the season, and assuming it continues to go well for him tomorrow, then we might see him back out for future meetings, but he's heading in on his slowing down lap. But let's see if we can bring you the result from this race now that everyone has made it across the line to finish. And
everyone who took the restart did finish after a problematic first part to this race. The second half went rather better.
So here is the result then. Jonathan Lister, number 71, it is that took the win. 4 laps he completed, and it was 3.5 seconds, or nearly to the good, over 56. Daniel Sippens in second. Third place went the way of number 94, Martin West. Fourth to 55, Simon Court, I should say. Fifth was 37, Ben Powney. In sixth place, number 43, David Mason. Sam McKee, 21, took 7th place, ahead of 50, David Jones. 7, Daniel Court. After that, off at Sunny, he was 9th, and running out the top 10 was number 34, Matt Grow. It was David Bowen, Ian Wells, Peter Wood and Lewis Penstone Smith. And I think one other finisher was Ayrton Rogers on his first time out in the Aim Shop Mazda 7s. As we mentioned earlier on, they have 2 more races tomorrow. That'll be our first race of the day at around about 12:35, and then they're out again at 2:15 tomorrow afternoon. Already we've got the cars heading out onto the grid for the next race, so I suspect it'll have to be a very short and sharp interview that we have down there with Chris Stevens, possibly just with the winner.
Well, first blood in the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship goes to Jonathan Liciter. Jonathan, you had to do it the hard way, not once but twice on Martin West there.
Yeah, I think I was a little bit lucky in the second start of the race. I mean, we went down the bottom, and I think there's some oil, and both of us, we were both going off, and luckily I just held it. Poor Martin had to go off. So yeah, I was a bit lucky. It was a bit of a shame really, because I think we were going to have a really good race, and so yeah, but I'm so pleased. It's great.
Can we expect more battles between you and Martin throughout the season?
I hope so. Yeah, it should be fun. I think tomorrow's going to be great. I think we should have 2 really good races. The slipstream is great around here. The track is, I mean, driving these cars is twitchy, so it should be fun. Should be fun.
All right, well, we're really looking forward to it. 2 more races to come from this championship. But Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you, because coming up next is the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship.
Well done, man.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh, and no time to wait, Chris even, and no time to waste, because we've already got the cars on the grid for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. So let's see if we can give you the details of the lineup. Certainly you can see on pole position, it is the number 53 car of Andy Hiley in the Kronos, the multiple champion in Sports Specials and kit cars before that, and alongside him is going to be the 76 car of David Hughes in the MEV MX150R. Second row on the inside is going to be number 4, Lewis Ward, and beside him is number 7, Stuart Much. And there's the confirmation on screen now. Third row is 64, Anton Landon, and 11, Paul Collingwood. The fourth row will be 27, Andrew Hayward, and 82, Rob Johnston. Row 5, 40, Darren Berris, and 158, Doug Hanna. On the sixth row, 44, Marcus Roskill, and 65, Martin Hayward. The seventh row, number 1, the reigning champion, Stuart Thompson, and 18, Colin Benham. The 8th row is 58, Mickey Scott, and 79, Sylvia Much, who had an off during the course of qualifying. 9th row is 70 and 26, that's Trevor Harbour and Alan Robinson, with on row 10, 77, Brad Snow, and 9, Neil Webb, with 69, Gerard O'Donoghue at the back of the grid. So 21 cars we should have for another 15-minute race, this for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. And the last cars in position, green flag is waved, at the back of the field. So fascinating season in prospect. With in qualifying this morning, Andy Hiley doing a 1:34.39, which was about half a second faster than Lewis Ward. As we wait for the red lights to go on. Oh, and one driver a little bit keen there. That's the Marcus Roskill in the ex-Warren Vesey car, number 44, but he stopped and before he went again. Not a good start from the pole position driver there, though, Andy Hiley. So it looks like it's going to be either Lewis Ward or Paul Collingwood that's turning into the first corner first. It's Lewis Ward in the Westfield ahead of Paul Collingwood in the Eclipse, and then it's Stuart Much in that number 7 Mev Exocet.
Collingwood's got down the inside through Hawthorn to take the lead away from Lewis Ward. So we had a damp qualifying session this morning, but Paul Collingwood's absolutely on it straight away from 6th on the grid to lead as they go down towards Tower Bend. Some of the Mevs qualified pretty well, and Stuart Much goes down the inside to get second position, back away from Lewis Ward, the Class A champion from last year. That David Hughes, who qualified so well, second on the grid, he's pulling off. He's already into an early retirement. Such a shame after a brilliant qualifying session, but the Mev contingency is still being shown well from Stuart Much. I'm sure the cars have perhaps been upgraded a little bit since last year, so they're pretty quick. But Lewis Ward, the Class A car, tries to come down the inside, can't do it. The Class A for the more powerful cars. The Mevs have their own cars in Class C. But they're still really allowing Paul Collingwood, who had a really good end to last year, winning 5 races. He's pulling clear early on as Andy Hiley gets back ahead of his main rival from last season, Lewis Ward.
Yeah, and Hiley is also up to second place overall there as well in number 53. He's ahead of Stuart Much, who is actually running in Class C this season. And problem for Lewis Ward, I'm afraid. He's got his hand out of the cockpit. Lewis Ward is going to go into retirement in this first race of the season. That's a real disappointment for him in the Westfield because he would have hoped to retain his title. He still might do so, long way to go, but a disappointing start to the season for Lewis Ward, the XMR2 racer.
Yes, that's for sure. Paul Collingwood's 5 seconds clear of Andy Hiley, so Andy Hiley's going to have to do a big old chase for the remainder of this 15-minute race. There's Rob Johnston just flashing through, who I think you spoke to earlier. Rob goes side by side with Darren Berris returning. We've seen Darren out in the past. Anton Landon there, who's been a front runner as well. He's battling with Stuart Much as they go through the S's. Anton Landon was the Class A champion back in 2015, such an experienced driver in this category. There's Rob Johnston, though, who I think was talking about perhaps making this his last season in circuit racing, but we shall see.
We shall indeed, yes, it's certainly something he alluded to, but we'll see. Good to see him back out here. This car, the ex-Mark Conroy car, it's built for Mark, who ran it with a Honda engine, got a Ford Duratec engine in it again now for Rob's use. He's very experienced in this category as well. There's the Sienna, that's Anton Landon, number 64, going around the outside of Stuart Much to take 3rd place away at the end of lap 2 of the race.
New lap record for Paul Collingwood. He goes 100th of a second under Lewis Ward's record from last year, a 1:25.92. But importantly, he's a lot faster than Andy Hiley still, to extend his gap out to over 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's something of a surprise, isn't it? Because Hiley has been a benchmark in sports specials and in Class A for quite a few years. But as you say, Collingwood did come on very strong towards the end of last season, so clearly some developments that he's done possibly have really just worked a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. He's modified that car quite a bit over the last couple of years. There's Rob Johnston, though, the driver from Staffordshire, working his way through Tower, and he's really pulled away from Darren Berris since passing him. He's in 5th, but let's have a look at the Class B cars a little bit further down the order. At the start of the lap, it was Doug Hanna's Pro Comp who led Andrew Hayward and Martin Hayward. This is the battle a little bit further back. Marcus Roskill there, different car this year, isn't he?
Yeah.
Out in a Silver Phoenix.
Yeah, and that's the ex-Warren Vesey car, who's always been quick in that. And I spoke to Stuart Thompson earlier on, he thought that Marcus might be one of his main challenges, but actually they've both got 4 cars in that class ahead of them. Douglas Hanna, Andrew and Martin Hayward, and Colin Bedham, who's another former champion, all a little bit further up the road in Class B, which is for the slightly less powerful cars. We've had Paul Collingwood had a moment at Sunny and that has cost him dear because he was 6 seconds or more clear. He's now dropped down to second place, and it's Andrew Heine that's therefore taken the lead of the race, Josh.
Yes, and he's 2 seconds ahead, so can Collingwood close that gap back down as we watch this battle, still involving last year's champion there, Stu Thompson, number 1, the driver from Suffolk in the X. Oh, and he's had a big contact there with 70. I'm afraid Trevor Harbour's Caterham was launched into the air, down into the hairpin, which did involve Stu Thompson, who's lost his front left mudguard, but luckily that car didn't go over, and that means Trevor Harbour can get to a place of safety with the marshals.
So there's the 40 car of Darren Berris in his V8 Westfield. We've seen him competing, of course, in the Armed Forces Race Challenge in the past, as well as Sports Specials. He's been racing for 16 years now, driver from Lavender, 52 years of age. Here's the battle for the lead now. It looks like Collingwood has indeed caught Andy Hiley once again, but they're about to come into a yellow flag zone here. That's
so disappeared.
Trevor Harbour's car. Oh, the yellow flag's just gone in as they arrive at that point. So it's Hiley and Collingwood, nose to tail for the lead of the race, Josh. They are at the end of lap number 4.
Yeah, the marshals checked Trevor Harbour's car out and said it looks all good, so he's carried on racing, and that's why the yellow flags could be withdrawn. But Paul Collingwood has got lots of power in this Honda K20 engine Eclipse. He looks to the outside of Hiley, who's going to brake later here into Clairvaux. Paul Collingwood chops across the front of Hiley, takes the lead in a pretty spectacular move around the outside of Clairvaux, and these cars are really quick. That was a big bold move, and immediately he gaps Andy Hiley. I think probably had to come out the throttle as he turned his way through Clairvaux, with Collingwood making that move.
And already he's pulled out 6 or 7 car lengths over Hiley. They're just coming up to lap Trevor Harbour in that Caterham after he's rejoined the race. It's still, by the way, Anton Landon in 4th place. But talking of Trevor Harbour and that he had that accident up at the hairpin, let's just have another look at that now. So this involves Stuart Thompson. So you've got Harbour in the number 70 car, and he just sort of moved across. Perhaps he didn't quite realise that Stuart Thompson was behind him there, and there was a collision. Thompson has been able to continue, as ultimately has Harbour. It was quite spectacular, but fortunately no lasting damage, I don't think. Something to check over maybe after the race. That's the 44 car that we're watching then at the moment. That's the Marcus Roskill Silver Phoenix with its Ford Z-Tech engine in it, and he is running in 5th place within Class B and 13th position overall.
Yeah, it's quite a good battle this, isn't it? It's been going on for a while, and the MEV there trying to make the move. That's Gerard O'Donoghue, who can't quite make it done, the driver from Northamptonshire. He's been racing for 5 years or so. He drives this MEV Exoset, which has the 1.5 litre turbocharged engine. There it said the driver's second in Class B, which is Martin Hayward. This race is going pretty well for the Hayward family, isn't it? I think it's son Andrew who's just ahead of him, the driver from Kettering. Meanwhile, for third, is fourth.
It is Rob Johnston and Stuart Much. There they are, about 0.3 of a second between them at the start of the lap. Stuart Much in the Class C MEV X set. Rob Johnston in the Sienna Mark II that started on row 4 of the grid is in 5th place now, and still chasing after the MEV as they head down to Tower once again. They are about 10 seconds behind the cars ahead. They're about 10 seconds in front of the cars behind, so these two on their own really in the battle for 4th place.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Quite a bit behind Anton Landon, who's not lapping that much slower than Andy Hiley. So Anton Landon, who had to make some moves, going well in 3rd position. Stuart Much, what's he done? A 1:31.6, which isn't quite as quick actually as he went a year ago, and he's run a little bit wide onto the grass. He's not the first person to do that today. He's got a big class lead, but he's going to lose a position overall. Yeah, to Rob Johnston. It's worth saying though that points are scored within the classes, so as far as the championship is concerned, points are scored within each of the 3 classes, A, B and C, and the overall finishing positions aren't relevant for points scoring, so Stuart Much will still be, as things stand, picking up maximum points within Class C. Andy Hiley's fighting back. He was quicker than Collingwood on the last lap by about a 10th, and the leaders head down towards Tower Bend, and they're going to start back marker traffic for the rest of the race, 6 minutes or so. Let's take a look at that lead battle then. Paul Collingwood in the Eclipse ahead of Andy Hiley, who's a 3-time champion in recent years, 2019, 2020, 2021. quite a few car issues last year, sort of stopped him claiming that again, but he did take 6 victories, more than anybody else over the course of the season. Collingwood took 5 last year. Hyley's mainly come in the first half of the year, second half of the year for Collingwood. But a real good battle, which perhaps we may have not have had, but Collingwood had that off.
Yeah.
He got back past, and he got back past quite quickly. However, now, in the second half of the race, Hyley seems to be faster than the car he's chasing.
Well, he did his personal best lap on the last lap of 126.1, which is only a couple of tenths slower than the best lap from the race leader, Paul Collingwood. Andy Hyley having his first race as a pensioner. He was keen to point out to Chris Stevens this morning, and he is going to go on to his 8th lap now. There's just about 4.5 minutes left to go, so probably 3, maybe 4 more laps they'll squeeze in this race.
So they turn their way through Hawthorn. Through the first half of the lap on the last lap, Hyley perhaps looks the quicker. They've got a car that's had a big lock-up, I think, just ahead of them. And shortly they're going to lap last year's champion, aren't they, Stu Thompson, who's not having a good opening race. So it's not to lock up, it's a big, big problem there.
That's the ex-Warren Vesey car of Marcus Roskill that has caught fire to some degree.
Hyley's off.
Hyley is off on fluid, no doubt, and so he's rejoined the circuit. Not actually lost too much, but looks like a very hazardous part of the circuit there at the Jim Clark S. Is that car of Marcus Roskill, which was the one with the flames coming out of it. That's just gone out of shot, so we don't know where that's got to yet. Just looking to see if anyone else.
Stopped right by the marshal.
Oh, there we go. Driver's out of the car, and one of the next cars coming through, taking it very cautiously, having seen all that fluid down there at that part of the circuit.
Hyley's taken the lead into the complex, got down the inside of Collingwood in traffic. There, yeah, I think that Mev's not running hardly, is it? It's going about 5 miles per hour.
Yeah.
But there's the change of lead then, Andy Hyley. Now, I just wonder with all that fluid down whether we may get an early end to the race. If not, we'll carry on battling nose to tail. And again, right in the toe is Paul Collingwood. He did this a few laps ago. He's going to try it again. Round the outside of Andy Hyley. Can he brake really late? Hyley knows this move is coming in. He's going to stay there, and they're absolutely side by side. And Andy Hyley hangs on to it, but that got... Well, if there wasn't contact in, they must have been millimetres apart.
Well, it looked very close. Paul Collingwood certainly had a gesticulation or two to make about that as well. So Hyley it is that leads in 53. Paul Collingwood in second. This race has come alive, really, hasn't it? Third is still number 64, Anton Landon. Fourth is Rob Johnston, number 82. Fifth is number 7, Stuart Murch. Sixth is number 40, Darren Berris. And then it's the Class B leader, which is the 158 car of Douglas Hanna, the Pro Comp LA Gold. And there you briefly had a shot of the car that had stopped on the circuit, Marcus Roskill, who had those issues.
He did a really good job to keep it out of the tyre stack, didn't
Yes.
he? Because that's what I thought may occur, but he did a good job not to allow it to do that, and then safely guided it to a marshal post, car 5 put out, and what looked like it was going to be a real drama, it hopefully hasn't come into anything too significant. But Hyley now is ahead, perhaps a bit more confident on the perhaps new track surface, slightly slippery in places.
Well, the last lap was 7 or 8 seconds slower than the best laps that they were doing, so that tells you something. Let's just have a quick replay of what went on up at the S's a moment ago. Here it is, Josh.
Yeah, you can see a big blow up. I saw the smoke at Tower, but it came a lot more. And then a big flames. And how close was the driver there, Marcus Roskill, to making contact with the tyre stack? And then behind, you can see Andy Hyley going off the road. We've got the checkered flag out, by the way, so we thought this race might end early. The checkered flag has come out, but you can see Andy Hyley went off, but obviously quickly back up to speed and was able to pass Paul Collingwood into the complex, which ended up being the winning move.
Yeah, so with the fluid down, I think the decision made to flag the race early. So Andy Hyley it is that has taken the win then by 9/10 of a second from Paul Collingwood in second. Anton Landon third. Rob Johnston is going to come up to the line next. He is going to take fourth. There he is. Not too far ahead of the Class C with us, Stuart Much. And Darren Berris, actually in his Westfield, he's had a bit of a lonely race. He's just heading out of the hairpin now, number 40 this is.
Class B leaders, Ian, are pretty much together coming into the complex. So Douglas Hanna has been caught by Andrew Hayward. We got that on the screen there briefly. So Andrew Hayward a bit more confident in the slippery stuff. So the youngster there in the silver Clubman, one of the oldest cars on the grid, isn't quite going to be able to outpace the Pro Comp. So Doug Hanna takes the Class B win in the opening round of the season.
He does indeed, and only by a matter of less than 1.3 seconds it was in the end. And third within that class is going to go the way of Martin Hayward, I think, isn't it? So they were ahead of that drama a bit further back. When we saw Marcus Roskill have that off, we also saw Alan Robinson getting a bit crossed up on whatever fluid had been spilt there in that incident. So that's the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship, brought to a slightly premature conclusion because of the treacherous track conditions there. So the officials will be on hand to deal with that. Let's have a look at the result though. 53, the race winner then. Andy Hiley completing 9 laps, and he was 0.95 seconds clear of number 11 Paul Collingwood in second place. In third place and completing the overall podium, number 64 Anton Landon. Fourth was 82 Rob Johnston, tilting for the championship this year. Fifth, number 7 Stuart Murch, last year's Class C champion, getting off to a winning start this year. Sixth, number 40 Darren Barris. Seventh, 158 Douglas Hanna, winner of Class B, head of 27, which is Andrew Hayward. Mickey Scott, number 58, is 9th. And 65 Martin Hayward rounding out the top 10. And then Colin Benham, Gerard O'Donoghue, Alan Robinson and Stuart Thompson, last year's champion, back in 14th. Then Sylvia Much, Brad Snow, Trevor Harbour and Neil Webb, the final finisher. We obviously lost some cars as well during the course of that Freaky Park Sports Specials race, and they also have 2 more races to come tomorrow. Beg pardon, they only have the 1 race tomorrow, don't you? Correct myself. There's the driver, Marcus Roskill, out of his car. And we will hear in a moment from our successful drivers, I think, in Sports Specials.
So not a good start to the run with that car, is it, for Colin Benham there? For
Marcus Roskill.
Marcus Roskill, yeah, that's right. And Stuart Thompson was expecting him to be strong, wasn't he? Himself, Stuart Thompson really struggled in that race, obviously involved in the incident. Let's head downstairs and to Chris Stevens.
Well, the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship first race of the season goes to Andy Hiley. I mean, that was some incredible fight that we saw out there with Paul Collingwood.
Yes, he was going mighty well this afternoon, so having to work hard for it, yeah. Back markers played into my hands. Yeah, so it went well. To say we've got 1 wet on the back because we found we had a failure with the rim last minute, so we ain't got a spare on the rim, so we had to put a wet on it. That'll be ghost now, I think. So it was getting a bit difficult towards the end. It wasn't stopping in a straight line. It was squirming around quite a lot, but we managed it.
And despite that, it still seemed that you had maybe a slight pace advantage in the complex, it seemed. Paul seemed to have the advantage on the straights, but you were able to make up for it elsewhere.
I was making up for it in the complex a little, yeah. I was making up for it a bit on the brakes as well. Yeah.
So can we expect more fights like this throughout the season?
It's looking that way, isn't it, eh? As long as the old man can manage it, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. First race as a pensioner. You're very eager to point that out to me this morning. So you've started your life as a pensioner in fantastic style.
Yep, absolutely. First time as a pensioner, win. I'll take that.
Awesome, right. We look forward to seeing you out in race number 2. Let's go and have a word with Stuart Much. You had a bit of a moment out there, but you still came away with the class win.
Yes, yeah, there was I think we were coming around to catch a back marker, and he just didn't use his mirrors, so I went right and then left, and he sort of stayed where he was, and I had to go off, which sort of ruined the battle I was having with Rob Johnson. Me and him were tussling really well, obviously not for position, but for track position. But yeah, it was a good race. We had a good result. The car held up well. The BS Motorsport gearbox stuck together, which is more than can be said for the old Mazda box. So yeah, we're very happy.
It's great that you can still have fights with other cars, even though it's not technically for position or for points, but you still put on a good show.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a race, regardless of where you are on the track. Just having somebody that you can battle with, and Rob is a good hard racer. We've raced together for quite a few years now, and we gave each other just enough space to not cause any incidents, but enough to push the other person on.
Great stuff. Well, we look forward to seeing you out in race number 2 later on. And then the next class was Douglas Hanna taking the win there. Hello. We don't do interviews in the car very often, but how was that out there for you?
To get into this thing, yeah, that was good. Yeah, we struggled in qualifying. It was so greasy, and yeah, the car was great. I mean, we weren't sure about tyre pressures. We weren't tested, but yeah, the car was just spot on. I mean, it's faultless, fantastic. Yeah, big thanks to my mate Pat, who builds the engines and does a lot of prep on the car. So yeah, that was great. Yeah, a bit lonely out there actually. That was a bit, I was expecting the Group Bs to be a bit closer, but yeah, I got on the tail end of some Group As, and that drew me away, I think. So yeah.
It looks a little close towards the end there. Do you think it might go away for you at any moment?
There was oil down at the Clark S's, and I took it a bit easier through there, I think, and the other guys, and he was starting to catch me. So yeah, I don't know if there was much in hand, but yeah, I think it was just the oil. I didn't want to go off at the last minute, so yeah.
Yeah, always better safe than sorry. Cool. Yes. All right, well, we'll see you out there in race number 2. Let's go back up to you, Ian and Josh, because coming up next, it is the Tequila Road Sports Series.
Yes, indeed. The Tequila Road Sports Series then. First event of the season, of course, for this category. And this is a mini endurance race, 45 minutes in length with pit stops as well. Not part of a championship, just a series of races. Quite a few of the drivers will be seeing out tomorrow as well in the Tequila Club Enduro Championship, an even longer race than this. So there's some extra mileage effectively for that as well, but some here just for the road sports race itself. Let's take a short break and we'll be back with you to look ahead to the Road Sports Series in just a moment. So Tequila are the sponsors of the Road Sports Series, which is coming up next here at Croft Circuit. And that's just as soon as the cars from the previous race have been recovered, including that of Marcus Roskill, which is getting a full lift onto the recovery truck. But a great field of cars. I think we've got the thick end of 40 cars, I think 35 cars in fact, due to take the start of this Tequila Road Sports Series race, Josh, and it's an interesting looking lineup.
Yeah, lots of fast, big cars for Croft as well in the front order. A huge number of Class A and B cars as well for the more powerful machines in road sports are entered. And even in the slightly damp qualifying session, they were underneath record pace. Interestingly, it was Andy Schulz in his BMW 46 M3 that was quickest that he shares with Matthew Hampson. I think they'll probably admit that Matthew isn't quite as fast as Andy, and it'd be Matthew Hampson that starts from pole. So not him that did the time, but the car did, so he gets to start from pole position, which could make the first couple of laps quite interesting to see if he can hang on to the top spot. But as you were saying, Ian, lots of drivers double duty this weekend, really. They're using this road sports race before they do Club Enduro tomorrow. So just give us a little idea how tomorrow may go.
Yeah, absolutely right. So 45-minute race, and it has a rolling start. So the cars will come onto the grid, they'll stop, and then they'll be taken on a full lap off the circuit behind the pace car, and then they'll go off into the 45-minute race. There is, of course, pit stops as well. That's between 15 and 30 minutes into the race. And it's a 60-second mandatory pit stop that they have to make. If they stop at the wrong time or if they're not long enough, then they will be penalised. And of course, when they come in here at Croft, because it's a tight pit lane, they have to park at a 45-degree angle as well.
And one thing about the pole car in is that car does have a penalty in the pit stops for a sequential gearbox, and there's I think 5 cars in the grid that have a non-factory sequential gearbox, and therefore they have a 10-second longer stationary pit time. They are cars 40, 117, 169 in Class A, in Class B car number 8, and in Class C car 101. But importantly, it's that car from pole position that's going to be one of those cars that's going to have a slightly longer stop time. 60 seconds stationary isn't a long time when you are changing drivers, as is the case in road sport. So that's going to be interesting to watch if the teams can get done. And both the front row cars are double driven cars. So you've got Matthew Hampson to start, Andy Schulz to take over the M3 there in pole position. And then alongside the Seat Cupra to be started by Mark Grice, Will Beach to take that one over. So you've got rear-wheel drive BMW, front-wheel drive Seat, factory-built car the Seat. And then you've got a couple of solo-driven cars there on the second row. Daniel Sylvester, who I think has already done quite a bit of racing this week, Ian. He's out in Audi TT today.
Yep, he was out with us at Donington Park on Monday, both in the MR2 Championship, which is racing for a while, but also the Hot Hatches as well, driving the ex-Chris McCloy car there. So Dan Sylvester, a very busy driver with the 750 Motor Club this season. The Mellon McGann safety car with the field assembled behind it. It will be acting as the pace car for the rolling lap, which will get underway in just a moment. And here we are on board with the Dark Side Developments car of Daniel Sylvester that's lining up there on the second row of the grid. So we are on board there with that number 6 Audi TT.
Yes, that should be interesting watch during the course of this race with potentially slippery track at places. Well, at the moment we've got track maintenance up at Jim Clark S is trying to dress the fluid that we know is in that part of the circuit. But Daniel Sylvester's done a good job there in the Audi to get onto the second row of the grid, just alongside Colin Gillespie in his Seat. Another car we have an onboard camera with is car number 89, which is the diesel Golf of Scott Parkin, who's qualified 14th for this race, and is the quickest car in Class B for the cars of slightly smaller brake horsepower per tonne. I think it's 300 for the cars in Class A, and 240, I think, for the cars in Class B. And Scott Parkin is the first of those who we were on board with a moment ago. The driver from South Yorkshire, from Barnsley. He's only been racing for a few seasons, but that Volkswagen Golf with the 2-litre TDI engine producing 270 brake horsepower weighs just over a tonne. Ex-Volkswagen Racing Cup car that they've converted into a diesel race car. Dark Side Developments specialise in diesel engines. One car just opposite us in is the Vauxhall Corsa that looks pretty tiny against some of the big touring cars around it. And James Birch has done a pretty decent job to get that car fair way up the grid. We haven't seen him out for a few years, but he's back this weekend.
Yeah, the Track Obsession liveried car, track day organiser. And he started in 2014 actually, but last raced in 2019. And the Corsa, he says, I'd never intentionally choose this as a race car, but it's an emotional investment. He never built it as a race car, it's just slowly developed over time with no circuit racing pedigree, a lot of development put in over the years. It runs fully rose jointed suspension and setup, plated LSD, Quaife straight cut gearbox, AP brakes, Tilson paddle box, 225mm wide tyres, which is 40mm wider than the standard, and other modifications to help it keep up with the more modern machinery. Well, it's keeping up, and indeed it is well among the more modern machine as well. We'll pick that up, no doubt, during the course of the race. That's the 56 Vauxhall Corsa of James Birch, the car he built initially back in 2010. Started as a daily driver.
Just behind him on the grid is Jim Benson, a new car for this year. Nicely presented Lotus Elise Series 2. So let's see how Jim gets on. It's BMW racer. Interesting name on this grid. Somebody I watched at Donington Park last weekend, on the other half of the weekend, is Nigel Greensall, who's out there, I think, starting the car from 8th position. A BMW M3 was a race winner at Donington Park last weekend, a TVR Griffith from the 1960s. He also raced a Ford Mustang, a big McLaren Can-Am car. So this is going to be a little bit different out there in much more modern machinery. This an E46 M3, which is owned, I think, by James Collins, who made his race debut just a couple of months ago with the Classic Sports Car Club, and now having his 750 Motor Club debut this weekend, both today and tomorrow.
Not too many Class C cars, no Class D cars sadly today, but Class C, best of those in qualifying was Matt Creed in the Renault Clio 200, number 23. That's going to be seen lining up 24th on the grid, row 12 of the grid for him, and he's qualified just ahead of the Alex Richardson MX-5 Mark III, which is a beroofed version of the MX-5. Let's have a look at the grid then, as we wait the start of this race. Pole position, it is going to be the number 169 car. That's shared between Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz. Matthew Hampson is going to start it. Alongside him on the front of the grid is going to be Mark Rice, number 27, sharing the Seat Cupra with Will Beach. The second row on the inside is number 6, Dan Sylvester in the Audi TT. Beside him is 151 Colin Gillespie in the Seat Cupra. On the third row, it's the 117 car. That's being started by Ian Jones, BMW Compact. And then it's the Golf GTI of Rob Baker starting that car. He'll hand over to Carl Swift. On row 4 of the grid, it's number 10 on the inside. That's Josh Lawton, and then Nigel Greensall starts the number 40 BMW next to him. Andrew Rath it is that goes in car 92 on the inside of row 5. He'll hand over to Phil Knibb. Alongside Andrew on that row of the grid is Luke Handley in the diesel. And then on the 8th row of the grid, it's number 8, that's the Ginetta G40. Chris Webster starting that one. He'll hand over to Matthew Tidmarsh, and Robert Andrade alongside in car treble 7. On the 9th row, on the inside, it's number 701. Oliver Wilmot is starting that Seat. Besides him is John Monday's Honda Civic, number 14. On to row 10, and that's where we find the Corsa, number 56, of James Birch, and beside him is number 12, the BMW Z4 Coupe. Jim Benson, number 59, is on the inside of row 11 in the Lotus Elise Series 2, and Liam Collins in the Honda Integrity, and Jack Wright, number 45, in the Golf beside him. Leslie Charnock's number 25 car is on the inside of row 15, besides 191, which is Rory. At the back of the grid is Mike Rayner in the Lotus Elise Series 1. So a big old grid of cars, and they've now headed out, Josh, onto their green flag lap.
Yeah, that's right, ahead of their 45-minute race. So it should be an interesting race, this one. 45 minutes is what is scheduled. We're a few minutes behind the timetable, so we'll see if it continues to be 45 minutes. You mentioned the Wrights out there in their Golf. They've been Jack and George right towards the back, making their 750 Motor Club debut. Regularly worked to get that car out there for the former Formula V racer, making his debut in this Mini. Second quickest in Class B this morning, just a few tenths of a second slower than the top car. So an interesting car there, much smaller, much smaller than the other cars around that Ginetta G40.
So 45 minutes on the clock then. The safety car is about to pull into the pit lane for this rolling start. Pit stops, don't forget, 15 to 30 minutes in. Car now pulls in. So it's down to Matthew Hampson to control the pace. Red lights on, they go out, and away we go for the first TQR Road Sports race of the season. And heading down, scatter left and right. That was all a little bit messy, Josh.
I thought some of these drivers were using this as a test session for tomorrow. Didn't look like that at times there. So it is 27 that leads. That's Mark Bright. Up to second is coming in the 3-time Club Enduro champion. So we'll see how they get on. They've made a good start up ahead there of the Seat of Colin Gillespie, who's in P4. Then Luke Handley, who's upgraded his Golf to Class A specification for this year. another multiple club enduro class. And he's got lots of power in that BMW compact. Can he get the car stopped at the end of the straight? He can. So into P1 goes the oldest car by far in this group.
Third and fourth at the moment then. And there is the 151 car, which is slowing that of Colin Gillespie.
Yes, he was slowing down towards Tower, and now that car is going to perhaps make the cut back to the pit lane. Yes, it is. So that's a reliability issue, it would seem, with one of the Seats. Don't know if he got involved in that on the first corner or not, but Colin Gillespie is limping very much so back to the pit lane. There you can see the Scottish racer, and the marshals might need to give him a bit of a hand, I think, to get to the pit lane now.
Yeah. Gravity just about on his side. It's a very slight down slope to the pit lane entrance from where they are. But let's have a look at some on-track battling. That's the 46 car going through. That's Jack Wright in the Golf up on the inside of the 33 car. Matt Creed also going past the number 33 Honda Integra of Liam Collins as well.
Looks like the Seat that pitted has got some sort of spillage in the car. There's lots of cloths being put into the passenger side of the car, or no, that's the driver's side on that car, isn't it? So I think there's some sort of spillage in the cockpit. Anyway, let's have a look at the lead battle, because there's that new area motorsport Volkswagen Golf of Rob Baker making a much tighter line than a type of car he's very used to, because he's been racing a Seat over the last few years, and at the moment he's trying to chase down the Seat there of Mark Grice. 380 brake horsepower, big turbocharged Volkswagen Golf there then for Rob Baker, with his teammate now just behind him, Luke Handley. So for the last 3 years, Rob Baker's won Class A in Club Enduro, Luke Handley's won Class B. They're both in the same class this year, and they look pretty similarly paced in the early stages of this one. Nigel Greensill just behind, and catching them, I reckon, is Josh Lawton in his Honda Civic.
Yeah, absolutely right. We'll keep an eye on Josh, number 10, who started 7th, is sick. Matthew Hampson has made it into the pit lane, by the way. Was that the leader a bit out of shape coming out of Sunny there, maybe? Ian Jones. It's the battle for the lead that we're watching, with Mark Rice there in second, Rob Baker with them as well.
It's smoky, the compact, as it was breaking down here into the complex. And still got yellow flags as the marshals retreat to the post after pushing the Seat into the pit lane. Ian Jones, did he get hit under yellow flags?
I think, yes, there was some contact. Ian Jones has got his hand out of the window there, saying, what on earth's going on? We're under yellow flags. I'm getting a nudge there from Mark Rice. Mark Rice is still there in second place, with Rob Baker right behind him. The Mazda there has just, I think, come out of the pit lane, hasn't it?
And while he was being lapped, Nigel Greensill got up ahead of Luke Handley as they went through Hawthorne.
Let's have a look at a replay of that incident up there at the hairpin just a moment ago, Josh.
Yes, so there's yellow flags already. So already in yellow flags here, which means drivers need to slow down, be prepared to stop. And Ian Jones was doing that, and the rear end of the car got lifted up there by contact. So I suspect race control will be looking at that one.
I think they might. Anyway, racing continues here at Croft, and we are on lap 3 of the race.
Josh Lawton was catching. He's done the fastest lap of the race. He's a second quicker than anybody else. So the Honda Civic there, car number 10, is the quickest car in the race. The driver from Hull, local-ish to Croft Circuit here, the ex-Time Attack racer in this 1994 Honda Civic EG with a K24 supercharged engine. There's lots of power in that car. All over the back now of Luke Handley as they battle over 5th place. Yellow flags are in this time, so they can race this time through the complex. And Ian Jones, therefore, brakes later, turns into the hairpin, not under pressure from Mark Grice. Part of one of their cars is in the middle of the road as they turn their way out of the hairpin. Still in 3rd place is Rob Baker, and then up to 4th, Nigel Greensill looks quicker than all of them, perhaps unsurprisingly, the 8th historic racer there in P4. Then a gap back to Luke Handley, who's still ahead of Josh Lawton, who's all sideways over the curbs, and he saves it, but a big moment there.
It was indeed a big moment. So here is the race leader, Ian Jones still, 6/10 to the good, 4/10 I should say to the good at the beginning of the lap. And he's being chased by Mark Grice here. There's Nigel Greensill looking as if he's going to try and make a move there on Rob Baker as well in that BMW. Nigel Greensill racing all kinds of different cars over the years. There's the Gillespie car that's made its way into the pit lane. And It's the Baker car there with Greensall behind it and a gap back there a little bit further to Luke Handley in 5th position. We've had just about 7 minutes of this race so far, but we've had quite a lot of action already packed into those 7 minutes. Here's the leader, who is shortly going to catch up with some traffic in the form of the number 82 Mark Lane Honda Civic.
And it's side by side for the lead into the hairpin. Could round the outside is trying Mark Grice. Ian Jones here, you can see he's on the inside of the Seat there as they run side by side through the circuit, through the corner. Ian Jones doesn't give a huge amount of room to the Seat driver, who's all over the grass. He's going to lose momentum, lose positions there. So around the outside of the hairpin tend not to work here at Croft, particularly when there isn't that much room given. For second place, traffic just about coming into effect there. So Nigel Greensall wasn't able to lunge up the inside of Rob Baker, which he gave a little bit of a look to do.
It also meant that Mark Grice has been delayed getting past that back marker as well, so he's going to lose ground there as well to Nigel Greensall, so he's lost quite a few car lengths. So it's BMW leading, Ian Jones, Volkswagen Golf in second now, Rob Baker, BMW in third, Nigel Greensall, and the car off there is number 25. That's the car that Leslie Charnocker was sharing, but it is looking in quite a bad way, that, Josh.
It's not going to stop him trying to get back going by the looks of things. I think it's Rob Smith who he's sharing with ex-historic Formula Ford racer. But I'm not sure if Robbie's going to get a go. Looking at the Porsche there for Les, ex-Ferrari Challenge racer, returning to action this year in a Porsche, but that Porsche's a little bit beaten up now.
Just checking the detail of the start driver there. I think it was indeed Rob starting the race, looking at it. So we'll see about that. Anyway.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Here are the leaders. Still Rob Baker ahead of Nigel Greensall. They're still both behind Ian Jones. They turn their way here through and out of the hairpin. This is all looking very competitive though, isn't it? Because Luke Handley's not that far behind, then Josh Lawton in 6th, then Dan Sylvester in 7th. There can't be much more than a second between each of those cars, so it's very competitive indeed, the first 10 minutes of racing here in the Tigirwa Road Sports Series. That big curb hop-in moments for a few drivers as they go through there. Looks like Daniel Sylvester's Audi TT didn't get too badly damaged in that first lap incident he was involved in. The top three pretty close, 1.4 seconds between Jones, Baker and Greensall as they turn down towards Tower.
As Greensall had a big look down the inside of Baker for second place there as they went into Tower Corner, couldn't quite make it work. Now, of course, actually the first 4 drivers, or first 4 cars, all have 2 drivers in. So it'll be interesting to see how things pan out in the second part of the race. Are the second drivers going to be as quick as the drivers in first? We'll have to see about that. We'll be having the pit lane open in the next 5 minutes or so for the first time.
Yeah, that's right. So there's the Porsche, is it? Yeah, just out of Sunny. So it did get parked up, I think, near a marshal post. That's steaming away. Mark Grice there has caught Baker and Greensall. More cars in trouble though.
It's Giles Kirk, isn't it?
Yeah,
the 11 car.
It's Super Cooper. So he is probably heading potentially on his way back to the pit lane. Meanwhile, for second place, it's pretty much side by side up across the line. This time Nigel Greensall's on the outside line, heading up towards Clairvaux. I think the BMW's got the power, despite those big turbocharger on the Volkswagen Golf. Nigel Greensall is able to slot through then into second position. Didn't qualify perhaps as well as he would like. I noticed Greensall went out first when it was a bit damper, so perhaps that might be something to do with it, but now he's using his pace to claw his way now into second position. Can he catch Ian Jones? Can he hang on to second position first of all?
Yeah, because he's not getting away from Rob Baker yet. Mark Grice right with them as well in the Cupra. So they're turning their way around Tower Corner. It's just letting Ian Jones start to build up a small lead here. It's 1.3 seconds at the start of the lap. Class B, that's being led by Scott Parkin. He's 8th overall in number 89. And problems there for Rory Melia in that Mini, number 191. Looks like he is out of the race. A great shame for Rory Melia then. And he is the other half of Sammy Bowler, who's also in this race, of course.
Yes, I think Rory had a few issues with his car in quali as well. Sammy Bowler, you mentioned there, she's worked her way up into the top 20 in her Class B Mini. Here's the battle for second, third and fourth through the complex with a few minutes till the pit window opens. And this means Ian Jones through the traffic's very much pulled away, pulled clear from Nigel Greensall, who runs out wider than Rob Baker, but tightest line of all is with the Sayat of Mark Grice, but I don't think Grice has got a good enough exit there to challenge up towards Clairvaux. So the gap is 2.4 seconds now then from Ian Jones back to Nigel Greensall, but you would suggest their co-drivers may not be as quick as who's at the wheel now. Into the pits has come down Sylvester, and there's a tyre on the grass in front of us. So whether those two facts are related, I'm unsure.
Yeah, not quite sure where that's come from. We'll see if we can figure that out as the race goes on. Pit window 2.5 minutes away from opening. I don't think I've got a chance to finish my sentence here. On Matt Creed it is that leads Class C in 19th position overall. As we are watching...
Our Class B leader.
Yes.
Scott Parkin, who's up to 7th overall now. So he's had a really good run. He's only a few hundredths off of Rob Boston's lap record. There's an Audi just ahead of him, the RS3, who was behind him. So I think Scott Parkin's lost actually a couple of places at the start of the lap. Firstly to the Sayat started by Andrew Raff, but also to Brad Kaler in this Audi RS3 that's making its 750 Motor Club debut today.
Yeah, so Brad Kaler up a position there. So we are working lap number 9 of this race.
Greensall's had a quick lap, I reckon, Ian, because he's much closer to Ian Jones and much further ahead of Rob Baker. So we'll see if Nigel Greensall, who was 2.4 seconds behind, is set a fastest lap of the race as they go up across the line now then. And as the timing screen refreshes, he has a 1 minute 28.40. New fastest lap then for Nigel Greensall, who's pulled away from this battle for third between Rob Baker and between Mark Grice.
Okay, so we'll see if he can get on terms with the race leader then. Bound to be a possibility, one would think. There's Mark Grice flashing his lights at Rob Baker. Is he going to try and go through here at Tower Corner? Certainly looked like he intended to, but then he's took back in behind. Rob Baker just seems to be a little bit quicker through the corners, is the Cupra of Mark Grice, as is the Golf of Rob Baker, which he'll hand over to Carl Swiftly, second part of the race. 4th to 5th, a long gap back to Luke Handy now in 5th position, the 51 car, who is only just ahead of that Josh Lawton Honda, number 10.
I think Dan Sylvester might have got back out into the race, so I do wonder if that was his tyre we saw go adrift out of the complex. Meanwhile, we watch a very sideways Ginetta that's spun. That's the 101 car, which is Andy Shepherd in his Ginetta G40, a more standard machine. We had a big spin there coming out of the S's, and hopefully he didn't connect with anything. He'll be able to get back going, but we can continue to watch this battle.
Side by side for the lead, though, as they head down towards Clairvaux Corner now, and it's Nigel Greensall that's taken the lead. He's got ahead of Ian Jones now, so number 1. Where are we? We'll get the numbers right in a minute, but it is now the 40 car that's taken the lead. It was just ahead as they went over the line, ahead of the 117 car of Ian Jones in second place. They're 3 seconds clear of the next group of cars now, but on the straight, Nigel Greensall was just able to power past the BMW Compact of Ian Jones, which is in its own right quite quick in a straight line.
It's pretty impressive, really, what they've done. Martin Gadsby's done with that BMW Compact, isn't it? To be not that much lower than Nigel Greensall, who's such an experienced and rapid driver in a full M3.
That 101 Ginetta, which had the spin, is just driving down the pit lane, by the way, so it clearly was unscathed.
But this could be a pit stop too, if they want it to be, because we are into the pit stop window, so expect cars to potentially start pitting. There's Liam Crilly out there, back with us with the 750 Motor Club. He's in 12th position in his BMW Z4. We saw quite a lot of Liam Crilly in the past. He's just behind Johnny Monday's Honda Civic and just ahead of James Birch in his Vauxhall Corsa. Now that Greensall's ahead, I wonder how much he might be able to pull clear. Had we got the first track limit penalty of the weekend, Ian?
Yeah, and that's gone to the 117 car of Ian Jones, showing with Martin Gadsby, because it's showing Gadsby's name on the timing screen there. Ian Jones is the driver out there at the moment, and he's come across the line that time, and he has 1.69 seconds behind Greensall, plus the 5-second penalty that will be added to the race time at the end of the race.
And that's one of the cars with a 10-second longer pit stop as well for the sequential gearbox, the Jones and Gadsby pairing. Into the pit lane comes the Class B leader, Scott Parkin. Brakes late at the 60 km/h marker. There he is in the pits, the dark side Golf that did lead its class by, I think, about 20 seconds or so from Johnny Monday, who we saw a moment ago. There's the pit stop then, down in the pit lane.
Yeah, we're on board with Scott while this is all going on. Just 60 seconds stop under normal circumstances as a minimum. He's then in the number 89 car. As we're watching here, the Audi come towards us. That's the Brad Kaler car, 187, and he's got a head now of 92, which was Andrew Raff that started that Seat Cupra that's just behind him. So another position made up there for Brad Kaler, number 187, who started 13th on the grid. He's now up inside, well, it'll actually be sixth. It is sixth position as things stand.
Race leader, Nigel Greensall, completes lap number 12 of this race as Jim Benson in car 59 into the pits, and his Lotus Elise, he was in about 17th, I think, before he pitted. Also into the pits for a driver change is Jack Wright to hand over to, I think it's his brother George, in their Volkswagen Golf. They're at the commentary box end of the pit lane. It's Josh Lawton, one of our first front runners to come in out of 5th position. Josh Lawton, single driven, or solo driven perhaps I should say, Honda Civic into the pits. Race lead gap, by the way, 1.2 seconds between Nigel Greensall and Martin Gadsby. Only a couple of seconds further back, Rob Baker. On the last lap through traffic, Mark Grice lost out. He's a further 3 seconds behind Baker. And I'd suggest, Ian, with the driver changes, the lead car, by the way, is another one with a 10-second longer pit stop for the sequential box. So I think the lead battle will be between Cole Swift and William Beach in the second half.
And I think that might be always what it was going to be, given the different drivers that are going to be getting into the cars driven by Ian Jones and Nigel Greensall as well. Possibly those with the quicker drivers, I would think, in those two respective cars as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So it'll be interesting to see how that all shapes out in the second half of this race. There's that battle between Brad Kaler and Andrew Raff that just went through shot. Here is Liam Crilly, who's just ahead of the Vauxhall Corsa we spoke about early on. James Birch is into the top dozen now. So really good effort this in the Vauxhall Corsa, just behind the BMW Z4. Into the pit lane comes Ian Jones out of second position. The BMW Compact is in now to hand over to car owner Martin Gadsby. Perhaps a good idea while the pit lane's quite empty.
Yeah. So this is actually the battle for second place in Class B as things stand, just going through there with Liam Crilly and James Birch going through shot at the Jim Clark S's.
Into the pit stands one of our Class C front runners, Alex Richardson. He was second in Class C, a little way behind Matt Creed, who continues to lead the class. He set a new lap record, a second under the lap record, Matt Creed, in his Renault Clio, 1:36.16. Blue flags waving for the slower Honda there into the complex. Liam Crilly then laps that Honda Civic of Dominic Barlow. Down in the pit lane with driver changes is Chris Stevens.
Yeah, I'm down at the Darkside Team Garage with Rob. So first of all, just tell us what happened with the TT. We saw it came in with no front left tyre.
Yeah, Danny had a little bit of contact early on with the BMW. It stayed out as long as it could, but ultimately it resulted in a puncture, so got that change as quick as we could.
Obviously a shame for his race, especially after qualifying so well, but you have got the B-class lead before the pit stop just now with Scott, so things are looking good there.
Yeah, hopefully Scott can retain the B-class lead. We'll see how the RS speed as we Brad in it as well.
Thanks for the update. Ian, Josh, let's go back to you.
Thanks, Chris. And there is the car of Nigel Greensall, which is leading on the road at the moment then by about 3.5 seconds from Rob Baker in second place. It's Mark Grice in third. Luke Handy, who's just gone past our commentary box window, is in fourth position as we are approaching the halfway point, Josh.
In the pit stop, Josh Lawton has got himself up ahead of Martin Gadsby, so a good pit stop there from Josh Lawton. That could be a car for the podium, I would suspect, during the course of this race. And now he's got Well, I was going to say it's got clear track, but the pit stop here is basically a whole lap, isn't it?
Yeah.
60-second stage for about 30 seconds into hours, about a lap around this course. There's Luke Handley just lapping Sammy Bowler in her Mini. So Luke Handley goes through then the multiple Class B champion within Club Enduro. With this upgraded Volkswagen Golf, another area motorsport car. There's Josh Lawton flashing his lights in his Honda Civic. And I think, is that just behind Josh Lawton, Scott Parkin? So Scott Parkin has also made a good pit stop here. We just heard from one of his team members in the Dark Side team in that Golf TDI. Scott Parkin going well as they turn their way down. He's just behind the Class C leader, Matt Creed, who set that lap record. More cars in the pit lane. That's a driver change. Andrew Raff to Phil Nibb, the Sayat there. You can see number 92. You can see Andrew's got out. We have to use the whole rep for the pit lane past the garages here because of the size of the entry. You can see the cars parking at 45-degree angle as the regulations state. There's the leader though, Nigel Greenstall, now 4 seconds clear of Rob Baker. And into the pit lane, I think, has come Mark Grice. It will hand over to William Beach. So Will Beach will get in 27. The car that was off the track at one stage. Through the S's then goes Nigel Greenstall. 4 seconds ahead of Rob Baker, lapping similar type of pace over the last few laps. There's that Janetta, so that got back out after its spin and early stop. Got Clio out there as well. That's, I think, William Brown, his 182 model. And here we can see Chris Freeman, another of the area run Golfs, a little bit plainer liveried car. I think that car had a bit of a bash at Anglesey last year, so that's been rebuilt. Chris Freeman currently running in 6th position. That is a Class A car, like Baker and like Handley. Now, a pit stop done then for the Sayat. Now, is Will Beach going to be our leading pit stopper? Yes, I think he is, isn't he? Because Josh Lawton just making his way through the complex, which is now under yellow flags because the Janetta's been off again. The G40, I think now in the hands of Rob Fenwick, has had it off in the Andrew Shepherd started Janetta G40. There it is, now with dust and grass falling out the bottom of that car.
Yeah, that's the 101 car. 89 is Scott Parkin, of course, who was leading Class B before the pit stops. Liam Crilly it now is that leads Class B, although he will be soon into the pits because only 5.5 minutes left before the pit lane window closes. Matt Creed, our Class C leader, is now in as well in his Renault Clio 200, amongst other drivers who've made the decision to stop in the last few moments. So as the cars continue on, we've got the Martin Gadsby car coming through. But we will head back down to the pit lane once again, and Chris Stevens.
So we just saw Mark Grice get out of the car and hand over to teammate William. So that seemed like a very eventful first stint for you.
Yeah, it certainly was. At the opening few laps, I had gear change issues. So 1 minute it wouldn't select, next minute it select 2 gears in a row. So I was having to do it manually on the stick, and then I got the gear sticks working afterwards, and then I just had a little tap into the last turn with the BMW in front of me, and then the next lap or 2 laps down I was going around the outside and it didn't leave me really much room, and I ended up going on the grass. So yeah, it was very eventful, yeah.
And are we expecting that battle to continue throughout the rest of the race?
Yes, I would think so, yeah. It took me back to get the tyres clean again, so I lost a bit of grip, and then it's just a matter of dealing with the back markers who are having their own race. So obviously we have got to try and find a way around them, and depending on where you catch them is depending on whether you lose ground or gain ground on the one in front.
Of course, you guys are also out tomorrow in the Club Enduro as well, so how much are you trying to protect the car and not get any damaged panels or ruin the car for tomorrow's race?
Yeah, that's it. The last thing we want to do really is have the mechanics working all night, fixing the car and the damage, so we've just got to take that in mind. But with it being the first race of the season as well, we sort of want to get a feel of what it's going to be like tomorrow, because quite a few of them around us, the Baker car, they're all in the same race tomorrow, so we have an idea of what's going to happen, but we've got 2 hours to do it tomorrow.
Well, thanks for chatting to us, Mark. Guys, as you can see, it's an absolute hive of activity in the pit lane here, so let's go back upstairs to you.
Yeah, and right behind you, Chris, we've got Nigel Greenstall into pits in the number 40 car. It's handed over to James Collins, so you might be able to have a chat with him in a moment. Josh?
So the car that's racing against Will Beach is just making its way up towards the hairpin now. So can Will Beach be our lead in pit stop, get out ahead of James Collins? Because we know the BMW has the longer pit stop to serve, and it's, yeah, indeed, it's going to drop behind, isn't it?
Yeah, so Grice goes past the Collins car now, so Collins' car is just pulling away from its pit stop, and it's going to be, I don't know, 15 seconds ahead, the Mark Grice Will Beach car there. So that is for the lead of the race. I think Rob Baker's still staying out, isn't he, in the lead of the race, in number 1 at the moment, Josh?
So is Luke Handley, so is Chris Freeman, so this must be an area motorsport strategy, how to run this, but they're going to have to pit on the next lap or so, aren't they, because the pit window shuts in 2.5 minutes, so therefore maybe squeeze one more in, but no more than that. So Rob Baker's going to get a lot for the driving today.
Dan Sylvester's back in to the pits again, so this will be for his mandatory stop this time, I think, won't it, Josh?
Yeah, because he was just a couple of minutes too early with the tyre issue. So Chris, thanks for letting us know it was from that car. I did wonder. The tyre fell off and then he was straight into the pit lane, basically. Chris Stevens is busy down the pit lane. He's finding more drivers.
I'm in the pit lane with Nigel. He just got out of the car. You seem to really be in the thick of the action in the early stages of the race.
Yeah, it was very exciting. I'm not quite sure what happened as they came out of the first corner. There was a few cars that were involved, and I was just being really cautious and careful. Because our prime bet this afternoon is to get James, my co-driver, car owner. So James Collins, he needs to finish the race to get a signature on his licence, and it's his first season of racing, so we're just trying to build his spirits up and build it up. But everyone was getting a little bit crazy down into the first corner, so fortunately I managed to avoid all of that, and then just took the time to pick them off one at a time. Yeah, really pleased. You know, James and his team have done a great job on the car, and it's a pleasure to drive it.
Right, it certainly looks very fast out there. Where do you think you can end up?
No idea at the moment. We've got a bit of a gear shift issue at the moment, where when I'm shifting up it's getting neutrals and stuff, so that's quite intimate. So I've briefed James when he got out there. He's a very smart, intelligent driver, so I've said to him, just take your time, we're not worried about where we finish off. The main thing is to get to the finish of the race and have fun.
Well, absolutely. Well, we wish you all the best. And Ian, just before we go back up to you, I just thought I'd let you know that there are some spots of rain just starting to come down. I can feel the one like the back of my neck and the palm of my hand. Not making the tarmac wet just yet, but certainly something to look out for.
Well, we weren't expecting rain this afternoon. Pit lane window is now closed, and in the nick of time, Rob Baker did make it in there, but also he's picked up a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits during the course of this race so far. He's handed over to Carl Swift now, but that car's suffering a 5-second penalty, Josh.
He's got out ahead of Will Beach, probably by about 5 seconds, I'd suggest. So that's going to be interesting to see who has the pace, who gets the best of the traffic. And at the end of this lap, we'll be able to give a proper rundown of the order. There's James Collins in one of his first races. I think he and Nigel Greenstall competed in the first day of the British Motorsport season at the end of February. A little bit warmer here today at Croft, so we'll see how James gets on. He's done a lap time within 4 seconds of Nigel Greenstall's best, so that's not a bad effort. I think he's got the flashers on permanently, which I'm sure other drivers will love. I know they're starting again, haven't they?
Yeah.
So there's James Collins, though. I think he's inside the top 6, probably around 4th. Chris is busy manning the pit lane. He's got more people to talk to.
I'm joined now by Rob Baker from the #1 Area Motorsport car. Now, Rob, of course, big news for you this year is the fact that you've got a brand spanking new car out there. So how's it performing so far?
Well, it's actually one of our Class B goals from last year that we brought up to Class A, and we've only had one dry day testing, so we booked onto this to get some dry running and some data and see what we can improve. But the racer in me made me go after positions, and yeah, I think we come in P2 as people in front of me overtaken under yellows P1, and so I don't know what's happened with that. I haven't looked at the timing screen, but car feels good for straight out of the box. We've had one dry test day this year, so pretty happy with it.
And we expecting the same performance in the Club Enduro tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll be at Club Enduro tomorrow. Like I say, we're kind of using this as a test, but obviously you want to win, don't you? So that's what we'll go for.
Absolutely great. Well, Carl's out there in the car at the moment. How do you think he's going to end up by the end of the race?
I mean, hopefully the car felt good when I brought it into him. I don't know where other people were in pit stops, but we'll be happy with anything, to be honest. It's the first time the car's raced at this power, so we'll be happy with, you know, top 5 in general. So anything better than that's a bonus.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks for talking to us. Okay. Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you.
Yeah, but it's not good news for Rob Baker and Carl Swift, because their penalty is now a 15-second penalty. It's not just 5 seconds. So this is the order as things stand before we take penalties into account. Rob Baker and Carl Swift, number 1, lead on the road by 5 seconds, but have a 15-second penalty. Second is 27. That's Will Beach now, having taken over from Mark Rice in car 27, as I say. Third is number 51, Luke Handley. Fourth is number 40, that's James Collins and Nigel Greensall. That car has a 5-second penalty. Fifth is the 187 car of Brad Kaler. Sixth is number 10, Josh Lawton. Seventh and leading Class B is number 89, Scott Parkin. Eighth, number 4 is Chris Freeman, another driver with 15 seconds of penalties. Ninth is number 92, that's the Phil Nib, Andrew Rath, Seat Lion Euro Cup car. And 10th is number 12, Liam Crilly, who's second in Class B. And in Class C, at the moment, is it still Matt Creed that is leading there? Just scrolling down the order, and yeah, it is Matt Creed. But he has a 5-second penalty, but it shouldn't drop him back any positions as things stand, Josh.
As long as he doesn't exceed track limits again, because that penalty will get larger pretty quickly. There's not that many places where you can exceed track limits at Croft. There's a lot of penalties being dished out in this race. This corner is particularly prone to it, though. You run wide out of the Jim Clark S's and run off the road. That tends to be where you get it. New fastest lap, new lap record, I think, yes, for Dan Sylvester. Despite that contact at the beginning, obviously a pit stop to change the tyre, but Dan Sylvester, a new lap record, a 1 minute 28.08 in his Audi TT TFSI. So he's a long way down the order, but that car's got good pace.
It certainly does. Yeah, he'll be maybe improving on 16th position, but he's not going to get towards the sharp end of the field. It looks like at the moment it could be a sort of track limits penalties that decide things. I know that Rob Baker in the interview there was suggesting that there may have been some misdemeanours with drivers overtaking under yellow flags as well, so possibly there'll be some issues for the clerk of the course to look at after the race as well. There may be some penalties applied, so we'll see if the order on track is how similar that is to the order once the classification comes out.
James Collins is within a couple of seconds of Nigel Greensall's lap times now, and he's starting to catch Luke Handley for third overall, although they have got this track limit penalty themselves, haven't they? But James Collins doing a good job, I would suggest there. So Nigel, who's been coaching him, and whenever Nigel talks, he always sounds so enthusiastic about everything, doesn't he? And just like he was last week at Donington again today. There's Johnny Monday back racing with us. He's been doing some C1 racing with his mate Chris Freeman over the last couple of years, but he's back out in this Honda Civic. He's in the top dozen, and he is in 4th in Class B, but not far behind James Birch, who's 3rd, and Liam Crilly, who's 2nd. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th in Class B, pretty close to one another. There's Dan Sylvester, the fastest driver on the circuit. He's unlapping himself at the moment as he goes down towards Tower. Chris said it was raining a few minutes ago. The sun's out now. So the rain was nothing like we had on Monday, so that's pleasing, I'm sure, for everybody. And now the weather is restored.
Yeah, indeed. Sunshine is coming out once again, which is good.
Josh Lawton, though, was doing well in the first part. Dropped back in the pit window area of the race, didn't he? Down to 6th.
Yeah.
But he's only a few seconds behind Brad Kaler. So we'll see if he can catch. And neither of those drivers have got penalties.
That's right. So it is the 6th car of Sylvester that we're looking at the moment.
One of the front runners in Class B is making an unscheduled stop. It's the Vauxhall, James Birch.
From 12th position overall, and I think it was 3rd in class at the time he went in. So he's heading into the pit lane, unfortunately for him.
8.5 minutes to go. The gap on the road, 3.6 seconds. We know the penalty that overhangs Rob Baker's car. So in reality then it will Beach who leads the way in the capture run Sayat. There's Josh Lawton though in that supercharged Honda Civic X-Time attack machine. Lots of aero on that machine. See the splitter, diffuser, big rear wing as well. And Josh Lawton then, the 26-year-old from Hull, makes his way through as we watch Dan Sylvester then, who's up to, well actually he's in 16th place now, but he's soon going to gain more positions I would think, as he turns his way there through the S's. He managed to unlap himself against Brad Kaler, I think, recently, who's the driver in 5th place, and that is a partial position, I think. He goes up the inside of Robert Andrade, who's making his racing debut this weekend, the driver from Wolverhampton, in the ex-Bruce Winfield Sayat, who was a race winner last weekend at Snetterton in TCR UK.
Yeah, Robert Andrade, who's done some sprinting and time attack before this, being run by Matty Taylor. For Robert. There is Sylvester then, the fastest man in this race, albeit in 16th position overall. Now we're taking a look at the 51 car. That's Luke Handley in 3rd position. He's about 4 seconds ahead on the road of car number 40, which is James Collins now, who since he's taken over the green BMW from Nigel Greensall.
Yeah, they just lapped the Ginetta we spoke about earlier, the ex-Rothko car, now in the hands of Matthew Tidmarsh. Car now running a 2.5 litre Duratec engine. So they're making their way through with 6.5 minutes to go. There's Martin Gadsby. Where's he dropped to? He's dropped down to 13th. Yeah, and he's on that last lap at least, on the best part of 10 seconds a lap slower than Ian Jones was doing in that car earlier. And that is the position, isn't it? Dan Sylvester behind him is, I think, pretty quickly going to get the Audi up ahead of the BMW Compact. Not an easy car to drive, though, I wouldn't think, the Compact, with all that power. Much more power than it was designed to have. But was driven very well in the first part by Ian Jones. There's Sylvester, who I suspect is ahead now and into 13th position. Yes, he is.
Yeah, heading into the complex once again with just under 6 minutes of the race left to go. There's the 777 car of Andrade going through as well. So 3.84 seconds separating first and second at this point of the race, though. That's Carl Swift and Will Beach, but Swift has got that 15 seconds penalty that will be added to his time, so he's some way from getting the win. He will be classified third as things stand, second I should say, as things stand, which is the get back to Luke Handley in 3rd position.
More penalties for the Collins and Greensall BMW. They're up to 15 seconds now.
Scott Parkin, he's got 5 now. I'm not sure if he had before, but I don't think that's going to cost him the Class B lead. He's 7th overall and quite a long way ahead of Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4 Coupe, who's second in that class.
Matt Creed, as the Class C lead, has been setting more lap records, so 1:35.32 now. And he leads the class by about 25 seconds over Sammy Bowler. So oh no, she's Class B, isn't she? Reading the wrong. So it's Alex Richardson, isn't it, who's second in Class C. Third is the Fenwick Shepherd car that had the spin early on, the Ginetta, I think. Just got ahead of Will Brown, who was in 3rd place. The top 3 in Class B, Parkin, Crilly and Monday. As we work lap 26, just been completed by the race leader. There is Sammy Bowler, Class B car, not Class C car, so she's in 19th position. And she's just been lapped, I think, by Dan Sylvester on his comeback drive. And 4 minutes the race to go. The gap is still 3 seconds between the top 2, so they're very evenly matched, aren't they? Rob Baker and Cole Swift versus Mark Rice and Will Beach. A car that's not in this race that will be factoring tomorrow in was the car that was quickest in testing, I think, or one of the quickest cars, which was Joel Oswick, the Class C champion, who's upgraded to a BMW M4. I noticed that was one of the quickest cars in testing yesterday, so we have more cars to factor into the Club Enduro picture. Now there's a Team Dynamics Audi that's entered as well. So the Left British Touring Cars join us then for the Promoted Club and National Progression. But we'll talk about that more tomorrow. But there's going to be a lot more cars to factor into what already has been a competitive race today.
It has indeed, and obviously Dan Sylvester in today's race is, where is he up to now? 13th position, having had that mishap earlier on in the race. That's Matt Creed just going through, our Class C leader, and that's our Class B second place car going through next, which is Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4 Coupe. 3 minutes of the race left to go. There is the car that, as things stand, is going to take the win, not on the road, because it's still about 3 seconds behind Carl Swift, in fact 4 seconds or so behind Carl Swift. Now that's Will Beach in the number 27 Cupra, and on the road still it's Carl Swift leading in that Golf, but that's got those 15 seconds of track limits penalties. Oh, and a moment there for number 14, that was John Munday in the Honda Civic, as he got on the brakes for Clervaux, but he got the car around the corner okay.
He's catching Liam Crilly for second, so that's why he's pushing on, for second in Class B I should say. So there's the BMW Z4 ahead, there's Johnny Munday in the Honda. So that is a potential gap to watch over the last couple or so laps of this race. It did come down fairly significantly on the last lap. There's Luke Handley, just got a glimpse of. He's there still in third place. He's 24 seconds behind the leader. He's 7 seconds ahead of James Collins, who's being caught by Brad Kaler in the Audi. And there's Handley again. We got a brief glimpse of. There's what is going to become our race leader after penalties are applied. Will Beach in the Sayat. Here's Collins, who's got Sylvester trying to unlap himself, then just behind is Brad Kaler. Obviously Collins has got this penalty, but for on the road position, 4th and 5th, he's pretty close to the end. The leaders, I think they're going to squeeze 2 more laps in potentially, aren't they?
Possibly so, yeah.
We'll see if it ends up being that way. 3.5 seconds between them on the road. Another personal best lap, this time from Will Beach, as they went through to complete 28 laps in this race. And here then is James Collins versus Brad Kaler, with Dan Sylvester between them, a lap behind, as they head here down towards Clervaux. More cars that will be battling it out tomorrow. James Collins has done a good job here. Again, only a couple of seconds a lap slower than Nigel Green. So he lets Sylvester go, so that means Kaler's going to be right behind him. At the end of the day, I guess this doesn't really matter if Kaler gets through, but it's good to see them side by side heading up towards Tower Corner nevertheless. Is Kaler going to find a way past Ian?
I think he probably is. As Nigel Green's always saying, the priority for James is to get the signature on his licence having finished the race. So I would think it'd be wise not to defend too hard and risk an accident.
Here's the leader. This is Cole Swift, and they're going to get one more lap, I think, as they go up across the line. Yeah, one lap to go.
No checkered flag goes out. Okay. Checkered flag does wave, in fact. It's right to touch and go. So the win on the road goes to Carl Swift, but it will be, in fact, Will Beach and Mark Grice that will be classified as the winner, because they don't have the 15 seconds penalty that we got back.
Brad Kaler dived up the inside of James Collins at the final corner, so he did get past him on the road, but only just.
He does indeed. So Scott Parkin then, our Class B winner, and he finishes in 7th place overall.
Not sure if we've had Matt Creed through already.
Yeah, we may well have done. Just having a look at our Class C Victor. I think he possibly already has come through to take the checkered flag. Obviously has been lapped during the course of this race.
Good to have a race that went the full distance there, 45 minutes, without any interruptions to the race. So we've got a good clear picture of how that one unfolded. And very competitive up front, a pretty frenetic start to the race.
You saw Matt Creed on screen there for those watching on the live stream, the Class C winner. So he has been through to take the checkered flag.
about half a minute ahead of Alex Richardson, who was second in the MX-5.
So I think that's everyone home now, so surely we'll be able to bring you the provisional results of that race. Of course, this is before all the penalties will necessarily have been applied, but there you can see on the roads at least Rob Baker, Carl Swift, the winners on the road, but they've got 15 seconds to be added to their times. That will drop them to second, behind number 27 Mark Rice and William Beach. Third, number 51 Luke Handley. Fourth, Brad Kaler in 1:87. Fifth is going to be number 40. That's the car of James Collins and Nigel Greenswell, but they're actually behind Josh Lawton once the times are made. So number 10, Josh Lawton will be 5th, 40 Collins and Greenswell 6th. Scott Parkin, 7th, number 89, winning Class B. 8th, number 92, Phil Noble, Andrew Raff. 9th, number 4, Chris Freeman, and running out the top 10, number 12, Liam Crilly, who also is 2nd in Class B. 3rd in Class B is John Munday. Daniel Sylvester coming back to 12th at the end with the fastest lap as well. Further back, we can see that our Class C winner there in 18th position overall was number 23, Matt Creed, although he too had a 5-second penalty, but he was quite a long way clear of Alex Richardson in 2nd place in that class, and 3rd within that class was the 101 car, Rob Fennick and Andrew Shepherd in the Ginetta G40 GT5. And then we get into the cars that I think didn't make it home in some cases. So James Birch, for example, he was a pit visitor. Jim Benson came to the pits and never went back out again. We lost Charles Kirk. The Porsche of Rob Smith and Leslie Charnock had an accident up at Sunny. Colin Gillespie and the Matt Hampson BMW early retirements as well. So that's road sports. That gives us a flavour as well for the Club Enduro race tomorrow. We will look forward to that then, but for the moment let's head down to the pit lane and Chris Stevens.
Well, the first Akima Road Sports victory of the season goes to Mark Grice and William Beach. I mean, Will, you just got out of the car, did the second stint. You were staring down the back of the number 1 car, which obviously had the penalty. So did you know about the penalty first and foremost?
I only knew about the penalty when it came over the radio, so we just thought we'd bridge the gap to the car in front and bring it home.
How did the car feel throughout that second stint?
The tyres were going off, they were understeering all over, so we were pleased to bring it home in first place.
I mean, don't sound too happy about winning the race.
I'm bricking myself, to be honest with you. I hate interviews.
Well, okay, should we go to Mark then instead?
But thanks to Capture Motorsport and all the sponsors who can make this happen. I'll hand you over to Mark, he's better than me.
Yeah, sure. All right, well, cheers for that anyway. Mark, obviously we spoke to you earlier, but obviously to bring it home, it's got to feel great.
Oh no, marvellous, and what a job Will did, to be fair, because he knew we told him about the penalty on the radio, and he just managed the gap. It was about 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds, and 3 seconds. We just said keep that gap. They've got a 15-second penalty, bring it home, and that's what he did. Fair play. What a drive from Will.
Fantastic stuff. Congratulations to both of you. Going to celebrate the win, and we shall talk to.
As well, we're making this happen. So.
Yep.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Right, let's go and talk to some of our other class winners. So the Class C winner was Matt Creed in number 23. Matt, how was that?
Yeah, it was great. I think I led from the beginning in my class, so it was just a great race. First time I've ever been to Croft as well. So, yeah, epic track. Love it. It's great.
I mean, a great way to make a debut at a circuit. Obviously, you picked up a little bit of a time penalty as well, like the number 1 car, but you had the gap, so it didn't really matter in the end.
Yeah. Oh. I did see,
did I just give you a bit of a heart attack?
Yeah, flipping it. Jeez, yeah, I don't know what my gap was, but yeah, track limits, I suppose. Got to be a bit careful, but yeah, it was great. I mean, the car, brilliant, love it. Yeah, amazing.
Riding solo as well, there's not a lick of sweat on you as well. You've done a great job.
Cheers, thank you very much. Cheers.
All right, cheers. Let's go and talk to the Class B winner, which was Scott Parkin. Scott, hello, hi. Yes, so obviously a bit of a misfortune with your A-class teammate, but you've brought home the Class B win.
Yeah, I overtook his tyre as he were coming in the pits, so his tyre just went rolling down the pit lane, and I carried on the straight. So yeah, a bit of a shame for him, but I think he's got the fastest lap, so he'll probably take a little bit of that out of it as well. So. Yeah.
And what about you? Any dramas on your end?
I saw that I got a track limits penalty, but it looked like everybody did because the number were changing every lap. So I think that's probably through the Jim Clark S's on the exit. Yeah, not too many dramas really. There were quite a lot of traffic and some people were sort of like jumping out of the way and then they'd catch you off guard. But yeah, that's to be expected. There's a big difference in abilities. You know, it's some people's first race, so you've got to take that into consideration. So yeah, pretty happy with that. So.
Well, great stuff. Congratulations on the class win, and hopefully we'll see you out again soon. You in the club in Truro?
Yeah, hopefully same. I'll be talking to you again tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I'll see you there. I'll see.
Jinxed it though now, so I probably won't. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, cheers. All right, let's go back up to you, Ian and Josh. Coming up next, it is the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship.
Yeah, and it is bike-engined sports cars that we have next, and the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. 24 cars that we will have on the grid for this one, including 6 of the Cup 200 cars, which will contest for overall points as well and get their own awards. But we'll talk more about them in just a moment. We'll have a race which has Paul Smith on pole position on this occasion, with 2 Mattels on the front row. Let's have a look at that grid now, because as soon as the cars are released, it'll be grid and go. So pole position is number 3, Paul Smith, and besides him is going to be number 8, Dan Clues. Second row is 98, John Cutmore, and 54, Ryan Yarrow. Third row, Paul Rogers in number 43, and Colin Chapman in 63. Dave Watson is in number 85. He's in the first of the Cup 200 cars. I think he's got more experience than anyone in these cars so far. 44 Carl Austin besides him. Row 5, last year's champion in the Sports 1000, Richard Webb, number 88. But he also is in a Cup 200 car for this season. Ed Collings, number 5, is behind him. Row 6 is 72, Jonathan McGill, and 33, Daniel Ashby, both Inspire GT3s. Then 7th row, 65, Matthew Booth. He's in an MK Cup 200 car, and 15, Chris Wilkinson likewise. Row 8 is 69, Ian Hutchinson, and 77, Matt Thomas. Row 9 is 11, Stephen Hullock, and 28, Charlie Slazen. And on the 10th row, it's 80, Carl Alaban, and 9, Naeem Hack. Stephen Dean, 34, and Phil Hutchins, 21 on the 11th row, and Chris James, 78, and Alexandra Aloro in 83 on the 12th and final row of the grid. A little bit of clearing up to be done after the end of that previous race, but as soon as that is completed, we'll have the cars released from the assembly area and brought out onto the circuit. So first of all, let's look ahead to the main Sports 1000 entrance, and Paul Smith is going to be on pole position for this one, Josh.
Yeah, and he wasn't quickest till right at the end of the session. There was a red flag and the track dried out. There's sort of a 1-lap dash at the end, and Paul Smith got the best of that quite convincingly, 1.4 seconds quicker than Dan Clues. But as we referenced earlier, new tyres this year, I think Nankang tyres for the Sports 1000. No one's had really any significant testing on these tyres, so a bit of learning to do during the course of qualifying. And Paul Smith, who's been so successful in Formula V in the past, a 4-time champion, moved to Sports 1000 a few years ago, and he has gone fastest then. He was the only driver last year, wasn't he, that could beat Richard Webb. It only happened once, with it over at Donington Park. He managed that, so potentially Paul Smith the man to beat this year in Sports 1000, and it was Dan Clues making it a Mattel MC53 front row. Dan telling me this morning that he is concentrated on Sports 1000 this year. He can do a full season, then do a few races in F1000, where he said he's raced for so long, a decade more than that now. But he said he was so surprised how different the cars are. Same engine, but a bit more weight to these sports cars, and he's been adapting, and this is the highest we've seen him up on the grid, up on the front row. And then returning is John Cutmore. He's the first of the Spires up there in 3rd position on the grid. Good to see John back. He's in the car that Richard Webb won the championship in. Class champion in RGB, but in the overall standings, I think a runner-up multiple times, but never an overall champion. Yeah, surprisingly.
So, indeed, it was back in 2016 as well that he was the last time he was runner-up in the championship, John Cutmore. So, and he was the Class R winner that season as well, when Matthew Higginson from Class F won the overall title. The year after that, Richard Webb won the Class F title as well in the Spire GTF, the front-engined Spire. But yeah, John Cutwell, good to have him back, and obviously in a proven car, which Richard Webb had so much success in last season. Then beside him on the grid is the champion from 2 years ago, and indeed 3 years ago, Ryan Yarrow in the Spire GT3S. So he'll be one to watch as well, from 4th on the grid, I would think, in the number 54 car.
Although he's the only series champion out of that 4, he is the least experienced racing driver altogether, isn't he? He's only been racing for 5 years or so, where all the others who race him for well in excess of a decade, I think, in single-seaters and sports cars.
Yeah.
But Ryan Yarrow there on row 2, also in a Spire.
He's not the only champion though, is he? Because Paul Rogers is also a champion. Back in 2011 he was champion. Driving a Contour at the time, but now in a Spire GTS. So Paul Rogers, the driver from Norfolk, he'll be on the inside of the 3rd row of the grid.
And he's in the ex-Billy Allbone car, which was a championship-winning car, with a championship-winning driver, but just not together.
Yeah, absolutely. And then rounding out the top 6 is going to be Colin Chapman, a very, very experienced driver, Colin Chapman. I think this is his 20th season of racing in Sports 1000, or RGB as it was previously called. He started racing in 2004 in this, having previously raced saloon cars in Venezuela. He was working in that part of the world for a few seasons, and he started out racing in Caterhams with the 750 Motor Club in 1999. He did some motocross racing in his youth from 1967 as well. But Colin Chapman there, he's racing the ex-Richard Morris Spire GT320S.
Just looking at the timing, and it's coming up to 4:30, and we've got 4 races to fit in.
Yes, before the 6 o'clock curfew. So yes, it's going to be tight, and there is a little bit of recovery work still being done.
So we'll have to be conscious of potential early checkered flags.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that, and if we do get any notification of any reduced race distances, we will let you know. But fingers crossed, we will be able to get everything in. But obviously, just a little bit of work needing to be done after the I think the Porsche in particular went off in that race that we just had. So that was the top 6, and then we come to Cup 200. So this is not quite new for this year, because we did see some of these cars out as a trial from sort of middle of the way through last year, didn't we? But there's a half dozen of them on the grid for today's race, and there's more in build and should be out soon, we understand. So these feature a controlled sealed Hayabusa race engine. They are built by MK Sports Cars. The chassis is built by MK Sports Cars. So it's a 7 style front-engined car. And the aim is to build this up into a standalone one-make series in due course. But for the moment, it's sharing a grid with Bike Sports, with Sports 1000, and it is producing all in all a very good field of 24 cars once we get them out onto the circuit, Josh.
Yeah, it's the biggest grid that we've had for a while, isn't it, in Sports 1000/RGB. So having front-engine cars, 7S type cars back on the grid is good. So it's built the grid up there of similar pace, aren't they? And Dave Watson qualifying 7th proves that. And I'm sure he'd be pleased to have out-qualified last year's overall champion, Richard Webb, who will start 9th. And it'll be interesting now, Weatherfall dry circuit, where they sort of end up in the overall rankings, as this, what we're expecting to be a 15-minute race. Triple header this weekend for Sports 1000, because I think traditionally it's 20 minutes when it's a double header, but this weekend triple header, so slightly shorter races. And this delay may mean it's a little bit shorter than what we were expecting. Between Watson and Webb, there is Cole Austin, who only started racing a few years ago. He's in the ex-Matt Higginson Spire, now prepared by Paul Nightingale and Spire Sports Cars. From Devon, so that's a little bit of a trip, isn't it? Up there to Croft. You can see recovery of cars continuing. I think we may have run out of flatbeds because although we didn't need a safety car in that race, there were quite a few cars, the previous races, there was quite a few cars littering the circuit. And I guess the grass still pretty wet and mucky from earlier on, so therefore we obviously don't want to get flatbed truck stuck on the grass, so therefore that's there on the tarmac, and we'll await presumably the car if that's needed.
Yep. So we will hopefully have the cars released out onto the circuit shortly. We are scheduled to have 3 more races after this as well: the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the Tiguan Type R Trophy, and the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series as well. Reminder that there's more racing from the 750 Motor Club at Croft tomorrow. We have qualifying underway at 12 o'clock. That's for the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. We'll bring you that on the live stream as well. And then the first race getting underway at around about 12:35, which will be the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. So that's what we are looking forward to tomorrow. So 12 o'clock start for qualifying, and then we have 8 races for you after that qualifying session to keep you entertained all afternoon, both here at the circuit and on this live stream produced as ever by Alpha Live, and there'll be more of these throughout the course of the season as well.
Completing the top 10 on the grid is Ed Collins, and Ed is celebrating a birthday today, so he'll be looking forward to this race, I'm sure. What a better way to spend your birthday than racing a sports prototype type car around Croft, the Spire GT3 for Ed, the driver from Cambridgeshire. Only started racing last year, and he's in the ex-Collins Spicer Honda-powered machine. Now, the 750 Motor Club safety car is moving, which would suggest that cars will shortly follow.
They should do. Yeah, green flag is waved, so they're being released out onto the circuit. Just to say that after this weekend, the next meeting here at Croft is on the 6th and 7th of May, and that's when the TCR UK touring cars are here. And then on the 20th and 21st of May, it's at the Caterham Race Meeting weekend, and the No Limits bike racing here on the 10th and the 11th of June. And all of the information on the website croftcircuit.co.uk. But cars now out on their formation lap to the grid. Of course, no green flag lap for the Sports 1000, so they will be guided by the safety car through the cut through and onto the grid.
New colours on Ryan Yarrow's car, I noticed there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to confuse us, I'm sure, as the race goes on.
They just stand out better against the other Spires,
yes,
which could be helpful.
Yeah. So a few new colour schemes. Helpfully, all of the MK Indies, the Cup 200 cars, are exactly the same colour white, but they do have different coloured stripes, which is okay if you can see them from front on, but maybe less helpful from the side. But so we'll see how we get on with the MK Indies and the Cup 200 cars during the course of the race. Car at the back there is number 80. That's Carl Alaban.
He should have been, you know, because there were 5 qualifiers behind him, so they just a bit slower out of the assembly area. I think that might well be the case.
Yes, I think there were actually a few more cars that were so far behind him we could get them in that shot. So yeah, there are a few more cars there, but we've got taking up his pole position Paul Smith, the Mattel MC53. I think there's only 2 Mattels on the grid, aren't they? And they're on the front row. Good number of Spires as well. Phil Hutchins is there as well, isn't he? Right towards the back, I think. Yeah, in the third of the Mattels, but 2 of the 3 of them lining up on the front row this weekend.
Expect Phil Hutchins to move forwards from his grid position. He's alongside Stephen Dean, who was a surprise pole sitter here, wasn't he, about 5 years ago or so. So that's a couple of drivers to move forwards. And just behind them is ex-British touring car driver Chris James in a new type of car to the grid, a Rotor. He was telling me this morning that's an ex-hill climb car that they've had to do a significant amount of work to get it into Sports 1000 specification, but he's had gearbox issues over the course of the weekend, so we'll see how he gets on. But he's looking forward to being back into racing, and as he was telling me earlier, you're going about as fast as a British touring car, but for a lot less money. And that is why this grid is popular, and that's not the only other type of car out there, because we saw a shot of the Sabre earlier of Charlie Sladden, the ex-Tim Hovard car, And then he's just alongside the Contour, isn't he? The ex-Paul Rogers car that won the championship a decade ago, Stephen Hullock. Both new drivers, both with novice crosses on the back. You can start your racing in these cars. They're just below the threshold for what novice drivers are allowed to race power-wise. So a great way to start your racing career. We've got all the cars in position. Presumably the rest of the track is clear, so they feel the start procedure will start very shortly, I would imagine.
Indeed, already we've seen the 30-second board. So there's the 5-second board now. So it's going to be, or should be, a 15-minute race that we have for the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. Red lights are on and they go out. Who makes the best of the starts from the front row? The 28 car of Charlie Sladden doesn't get off the line at all, but fortunately everyone manages to get around him. But it's 3 wide for the lead as they head down towards Clairvaux for the first time, and it's Paul Smith that's got into the lead as one that's gone straight on. That's the number 5 car of Ed Collins off into the gravel trap at Clairvaux.
That's not how to celebrate your birthday.
It's not, is it? So very unhappy birthday for him. But it's Paul Smith that's leading then from Dan Clues in second place. Ryan Yarrow is third, and in fourth place it's the 98 car of John Cutmore, the championship winning car from last season then. And then it looks like it's Colin Chapman in fifth place.
Looks like Richard Webb's already got himself up ahead of Dave Watson. The pair of them there ahead of a slow start in Paul Rogers. And those 200 cars are going to go side by side down towards the S's. I think Webb's just about held on there ahead of Watson. But we've got double waved yellow flags at the start line with that car in the gravel trap. Big flame out the side there of the Cup 200 car. Richard Webb that's very, very sideways. He's front engine MKs. That might have a local yellow for a recovery up there at Clairvaux. So we're going to have yellow flags all the way from at least the start line, or even from out of the final corner. So drivers will have to be aware of that. But Paul Smith, he was quick in qualifying and he's turned that into a quick opening lap here to the season in the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship.
There we go. So end of lap 1, but they've got yellow flags at Clairvaux corner, of course, so they'll all have to keep single file past the car that's being recovered down there at Clairvaux. There's Clues in second place. Yarrow in third, the two-time champion in 2020 and 2021. Then John Cutmore, Class R champion in the past, in fourth position. Colin Chapman fifth. And Richard Webb, the best of the Cup 200 cars, in sixth, ahead of Paul Rogers in seventh. And David Watson, the second best Cup 200 car, in eighth place.
So there's that battle of the second down into Tower. There's John Cutmore returning this season. And he's there in fourth position. But there's Smith driving clear then of Dan Clues. A couple of seconds at the end of one lap. See how that progresses throughout the motor race. There's Rogers. He's got ahead of both Webb and Watson now. So Paul Rogers is up to sixth by the looks of things. There's John McGill. And he started 11th. He gained a place on the opening lap. And he's in another of the spires as they turn their way out of Sunny and down towards the complex here. And the front engine cars really do move about. Not far behind Webb and Watson is Matthew Booth, the former Sports Specials champion in a car like this, but when it was powered by a car engine rather than a motorcycle engine nowadays. And there's a couple of S1000 spec cars between them. Paul Smith goes through and does a 125.62. It's already quicker than they went in the qualifying session this morning. And a change of position there. John McGill gained a place, did he, as they turned into Clairvaux. He's got himself ahead of Dave Watson, I believe, in all of that.
Yep, so we are on lap 3 of the race. There's Colin Chapman with Paul Rogers. They've been racing together in Sports 1000 and RGB for many a year. So Colin Chapman in his 20th year racing. Paul Rogers has had a bit of a break from this, but they're battling over 5th position here. Both of them in spires. Through the Jim Clark S's they go. On towards Barcroft. In the background there you can see Richard Webb, who in 7th place is the best of the Cup 200 cars as things stand. Through the dappled sunlight at Sunny, and now heading back round through Sunny out and back towards the complex again. They are about 4 or 5 seconds behind John Cutmore, something like that, at the moment. And there you can see Carl Austin now has got himself ahead of David Watson. And actually David Watson has dropped back a bit, hasn't he? Because there's also Johnny McGill ahead of him as well, a bit further back down the order.
Yeah, so that means that Webb's got a few cars between himself and Booth, I think, has got past Watson as well, has he? So Matthew Booth gets him past Dave Watson. So very much so, Dave Watson's lost position. But here comes Cole Austin, on the inside of last year's champion, Richard Webb, but Webb brakes pretty late. He's super quick driver, ex-motorcycle racer as well. There's Matthew Booth, the Export Specials and F1000 champion. There's the battle for 5th place, absolutely nose to tail. You could hardly see Paul Rogers' car. He was so close to the back of Colin Chapman. Now he's pulled out of the tow, and he's going to try and go around the outside into Tower Bend, which isn't going to work into the corner, but coming out of the corner, he might be able to get up the gears a bit quicker than Chapman. Side by side into the S's, a dab of the brakes for Paul Rogers. He didn't fancy that round the outside there, so Colin Chapman hangs on to P5 as they turn their way through lap 4.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Paul Rogers chasing after Colin Chapman, who's now 66 years of age, isn't he? Indeed. But still putting up a very, very good fight in this race. Still very quick indeed. Here's just in the background, you can see Richard Webb being caught by Carl Austin there. The MK Indy being caught by the Spire. For second and third overall, by the way, you've got Dan Clues and Ryan Yarrow very close together indeed. They're about 4.2 seconds behind the race leader Paul Smith, though.
Yep, Paul Smith's going faster and faster. He's at a 125.23 now. Cole Austin wasn't able to get past Richard Webb. Then you've got Johnny McGill and Matthew Booth. I think Matthew Booth's due to race an MGB as well this season, something quite different to what he's competed in the past. But can't keep away from the 750 Motor Club paddock and racing this MK RLM Cup car as behind him there Dave Watson bouncing over the curbs. Then just behind Watson is Daniel Ashby going pretty well in 13th place and going quicker than a couple of cars ahead of him. And then just behind him was Ian Hutchinson. So a great gaggle of cars here turning their way down through Tower Bend. Matthew Booth there. Had he just got past Johnny McGill?
Yeah, I think he is. No, he's on the way to doing that, is it?
Oh, so he's got past Cole Austin, so Cole Austin must have made a mistake.
Yeah, I think the point there is that Booth, though, is faster than Richard Webb within the Cup 200 class cars. McGill's just gone up the inside of Carl Austin there to get the place back.
That was Matt Thomas, was it not?
Well, yes, you may be right. Yeah, absolutely
so
right.
Cole Austin's really dropped back on this lap, so not a good lap there for the driver from Devon.
So leaders have gone through. Paul Rogers now ahead of Colin Chapman, I can see, up into 5th position past our commentary box. And here's the fight for second place. Only a quarter of a second between Dan Clues and Ryan Yarrow, the double champion at the start of the lap, the F1000 champion from a couple of years ago in his Mattel, number 8 here.
Yarrow just popped a wheel over the grass and had a bit of a moment, but didn't lose him any speed. He's right there then with Dan Clues. The pair of them have pulled away from John Cutmore since we last saw them. This time it's Clues' turn to get massively sideways out of Tower Bend. Very spectacular, these cars, and having a big grid of them again and makes such a difference. It's great to see.
No, absolutely fantastic field that we have here, and I think there's possibly more cars to come out in both the Cup 200 and the conventional sports 1000 class as well. From what Tim Hovard was telling me earlier on this morning, he's adopted this sort of race day sort of coordinator type role now within the sports 1000 paddock.
Through into the complex then comes that battle for P2 between Clues and Yarrow. Still the Mattel ahead.
Yeah, they've just gone past Naeem Hack, haven't they, in the number 9 GT3, who's a lap down now.
Yeah, I think he's just racing today, and then we'll hand that car over tomorrow to Charles Wright, so making the most of his single race. Here comes Yarrow then, down the inside of Dan Clues into Clairvaux. Can he make this work in the Spire? No, Clues breaks later. They both hop over the curbs, and Dan Clues stays ahead as they turn their way into Hawthorne. They might be battling, but they're going quickly in the 25s. As we see there, Richard Webb, has he lost a position this time? He has, to Johnny McGill. So Jonathan McGill up to P7.
And now Richard Webb's going to have to watch out for Matthew Booth here, isn't he? Because he's not too far behind. They're both in the same shot. Now, of course, Booth won the Sports Specials Championship in 2016, and then a car-engined MK, not a motorcycle Hayabusa-engined car, but a chassis not dissimilar to this, certainly. And he's now just behind the 77 car of Matt Thomas, who in turn is just behind the Cup 200 leader, which is Richard Webb.
Matt Thomas started 16th, so he's had a good race up to 9th in 77, and he's going to try and go one better on the inside of Richard Webb. Meanwhile, Matthew Booth, as soon as he gets onto the tail of Richard Webb, has a car around the outside of him and going through. There was Cole Austin, so a change for 10th position. Meanwhile, the race leader, Paul Smith, is turning his way through to complete 7 laps as he goes up across the line. And the last couple of laps, his lead gap had come down fractionally to the battle that carries on for second place as they go through to complete that lap as well. 4.5 seconds, a gap first to second, and a challenge into turn 1 for Ryan Yarrow out of the commentary box window there. Didn't come with anything. Let's have a look at it on the screen as well now, because for second place, Dan Clues versus Ryan Yarrow is really close, and this is definitely the best we've seen out of Dan Clues in this car, Ian.
Yeah, I would say so. As you say, he's just taken a little while to get familiar with it, hasn't he? A very different proposition to the F1000, the Jedi car he's driven for many seasons now. And he's started to adapt to this well. He's not quite got the pace of Paul Smith, that 4-time Formula V champion in another Mattel. You just saw him flash through the picture there, but there's no disgrace in that. Paul's a very quick driver. He's won Sports 1000 races over the years as well, but never really been able to sort of mount a full championship campaign as yet, hasn't Paul Smith. He was third in the 2018 and the 2022 championships, but those his best results.
Yes, get in the car to run throughout the season. It's been the problem a little bit for Paul Smith, but it's going well today at Croft. He was telling me earlier, we did the test day, the 750 Motor Club test day earlier in the year, and said the car was running so well after 5 laps he parked it and thought, we'll save this for Croft. And he goes through then to complete 8 laps.
I think Paul Smith might just have the driving standards flag shown at him as well, though, for exceeding track limits, so he just needs to watch that in the closing stages of this race.
John Cutmore's been caught for 4th by Paul Rogers. Paul Rogers, who's lapping the same pace as the battle for second, so going really well. He's catching John Cutmore, who he was a little way behind early on, but here's the battle for second place. So we're much closer to the leader, Paul Smith. So the gap first to second has come down significantly here, Ian.
Well, it's 3.5 seconds at the beginning of the lap, so possibly back markers in the way of Paul Smith there. He just lapped the number 80 car, Carl Alaban's Cup 200 car, the drive from Beverley.
More traffic here through the S's. So Dan Clues has caught Paul Smith. So the two Mattels are together now as they turn their way through Barcroft and down towards Sunny. So can Dan Clues take a first win in the category? We've seen Paul Smith win races in the past, and perhaps a little bit more confident in traffic is Dan Clues, but certainly in Formula V you deal with traffic as well. The top 3 are nose to tail in as they turn into the complex.
Yeah, and Ryan Yarrow was getting alongside there. He's having a look up the inside into the next part, the right-hand element of the complex. They'll then head to the left-handed hairpin, and the 3 leaders are right together. There's not too much time left in this race. We've got 2 minutes left on our clock. We'll see if that's what they're going to get. Well, they're going to get at least one more lap out of it, and I didn't see a last lap board, so hopefully we will go to the end. Side by side for second place here. Paul Smith with a bit more breathing space. Dan Clues just about holding on to second from Ryan Yarrow.
Yeah, that's right. So really impressive stuff there as they work their way through lap 10 then. There's Smith, there's Clues, there's Yarrow. Great battle up front. After seeing Richard Webb dominate so many of the races last year, it's great to see such a competitive race here. And perhaps a bit of traffic hurting Paul Smith on the previous lap. But no traffic to deal with just at the moment. Perhaps some more before the end. And certainly there are parts around this cross circuit where you can lose a lot of time because you just can't pass a slower car. But now a bit of clear space is allowing Paul Smith just to break clear of Clues, and then Yarrow there in third as they turn their way out of Sunny. We're expecting to be 1 lap to go at the end of this one, with traffic just ahead of the race leader, Paul Smith.
Yep, so an interesting conclusion in prospect here. Into the complex they come. Smith, Clues and Yarrow first, second and third. It's the 28 calf Charlie Sladden that's ahead of them, but ahead of Dan Clues now is Ryan Yarrow. He's got
Checkered
through
flag
on the inside, and we've got the checkered flag being made ready for Paul Smith, have we? No, it's not.
No, it didn't go out. It was being prepared, but didn't go out.
It's not gone out, so we're going on to a final lap then. Paul Smith, but Ryan Yarrow now up to second place, and it's Dan Clues
Smith
third.
rocks up in into Hawthorne. Does he get the car turned in? Not very well at all. So Ryan Yarrow goes down the inside. He just got second place. Side by side from the chicane doesn't work. Yarrow has to bail, and Paul Smith stays ahead, but that's going to slow Yarrow out the corner. The quickest of all of them coming down the straight here is Dan Clues. The tow comes into effect now for the Spire driver. Yarrow, he's on the outside line. It's going to be free of press down towards Tower. They go either side of Paul Smith. They both get ahead of Paul Smith. Can they get the car stopped at the end, though? Yes, just. It's Ryan Yarrow that leads now. He was third a lap ago.
He was indeed. Now, is this just traffic that's sort of changed the complexion of this race, or has Paul Smith had a problem as well, I wonder? Possibly we'll be able to find out at the end, although we won't have too much time for interviews, I don't think, at the end of this race, unfortunately. But into Sunny they go for the final time then. So it's Ryan Yarrow, the champion from the last 2 years, who's leading, and now Dan Clues has made a mistake there at Sunny, so it's going to be Paul Smith that's going to get back alongside him for second place. There's more traffic ahead of them as well. Who turns into the complex first?
Yarrow spun in front of everybody.
There's a spin for Yarrow there, so that means it's now Clues that leads. Yarrow's got going again once more. What a final couple of laps of this race. So it's Dan Clues that is leading, and is he heading for his first win in the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship? Possibly not, because Paul Smith's going to try and get alongside him now, but no, it's going to be Dan Clues that holds on and gets his first win in the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship by the barest of margins, just under a quarter of a second from Paul Smith in second place. Ryan Yarrow third with that last spin. Did you see that, Josh? That spin, was it on his own?
So Yarrow was coming up to the traffic. He dived up the inside. I think the traffic saw him, turned in, and Yarrow clicked the back marker, which spun him round. And what a loss. What, 2 laps of that race? It really come alive. It was all a little bit spread out right at the front for the first few laps, but then quite the motor race towards the end. Out of the final corner, we've got the free cup for 200 cars pretty much together. Well, the top 2 at least, and it's just going to be on the road, Richard Webb, but he's got a penalty for exceeding track limit, so it's going to be Matthew Booth that wins the first Cup 200 race of the season.
Absolutely right. So a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits for Richard Webb. Dan Clues took the win then from Paul Smith, Ryan Yarrow, then John Cutmore, Paul Rogers and Colin Chapman completing the top 6. Josh Barrett's going to make some notes about that now. And because there's a lot to write about there, I should think. So, yeah, Richard Webb missing out on the Cup 200 win to Matthew Booth and David Watson taking third place within that. But that was quite a motor race there. Really, really entertaining stuff. Dan Clues giving a wave to the marshals on his slowing down lap. I'm sure he's got a big smile on his face under that helmet as well. And, yeah, that was really good stuff. Paul Smith, possibly the back markers hampering him, and certainly they seem to hamper Ryan Yarrow as well, but I wonder if there was a little bit more to that as well. But Dan Clues came good towards the end of that 15-minute race for the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, and they are due to race twice more tomorrow as well. Cars already heading down the pit lane, I can see. I don't think we've got too many cars to collect at the end of that one either, so I think we're going to get the next cars onto the grid very quickly after this. So quickly through the results. Dan Clues the winner by 0.23 seconds, so car 8 from number 3, Paul Smith in second. Ryan Yarrow, number 54 in third place. John Cutmore, number 98, fourth. Paul Rogers, 43 in fifth, and Colin Chapman, number 63 in sixth position. Richard Webb, the on-the-road winner in the Cup 200 class in car 10, in car 88 in 10th overall, I should say, but Matthew Booth will be awarded the victory once the times are adjusted, and David Watson third in that class. And then we'll just scroll through the rest of the finishers. There you can see I think everyone else did indeed make it to the checkered flag, and we've already got cars being released out onto the circuit for the next race of the day, so we will head down to Chris Stevens in the pit lane just as soon as we're able to for, I think, what's going to be a very quick word with the winner.
Well, Dan Close, what a way to take your first victory in the series. I shall adorn you with the garland of brightly. So, I mean, what a finish.
That was an incredible race. I think half a lap from the end, I thought that was it. I dropped it at just in between the two sunnies, and I thought, oh, that's it, I'm third and well third. And by the time I got to the line, I'm leading again. It was incredible. Absolutely amazing race all the way through. Full credit to Paul and Ryan. Awesome race. Really enjoyed it.
Do you think he might get you right at the end there, across the line?
Sorry?
Did you think he might get you across the line there?
I did, yeah. I could see him down the inside of me and sort of setting it up almost into the last corner, watching where he was. It was just all about the exit, not too much wheel spin, and hopefully getting to the line. So really enjoyed it.
I mean, I'm sure we could talk about this race for ages, and we've got 2 more to come in this championship, but we do have to go back upstairs because next up is the first race for the 5 Club MX5 Cup.
Attention paddock, attention paddock.
Yeah, cars already forming up on the grid for the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club, and a very good field, more than 20 cars we have for this race, with on pole position the number 92 car of Jordan Johnson, and besides him on the front row, number 40 Ben Hansey. The second row on the inside is 17 Oak Richardson and 13 Scott Leach. Row 3 is 9 Ian Tomlinson and 230 Tom Holland. On the fourth row is 21 Matthew Pennefather Neal and 32 Jake Micklewright. On the fifth row, 29 Mary Barnard. Excellent qualifying performance from her, clearly inspired by her conversation with Chris Stephens earlier on, and 99 Martin Vernon. Sixth row, 50 on the inside is Christian Young and 23 Adrian Johnson. Row 7 is 72 Matthew Short and 128 Samuel Gormer. On the 8th row, 46 Nico Favo and 90 Andrew Robinson. Row 9 is 27 David Brown and 592 Adam Wardley. Row 10 is 23 Martina Ward and 191 Philip Andrew Barrett. And number 31 Neil Burrows is on the 11th row of the grid. The 5-second board is shown, and 15 minutes of racing about to get underway for the MX5 Cup. Watch for the red lights to go on, which they do, and they go out now, and it's a pretty good start by Ben Hansey there from the outside of the front row of the grid. But Jordan Johnson is with his nose in front as they head down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time. Hansey into second, and it's Oak Richardson in the 17 car in third. 1 or 2 cars going wide through the gravel trap. Wouldn't be an MX5 race without some of them doing that, I don't suppose, on the first lap at Croft. But I think they've all got through Clervaux and Hawthorne safely. So it is Jordan Johnson from pole position that's got the lead of this race at the moment. Then the grey car with Ben Hansey in second. There you can see the familiar car of Scott Leach, number 13, in fourth place. But it's 2 for the lead, and it's looking like a good one, this, Josh.
Yeah, you've got plenty of cars lining up there behind the race leader, Jordan Johnson, who turns his way through yet, or just once time a race winner here, ahead of a multiple champion, Ben Hansey, and then Oak Richardson, who's pretty new to racing. They're in P3, been racing Mazdas for the last few years. I think it's a new build for him. And 6, 7 cars, I think, in a line with a novice cross on the car at the back of the leading queue, as they turn their way towards the end of the first lap of what we're expecting to be a 15-minute race. But it's Jordan Johnson, who had so many battles with Ben Hansey, usually for third position last year, but this year, without Ben Short and Ben Abbott racing today, it's a new complexion at the front of the field. And again, it's still those 7 cars that are right together. So it's Johnson from Hansey, from Richardson and Leach, Tomlinson, Ian Tomlinson in 5th. 6th is Thomas Holland, and then the driver of the novice cross there in 7th is Martin Vernon. A really good start from him up into the 7th position then for the driver who only started racing at the end of last year.
Yep, so a good fight in prospect here between Jordan Johnson and Ben Hansey. We did see the reigning and multiple champion Ben Short on the entry list, but he's not actually racing in the MX5 Cup this weekend. I think he's going to be out in Club Enduro tomorrow, but not racing today, which in a way makes the racing a lot more wide open, doesn't it? Ben Hansey, in that car that's been run by BS Motorsport for a while now, is there in second place. And I thought he was going to challenge Jordan Johnson for the lead down into Tower Corner, but in the end he just took back in behind him. You can see another of the BS Motorsport cars there, the red car with the white checkered design on it, number 230 Tom Holland. He's there in 6th position at the moment.
I wonder if Ben Hansey is happy at this point just to follow Jordan Johnson and let them try and breathe away from the rest and then come back to the front towards the end. Richardson's pretty quick. He's been a front runner and he's appeared in these races in the past. But there is Jordan Johnson then leading the way, the driver from Gloucester, ahead of Ben Hansey. And Battle's just behind this front group as well. Which looks pretty good. But there's Oak Richardson in this, I think, the new car for this season. Certainly a new livery on that. And yeah, he's keeping up pretty much with Ben Hansey at this stage. And then Scott Leach in fourth, as you say, and he's been racing MX-5s for a very long time now.
Pretty much since Alan Robson first created MX-5 racing. Probably getting on for 20 years ago now, that must be, I would think. The MX-5 racing was created. Of course, it's Alan Robson that's behind the MX-5 Cup as well. We're watching the battle for fifth here. Number 9, Ian Tomlinson, and number 230, Tom Holland. Ian Tomlinson, another long-time campaigner in MX-5s. Those two falling a little bit back from the leading quartet, though. Here they come towards us. Ian Tomlinson, number 9 from Blackpool, heading towards us. Is he going to be able to fend off Tom Holland in the 230 car here? Yeah, he is into Tower that time. They've got Martin Vernon behind, then Matthew Pennefather-Neal in 8th place, number 21 at the moment. There's the two leaders going through the Jim Clark S's. Still, Hans just seemingly content to follow Jordan Johnson around at the moment. Of course, it was these two drivers who had a sort of effectively a dead heat finish at Brands Hatch on one occasion a few years ago. I think it was Johnson that just got the nod on that occasion. But we'll continue to watch this battle for fifth, Josh.
Yeah, thanks Ian Tomlinson and Tom Holland. As you say, they've dropped a little way behind. Tomlinson there in fifth. Not far behind him is his mate Martin Vernon, who's having a good run. But is Vernon going to lose P7 there? Because Matthew Neal was challenging as they turned their way through. No, Martin Vernon hangs on in the other practical livery car in 7th position. And there then is Ian Tomlinson. He runs out wide. So Thomas Holland is going to try and challenge, but doesn't quite get the momentum he was looking for, I don't think, as they head up across the line for the third time, where we saw Jordan Johnson and Oak Richardson equal fastest laps on 1 minute 40.63 that time through. So it's 3 for the lead. Scott Leach has dropped away a little bit. And then this is the battle for 5th place. Tomlinson versus Holland.
Yeah, and these two were 6th and 7th in the championship last year. Tomlinson 6th and Holland in 7th position. So they're usually there or thereabouts in the order.
3 abreast behind them, because Matthew Neal did just get ahead of Martin Vernon, then run out wide, and that's allowed Christian Young to just look in the background. We watch this battle here. Christian Young gained 2 positions, but this is the battle for 5th place, which is pretty decent. They're the leaders, and Ben Hansey's as close to the rear bumper of Jordan Johnson as he has been for some while. For 5th, it's side by side through the S's, and Tom Holland goes through, does he? Yes, just about. So that's a pretty bold move. I'd imagine you're pretty much flat out through there in these cars, and Tom Holland then goes through into 5th position. But there in 7th is Christian Young, who gained those 2 positions at the first part of the lap there. Completing the top 10 is 32. Jake Mickelwright, who's just got himself up ahead of Adrian Johnson, and follow him through is Matthew Short there, I think. So Matthew Short gains a position as well as we come to the end of lap 4 of this race. A great battles here all the way through the pack.
Yeah, there are, as is the case on most occasions with MX-5 racing. Now, the 2 protagonists at the front, well, 3 of them, because Oak Richardson's with them, but Ben Hansey in 2nd, Jordan Johnson 1st. Neither of them won a race last season. They were 3rd and 4th in the championship. Hansey 3rd and Johnson 4th. They both had 3 second place finishes during the course of the season, but Hansey had more podiums, with 9 podiums altogether compared to Johnson. So either one of them would be delighted to get a win here, but can Oak Richardson there in 3rd place, just tracking them now, do anything about them? Hansey actually did the best lap of the race on the previous lap, a 140.57, it's about 1.12 seconds outside Ben Short's lap record from 12 months ago. Down to Tower they go once again. Scott Leach just not quite able to live with them, but equally not too far off the pace. And Tom Holland and Ian Tomlinson side by side again. So Holland was in the lead of this battle, 5th overall as they crossed the line to start the lap, but Tomlinson trying to find his way back through. There's about 4 seconds or so then back to Christian Young, who heads the next group. Leader still pushing on though. Hansi in the white number 40 car is livery that's been racing for a long time. He's almost got an overlap there on Johnson through the first part of Sunny, now through the second part of that sequence, and no change there for the moment. We've already had more than half of this race, less than 7 minutes to go now, Josh.
Yes, now into the second half. Is Ben Hansi going to get a bit more racy about challenging the race leader Jordan Johnson, or has Johnson got some sort of control to the lead? For fifth, Tom Holland did hang on in there. His tight battle with Ian Tomlinson. They turn up then to the final bend. Through the hairpin they go with 2:30, the BS Motorsport car, Ben Short Motorsport car of Tom Holland. Look back to the battle here out of the hairpin, because that's pretty tight. And at the front of it then you've got Matthew Neal in 21. He's got himself up into 8th position ahead of Martin Vernon. And then just behind the pair of them, you've got, I think, Matthew Short, Adrian Johnson and Mary Barnard. As wide, there goes Vernon. So he was a driver who made such a good start, but he's starting to drop back now. As I say, novice driver really, rookie driver, and he's got some quite experienced races around him. Side by side with the SSJ, he doesn't want to do that, so he backed out of it through the chicane there, and he's going to lose, I think, a number of positions and drop to the back of the pack.
Yeah, good to see Mary Barnard there in the scrap as well, in the 29 car. That's the red car. She said, I think, words to the effect that if she was in the top 10 at any point, that would have been out of the world. Well, she qualified 9th, and she's looking on course for a top 15 finish here, which is really what she was hoping for during the course of this race. So good to see Mary develop as she gets more and more experience in these MX-5s. Sweeping their way through the Jim Clark S's once again. That's the 21 car, Matthew Conifer. He's in 9th position at the moment. Or no, he's a little bit further back from that now, isn't he?
I think Matthew Short's got ahead,
Yeah.
so Short got past Vernon, and now it's got past Neil as well. On the previous lap, they were both passed by Jake Mickelwright, who you can see there just ahead of them in 32. So he's up into 8th position. He's where he started, but he didn't make a very good start, dropped back, and he's worked his way back into the position where he started. There's Matthew Short, who's been working his way through the order, because he only qualified 13th. He's up into 9th position now, is Matthew Short from Wiltshire. He's a very experienced racer, started in MGs before moving into Mazdas, and he then makes his way down here into Clairvaux for the 7th time of asking. They hop through that corner, and then they turn their way through the right-hander at Hawthorne Bend.
Just worth mentioning, we've got Martina Ward out there. She's running in 20th position at the moment, but it's her first ever race. It's a rookie season, 35 years of age. She's faster half, David, she says, completes in time attack, and she's made the journey from sim racing to real world racing, and it should be fascinating to hear her journey in one of the Ben Short higher cars. It's the 27 car of David Brown we just saw going through shot there, the blue car. And he's about to come towards us again, so he's just behind Barnard, I think, isn't he? Yeah, in 14th position, Barnard in 13th place at the moment.
Leaders pretty close again. Just out the window. They've dropped Oak Richardson now, Jordan Johnson and Ben Hansi. Still Johnson ahead. There's going to be 2 laps to go, all being well, as they cross the line. And the car length at the most is all that separates them. You can see them on the screen now. So they head up towards turn 1, and Hansi using the toe to get closer and closer to Jordan Johnson, but Johnson's hanging on. In a position he hasn't spent much time, has he? He's normally been attacking people in previous seasons. This year he's had a car filling his mirrors, but Jordan Johnson at the moment has been doing a good job keeping Ben Hansi at bay. You can see there the gap they've pulled out to Oak Richardson. On the last lap, Hansi did the best lap, a 1:40.33, so they're getting quicker as the fuel load comes down. But we haven't seen a real challenge yet from Ben Hansi. Johnson was quick there through the chicane and just put a little bit of daylight between himself and the chasing car.
Johnson there, I should say, doing a good job. 31 years of age, an HGV technician. 4 years he's been racing in 5 Club. And the car run these days by himself and his father Adrian, who also races. Originally his dad's car, actually, this one. And he's also done a little bit of racing on ovals in Legends as well. But, Johnson doing a very good job here of keeping Ben Hansey at bay. Ben with lots of experience and championships to his name as well. And they've both just eased away from Oak Richardson again over the last lap or two. Now, how are we doing for time? About 1 minute and 3/4 to go, so I think we'll be going on to the final lap here at the end of this one. And you wouldn't be surprised if Ben Hansey had something up his sleeve here to try and surprise Jordan Johnson on the final lap. Last lap board is going out, I can see. So the two of them separated as they go on to the final lap by 0.4 of a second. And yeah, the gap back to third place is now about 2 seconds, Josh.
Yeah, so Ben Hansey's not got to worry about what's behind him. Tower Bend is surely the best option here for the double champion. Oh, as Matthew Short's had a moment at the final corner, so that's going to drop him out of 9th position. But let's watch the battle for the lead, because Hansey has got a good run. He's right there with Johnson, who defends massively. Oh, and Hansey was going to try and go at the inside. There was no room there, and that, I think it was only one move across the circuit from Jordan Johnson, so that was okay, but he's not got the best of exits. Side by side, down towards the S's. We've seen this done before, but you've got to be brave. Are we going to see any brake lights come on? We don't. It's flat out then. Johnson on the inside, but which will give him Hansey the inside for the second part, and he is there on the inside for Barcroft. Is Jordan Johnson going to try and hang this out round the outside? No, that's not going to work. Ben Hansey's done it then. He left it to the last lap, but that had to be a pretty committed move. He tried it at Tower, that didn't work. It did come 2 corners later, but it's not over yet, Ian.
It's not, but it was a really good example of he just kept his powder dry. He's not tried anything really through the whole race, knowing that he probably didn't want to get drawn into battles, but he's made a mistake there. He's massively sideways, and he clonks into the side of Jordan Johnson now. He's off over the grass. Hansey's out of shape, locked up, and it's going to be Oak Richardson that comes through. It's like Sports 1000 all over again, because Oak Richardson is going to come through from third place here. Jordan Johnson's stuck on the wet grass and is just about getting off it now. So it's going to be Oak Richardson, number 17, that comes through to win round 1 of the 5 Club MX5 Cup. Ben Hansey it is that's going to be there in second place, 2.35 seconds behind. Scott Leach will be third, Tom Holland fourth, Ian Tomlinson fifth, Jordan Johnson sixth in the end after that late drama. But it was the moment that started it there was for Ben Hansey. It's just unfortunate, really, that he then caught up the man that had been leading for so long, Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, that's right. And Oak Richardson, I'm trying to think whether he would have won a race elsewhere before. It's only his first win in the 5 Club Racing Championship. So he was always close, wasn't he? And he was close enough if the top 2 made a mistake, and that's what happened. There's some battles towards the end of the field. That's Matthew Short trying to recover. Andrew Robinson just ahead of him as they come up across the line. But yeah, again, you just sort of had to wait for it all to come alive, and on the last lap it did. And we had 3 different leaders, didn't we, on that last lap?
We did.
Jordan Johnson initially, then Ben Hansey, and Oak Richardson only led a corner of the race, but that was the corner that mattered. If you look at the results of this race, it'd look a bit dull on paper, wouldn't it?
Well, let's do exactly that now. Oak Richardson it was that took the win in car number 17 from number 40, Ben Hansey in second place, 2.35 seconds the gap between them. Scott Leach, number 13, took third, 8.05 seconds behind the winner. Then fourth was number 230, Tom Holland. Fifth, number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Sixth was 92, Jordan Johnson, after he was off on the grass at the complex, having had a bit of a nerf from Ben Hansey, who was recovering. Seventh was 50, Christian Young. Eighth to number 32, Jake Micklewright. Ninth was number 21, Matthew Pennefather Neal. 10th, 22, Adrian Johnson. 11th, number 99, Martin Vernon. 12th was 27, David Brown. 13th, Mary Barnard in number 29, and 14th was 128, Samuel Gormer. And the rest of the field had Nico Favo 15th, Andrew Robinson 16th, Matthew Short, Philip Barrett, Martina Ward, and Adan Wardley. So that was the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. 2 more races for them to come tomorrow, and 2 more races hopefully to come this evening here as well, with the Takiwa Type R Trophy and the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula to come up next, and we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit for those very shortly indeed. Of course, we do get a green flag lap for the Type R Trophy as well, so hopefully we'll be able to hear a little bit more from all of the top 3 with Chris.
Well, there must be something in the air at Croft at the moment, because we've had another hugely dramatic finish, and the result of it is this man, Oak Richardson, there you go, has come out on top. I mean, Oak, what must have been going through your mind on that last lap when you saw Ben and Jordan go off?
I just thought, oh dear. No, I was, yeah, really, really happy. Yeah, I just wasn't expecting them to take each other off, so when it opened up, I gave them a thumbs up and off I went. So.
I mean, fantastic stuff, and it looked like a battle that was really brewing as well. It was building up to that moment. Did you think you might be able to get in there at some point?
Well, as soon as they started battling on the last lap, I thought there's a chance, and then they kept getting closer and closer and closer, and then they sent each other off. So that up to them.
I mean, crazy stuff. Congratulations to you. Of course, you kept it neat and tidy and took the win. So congratulations to you. We'll see you back out in the rest. Oh, go for it, mate.
My dad's watching this. He's stuck in hospital at the moment. He's very, very ill, and I'm really glad that he's got to see me win a race. So just happy. Yeah. Just want to say hello, Dad, and all my family.
That's nice. Well, we hope you guys have enjoyed watching this boy take a win today. That was great stuff. Let's go and talk to Ben Hansey. Ben, what happened out there?
Firstly, I have to say, big apology to Jordan. That was entirely my fault. We kind of worked together at the start of the race, and I was just waiting for that last lap board and was going to put a move on once I knew I'd kind of gap these two guys. Jordan drove really fair and hard, and I just lost control as we come into the complex and tagged him, and that's entirely my fault.
It seemed like that battle, it was really brewing. It seemed like you were waiting for your moment, trying to gap the cars behind.
Jordan's got really strong, and I knew that if we were fighting together for the rest of the race, it would bring these other two guys in. So it had to bide my time. And I put a good mood on him, and he just kept fighting, and I just lost control of the car.
Well, look, you got 2 more races this weekend to make up for it, so hopefully we'll see you back in Parc Fermé a little bit later. But let's very quickly, because the Type Rs are already on their way to the grid, so let's go and talk to Scott. I mean, that must have been a bit of a surprise, ended up on the podium.
It was a big surprise. I was quite lonely sitting there in 4th, and then the next thing come round on the last lap, yellow flags out, come round the corner, and there was the leader stuck on the left-hand side. I couldn't believe it. I'll take 3rd.
How was your race other than that?
Like I say, it was pretty lonely. I was just kept space. I tried to keep with the top 3, but they slowly pulled away. I missed a gear coming out of one corner, and then they got away from me, lost the toe, and I was just basically lonely in 4th then. So.
Of course, there's other opportunities. The reverse grids are coming up as well a little bit later, so there's more chances to mix things up.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not that far behind them. Incidents like that, I could get high up of the grid. Perfect.
All right, well, we wish you all the best in that. Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you, because coming up next, it's the 2nd race of the day for the Takiwa Type R Trophy.
Yes, indeed. It is round 2 of the Takiwa Type R Trophy for 2023. A reminder that earlier on today it was a win for Joe Jessup from Matt Digby in 2nd place and Daniel Chapman that was in 3rd. But drama for the driver that was in 4th place, Mitchell Hale. He had a 30-second penalty for causing a collision. That has dropped him down to 22nd. It promoted Matt Wilkins. This is the grid. It's based on the reversed top 10 from the earlier race. So on pole position it's number 95 Samuel Dennis, and besides him number 94 Ursula Jordan. On the 2nd row it's 66 Ross Borman and 42 Trafford King. The 3rd row 67 Conor Murphy and 21 Miles Nathaniel James. On to row 4 it's 86 Matt Wilkins and 104 Daniel Chapman. Row 5 is 97 Matt Digby, and the race 1 winner Joe Jessup, who was 3rd in the championship last year, number 28. Row 6 is number 5, Jeff Humphries. Well, he started at the back for race 1. Let's see what he can do from row 6 for race 2. The former Stock Hatch champion. Next to him is number 11, Joe McMullen. On the 7th row, it's 116 Matthew Morgan and 24 Jake Johnson. Tim Adams, number 2, and Oliver Musgrave, number 19, are on row 8. The 9th row is 96 Tim Lecklin and 64 Adam Parsonage. Row 10, Joe Dalgarno, 93, and 14 Martin Bugg. 30 Craig Atkinson and 41 Mitchell Hale on row 11. 74 Richard Lindsay and 196 Jonathan O'Neill are on the 12th row. On the 13th row, it's number 12 Richard Jones and 18 Matthew Duffel. 14th row, 46 Jamie Flynn and 92 Adam Parker. The 15th row, 16 and 26 James Delisle and Lee Rickard. And the 16th and final row is James Mansell and Travis Patterson. And looking down the grid, is everyone there, Josh? It looks like they are, I think.
I think Mitchell Hale is missing. Everybody's moved up a spot, so he's elected not to return to the circuit after things that happened earlier, I'm guessing.
Yeah, okay. Well, that was certainly a flashpoint. And it was to the benefit of Samuel Dennis, actually, because that means that he is lining up on the front of the grid, green flag getting underway for these cars, because otherwise he would have started 11th. Instead, he's starting on pole position, so that's worked out very nicely for him. And Ursula Jordan sort of pushed back one place from where she would have been on the grid. Good to see that Travis Patterson is out there, because that was the car that needed a new fuel tank to be installed in it after some damage earlier. And so good that he is able to join from the back of the grid. But yes, the earlier race, I mean, it looked, in all honesty, to be a relatively easy win for Joe Jessup, 5 seconds over Matt Digby, and there was a much bigger battle further back, wasn't there, which ultimately saw Daniel Chapman come through to third after he made a very good start, a very poor start, having had a good qualifying session, and it was trying to get past Mitchell Hale that was somewhat troublesome, but he made it in the end, and he went on to take third position with Matt Wilkins making up ground as the race went on. Second race of the weekend with this reversed grid format, 30 plus Type R trophy cars, a number of drivers new onto the grid for this season in the Type R trophy, of course, and a mixture of newcomers and experienced drivers such as Joe Jessup, who's the highest placed returning driver from last year, Jake Hewlett having gone to race elsewhere this season. His car, I think, is it still up for sale, did I see on Facebook, rather than having been sold as yet, but we'll see if that appears again. There's the 46 car, which is Jamie Flynn from Ringwood in Hampshire, starting in the middle of the grid.
So this morning was pretty lively, wasn't it? So it'll be interesting to see with this reverse grid how that goes. Joe Jessup had a pretty dominant win this morning, but it was actually Daniel Chapman who was the fastest driver. He was a slow starter earlier, but then overtook and was pretty fast. So this is pretty wide open, I would have thought. So the leaders were a couple or 3 seconds quicker than Samuel Dennis and Ursula Jordan. So if they can gain positions, it should be possible to come through, but it's not the easiest of tracks to overtake on. I guess the start in the first couple of corners could be pretty crucial, how quickly you can gain places. Ross Borman did good earlier, didn't he? Because he didn't qualify so well. He's there on the second row. Yeah, he was quicker than a couple who finished in front of him earlier, and was only about a second slower than the winner, Jessup. So that's potentially one to watch. Ross Borman there from the second row of the grid, quite a chunk quicker in the earlier race than the two who start in front.
Yeah, and of course Ross, an ex-Clio racer, as is Matt Digby, a little bit further back on the grid. So the cars come back round to the grid ahead of this 15-minute race for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Looking forward to an exciting 15-minute contest. A few cars with signs of damage, including that of the MG Trophy champion, Joe Dalgarno, who's down beneath us in the commentary box. The number 93 car looking slightly the worse for wear. But generally speaking, the standard of turnout is very impressive in this Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Many of these cars run as well by very professionally run teams as well. 5-second board goes up, 15 minutes ahead of us for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. The red lights go out now, and it's a good start from the second row of the grid there. but it looks like it's going to be Ursula Jordan with her nose in front as they head down to the first corner. Is it going to be her, or is it going to be the driver that's from the second row? It is, in fact, one or two of them going wide through the gravel as well at Clairvaux corner for the first time. A few cars making a little bit of contact there. I think they're probably mostly going to make their way safely through for the first time, and they are heading now down towards Tower Corner for the first time. It's the 66th car of Sportman, that driver that you tipped that's out in front.
But Joe Jessup second already from 10th on the grid, so an excellent first couple of corners there from Joe Jessup. Ursula Jordan now under threat from 21, which is Miles Nathaniel James, one of the newcomers. They're two abreast at least here, heading up towards the S's for third place. Ursula Jordan still there in P3. Then Nathaniel James is up next, I think. Was that Trafford King possibly in fifth? But it's Ross Borman leading, but with Joe Jessup now ahead of him. So it's taken half a lap.
Yeah, at Sunny Corner. So that's a mighty effort from Joe Jessup to get through that field. 9 cars he has overtaken. Some of them made better starts than others. So that's an impressive effort. Where's Daniel Chapman in all of this? He hasn't made the same level of progress, has he? Is he in 6th place there, I think, Daniel Chapman, something like that, as they head through the complex for the first time. So he started in 8th, and he was the man that was quickest in terms of lap times in race 1. It's side by side for 3rd position coming up to the line. That's Ursula Jordan about to lose out to the 21 car of Miles Nathaniel James, but it is at the end of lap 1 Joe Jessup that leads from in 2nd place Ross Borman. In 3rd place, Miles Nathaniel James. 4th, Ursula Jordan. 5th, Trafford King. And yes, Daniel Chapman is 6th. The pole position driver, Samuel Dennis, is back to 7th.
And Ursula Jordan did lose out, didn't she, as they turned into the corner. So Miles Nathaniel James, the ex-Formula Ford racer from London, up onto a podium position. And I think she's going to have to lose another one because Mitchell... Trafford King, isn't it? That
and Daniel Chapman as well, that's gone past her around the outside. Now Chapman looking at the inside of Trafford King as well for 4th place this. Chapman was mighty quick in race 1. Didn't make a great start, did he, to this 2nd race? Certainly not as Joe Jessup did.
Behind, Jeff Humphreys and Matt Digby were going side by side. It was like a throwback to about 10 years ago. Yeah. But Matt Digby didn't make a very good start at all, did he? Because he dropped outside the top 10, a podium finisher from earlier. Big dive up the inside here from Commander Murphy, up the inside of the pole man. Samuel Dennis, and he goes through. So that is for P7, and Matt Wilkins follows him through. But we saw a car off there, Ian.
We did indeed, but we'll stick with the leaders for the moment. Joe just looked like he locked up a little bit on the way into the complex there, and certainly the 3rd place man, Miles Nathaniel James, was all over the grass as they came into the complex. There's Chapman, he does finally get 4th place away. Look how the left rear wheel goes light there as they go around the hairpin. It's just completely airborne, not circulating. So we are watching now as they go past the end of the pit lane down towards Clairvaux in the first corner, and Joe Jessup really is continuing this race as he set off in the first. He built up a 5-second lead in race 1. He's already 2 seconds plus clear here ahead of Ross Borman.
He's obviously very good on lap 1. We thought he might be the favourite, didn't we, being the top driver returning from last season. It's certainly proving to be that at Croft at least. Field come through. Digby's got a bit of damage to the back of his car. He's back to 9th. He also got past Sam Dennis. Matt Wilkins just ahead of them. And there is Dennis, who keeps Jeff Humphreys at bay, the 2009 Stock Hatch champion, who's still there in 11th place where he started, so he hasn't made any more progress. Remember, he started from the back of race 1. And through the S's, they turn again for the 3rd time in this 15-minute race. There's Humphreys still unable to get past Sam Dennis.
Out of the race has gone number 18. That's Matthew Duffel, the driver from Leicestershire. So he has parked on the infield, on the between just after the chicane. Basically, he has pulled off onto the very wet grass there. So he will be going no further.
Battle for 2nd is pretty tasty now because Ross Borman under pressure from Miles Nathaniel James. He's under even more pressure from Dan Chapman, and then Trafford King also in this group as they go up across the line. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, headed by the ex-Clio racer Ross Borman, then newcomer Miles Nathaniel James, and Dan Chapman, who's been racing this car for a little while, and then another newcomer, Trafford King, at the back of this in his first ever racing weekend. The driver from York sits there in P5 as they work their way through and out of the chicane, which was under yellow flags, now into a green zone, and it's actually Miles Nathaniel James, the short-term Formula Ford racer, just behind Ross Borman as they turn their way through Tower Bend, but Borman is hanging on here in second.
Yeah, certainly is. Jessup 2.2 seconds up the road, but Borman doing well here to keep these cars behind him. There's 4 of them in that group. Then it's Conor Murphy about 3 seconds behind. He's in 6th place, then Ursula Jordan. And here they are side by side. We're going to get the change for second there. Up on the inside has gone number 21, Miles Nathaniel James. Then he's gone ahead of Ross Borman, who might lose another place here on the second element of Sunny. Daniel Chapman trying to get his car alongside now, but I don't think he's going to quite make it work as they go 3 wide into the complex. Just looking out of our window now, and Chapman does go through into 3rd position there. So Chapman up to 3rd, and it's Borman now. Actually, is he going to get down to 5th here? King around the outside of the hairpin. It's not going to work. So Borman down to 4th for the moment, but he's had a rough few corners.
Yeah, he was right in the middle of that freeway action as the DH Racing team urge on their drivers as they go through at the end of 4 laps with a lead of 3 seconds for Joe Jessup. But now Chapman up to 3rd. Can he catch Nathaniel James, who passed Borman a couple of corners earlier? Change there for 8th place. Matt Digby makes his way up ahead of Ursula Jordan. Already Conor Murphy and Matt Wilkins also passed her on that previous lap. And here comes King, trying to do what he couldn't quite manage a couple of corners ago. He gets down the inside of Ross Borman and goes through. Novice cross on the back of his car and is ahead. He's got in front of Borman. So Trafford King having a good debut here, and he's only his 2nd ever car race. He had his first one this morning, and he's there then in 4th position. He finished P7 earlier. So he started 4th, he's in 4th now, but he's had quite a few positional changes since the red lights went out to this point in the race.
7.25 minutes left to go. We've had a spinner there. Was that the 30 car? Was that Craig Atkinson possibly? That's had a moment there. Anyway, we'll pick up on that in a moment. Here we're watching battle a bit further. There's Conor Murphy now then with Matt Wilkins behind him. 67 and 86 respectively. So Wilkins going well again here, as he did in race 1, sort of making forward progress, chasing after that car that was the best prepared car of last year, getting the official verdict at the 750 Most Club Awards night. And we're watching now the 21 car, so Miles Nathaniel James with Daniel Chapman behind him. So Chapman in car 104. Few seasons of racing in the Type R Trophy under his belt. 3rd place he was in the early race, but he set the fastest time there. Can he find a way past Miles Nathaniel James?
He's done it again. He's done the best lap down Chapman at 1:36.03.
It's only a few hundredths, isn't it, outside what he did in the first race, I think.
Yeah, and a fair chunk quicker than Jessup and definitely the car ahead of him. So how long is it going to take Chapman to get 2nd? They're 3 seconds behind the leader. So Jessup probably just pacing it, looking after his tyres. You've got to make your tyres last a few races this season, a limited amount. So there's P2. Nathaniel James a bit wider than Chapman, but gets the car turned into Sunny, still ahead, which is the important thing. He's had limited races, as we mentioned earlier. Did a few races into the Irish Formula Ford series. Behind Matt Digby was gaining positions, I think. He's worked his way ahead of Matt Wilkins. Yes, he has. Oh no, that wasn't he. That was Conor Murphy. So no, they're still in the same order. Anyway, here's the battle for 2nd and 3rd position. Daniel Chapman not yet ahead of MNJ.
Yeah, as Ross Borman and Conor Murphy going side by side up to the line as well. We've got 5 minutes of the race scheduled left to go. Still the same 2. here. Nathaniel James and Chapman going at it over second and third, of about 1.6 seconds clear of Trafford King in fourth place, who's looking relatively secure there because there's a bit of a gap back then to that next group, which Ross Borman is still at the head of. You can just see that coming into shot now. Here he is, Ross Borman, number 66. He's got Conor Murphy, number 67, trying to pull out and get alongside him on the run into Tower Corner. Under braking they go, and they will get turned in. Matt Wilkins is with them in the background. You can see Matt Digby, number 97, Jeff Humphries, number 5, and they're both 3.5 seconds clear of Sam Dennis now. That's the battle for 5th, heading its way into the Jim Clark S's. Ross Borman still at the front of it at the moment.
To Barcroft, and to the inside looks Conor Murphy, the driver from Dublin. Can't quite get through, so still ahead. Ross Borman, Wilkins just behind, and just ahead of them, Daniel Chapman trying again to get second place. He can't make it, so I think a win here is out of likelihood, but a second place will be a couple of extra points, and Daniel Chapman's almost alongside as they go through the final corner. As we watch the battle just behind of Ross Borman still ahead. Chapman couldn't get alongside. Can Wilkins or Murphy make a position? They cannot, and we should get a further 3 laps in here. There's driving standard flags going out, so track limits are being watched closely today here at Croft.
Worth saying that Matt Digby is now with Matt Wilkins as well, as is Jeff Humphries as well on that lap. Yeah, Digby was nearly 2 seconds quicker than Wilkins and took Jeff Humphries with him as well. So it's now really a 5-car battle for 5th position, isn't it? Pretty much. It's not quite there yet, but I think it's going to get there before too much longer. Heading down into Tower Corner now. Borman with just a bit of smoke on as he locks up into Tower Corner. There's Digby, 97. Oh, look, the bumper's hanging off. Maybe there's been a little bit of contact there en route. Jeff Humphries is the man behind him, not to say that it was anything to do with him.
They've been pretty close to one another since we saw them side by side early on in the race.
Well, that's James Mansell, who's not had the happiest day in the number 69 car. Had to pull out of race 1 as well.
Can Ross Borman hang on to a top 5? Sure he can, he'll be pretty pleased with that. They head up towards the complex where 2nd, 3rd and 4th are together now, so Trafford King has caught Miles Nathaniel James and Daniel Chapman as we watch them here into the final corner. Is that a bump into the rear bumper? I'm sure, pretty close stuff, but Daniel Chapman's run wide. Is he going to lose 3rd position here instead of gaining 1?
Yeah,
Trafford King's up alongside, but Chapman's on the right line with 2 laps to go as they go up towards T1, so inside for Chapman, outside for King. Chapman's later on the break, so he's in fact going to hang on to 3rd position as he wallops the curb as they go through the right-hander.
It's side by side for 5th behind them as well. There's yellow flags there. I think that's because that's where James Mansell's car is off, so they all have to go single file through there, or should do. Into the pits has come 96 I should say. That's Tim Netclin from Kettering. But that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It goes on, but Miles Nathaniel James now has a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So that's going to presumably drop him back to 4th position because Trafford King and Daniel Chapman should go ahead. There's the number 2 car heading into the assembly area. That's Tim Adams out of the race.
Yeah, he's not had a good day, has he? And his Type R Trophy debut. There's the battle for 5th. Still Ross Borman at the head of it. Murphy, Wilkins, Digby, Humphries, all involved in this. And they turn their way out of Sunny and up towards the complex where the leader Joe Jessup is. And so still 2nd on the road, Miles Nathaniel James, but with that penalty applied, Trafford King then is going to try and be the one to take that position away from Daniel Chapman, because while Chapman's stuck here behind MNJ, he's got a chance at gaining a position on the podium here.
That's lap board is out, so Joe Jessup already onto his final lap and is now leading by 5.5 seconds over this battle for 2nd place. Miles Nathaniel James still there in P2 on the road, but he now has this 5-second penalty hanging over his head. And then So that should promote Daniel Chapman and Trafford King, as things stand.
Tim Adams had actually got up into the top 15, so
Okay.
he had been going okay until he had to pull off.
Meanwhile, it looks like we might get a change for 5th, just looking out of our commentary box window, because we've now got, there we go, alongside goes Connor Murphy, but he's on the outside line for Tower Corner. That's alongside Ross Borman. He tucks back in behind. Can he get it the cut back on the exit of the corner, though? They're going to be alongside again. We'll next pick them up at the Jim Clark S's. No, it is still Borman ahead.
And just ahead of them, Daniel Chapman was under increasing pressure for what is going to become second place from Trafford King. So into Sonny's Connor Murphy going to challenge there. No, he can't get through. Jeff Humphries is all up the curb, perhaps into the back of Matt Digby as well, because Digby was sideways. But Joe Jessop's had a flawless day here at Croft Circuit. He dominated race 1. He started 10th and still dominated race 2 and might win by a bigger margin than he won by earlier.
Yeah, it was 5+ seconds. It's going to be 5+ seconds again. Joe Jessop coming up to the line to take second victory of the day then. It's going to be Martin Nathaniel James second on the road, Daniel Chapman third on the road, and then Trafford King, but that will swap around. So it will be Chapman and King ahead of Nathaniel James, who's got that 5-second penalty. And then it's going to be, yes, Ross Borman that clings on to 5th position in number 66 from Connor Murphy in 6th position. And then Matt Wilkins 7th, Matt Digby 8th, and Jeff Humphries 9th. Only 1.5 seconds covering 5th back to 9th there. And then Samuel Dennis, I think, is going to round out the top 10. It's going to be a brace of 10th place finishes for him during the course of the day. But a very solid start to the season for Joe Jessop. I guess an encouraging start to his career in this for Martin Nathaniel James, with a good pace there, albeit with that 5-second penalty, and Daniel Chapman getting a couple of podiums, looking like he's the most likely challenger for Joe Jessop when this championship continues for its next meeting, which will be at Brands Hatch in May, Josh.
Yeah, his trouble was the starts, wasn't it? That's where Daniel Chapman lost out, certainly in race 1, and Joe Jessop was supreme this time off the line through the first couple of corners, and that's what made the difference, because at least on lap times, Chapman was the quicker. But we'll see how the season unfolds. Let's take a look at the results then of the second round of the 2023 Tagiwa Type R Trophy.
Yep, so Joe Jessop, the winner in car 28, completing 10 laps, 5.14 seconds ahead of Martin Nathaniel James on the road, but he drops back in fact to 4th position behind 104 Daniel Chapman and 42 Trafford King, with that 5-second penalty. 21 Martin Nathaniel James is 4th. In 5th place it's the 66 car of Ross Borman ahead of 67 Connor Murphy, 7th is 86 Matt Wilkins, 8th is 97 Matt Digby, then Jeff Humphries was 9th in number 5, and Samuel Dennis completed the top 10 ahead of Ursula Jordan, Alan Parsonage, Joe McMullen and Jake Johnson. Matthew Morgan was 15th ahead of Martin Bugg, Craig Atkinson, Jonathan O'Neill, Joe Dargano, again only back in 19th ahead of Oliver Musgrave. Travis Patterson, reward for his travails to get the car back out again with 24th place in car number 13. And then I think there's a few that didn't make it to the end, including Tim Adams, Tim Necklin, James Mansell and Matthew Duffel. So, as I say, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy resumes at Brands Hatch in May. So we will look forward to that then. There is a bit of clearing up work to be done before we have the cars released for the final race of the day. We'll get them out just as soon as we can, and that's going to be for the historic 750 Formula Championship. But very shortly we'll be heading down to the pit lane to hear from our successful drivers in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy on what is now turning out to be an absolutely glorious afternoon at Croft. And let's hope that we have this same weather when we're back here tomorrow for qualifying from 12 o'clock and racing from just after 12:30 for an 8-race programme. And let's now head down to the pit lane. Chris Stevens is ready and waiting for us there to speak with our winners.
It's back-to-back victories for Joe Jessop in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. I mean, Joe, that first lap, that was something else. 9 cars in half a lap.
Yeah, no, I knew I needed to get a good start. I didn't know how the grid was going to sort of form up into that first corner. took a bit of a risk going down the middle, but it just seemed to pay off. And then, I sort of managed to catch a couple of guys through the back straight, and I sort of found myself in first position by the end of lap 1. So back to this morning's session, try and get a gap, try and manage the gap, keep the car in one piece, and bring it home for another win. It's fantastic.
I mean, this form is pretty ominous. Are you going to be doing this throughout the whole year?
I'd like to be, yeah. I'd like to be. It's one of my favourite tracks. Got my first win here, so it's a bit special coming back here. So we'll see how the rest of the season goes.
All right, well, for the rest of the field, it's pretty ominous start to the season. Joe Jessup, 2 wins today. Absolutely fantastic job. Congratulations. We'll let you go and celebrate while we go and chat to Daniel Chapman, who is around somewhere. Daniel? Where are you at? There you are. Hello. So 2 races, 2 podiums.
Yeah.
Pretty good start.
It's the first, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, never happened before, so I'll take that.
It looked like you had some close fights out there.
Yeah, it was a battle all the way around, to be fair, coming through. It was just a battle till flag all the way.
How did you find the reverse grids? Is it harder trying to come up through the order like that?
Yeah, but it makes it a good race. No one can just run away with a championship. So I'm a massive fan of a reserve grid.
Great. Well, we look forward to seeing you out in more of them later in the year. And lastly, where? Trafford King. Hello. Congratulations on your 3rd place finish. I mean, that's a pretty decent start to your career.
Yeah, it's all right. It's gone all right today. I was quite surprised, to be fair. But yeah, we're thereabouts, aren't we?
Obviously, we didn't get to catch up with you after race 1, but how is this first weekend going for you? I mean, I'm sure everything's coming at you very thick and fast.
It's a massive learning curve. Just seeing how everybody drives. It was quick. It's mental, but mint.
And how does it feel in so early stages in your racing career to be battling it with these guys?
Yeah, it's a good start. I saw these 2 drive off at first, and then I was like, just see Dan, and I was like, yeah, he's there. So yeah, it's nice to be able to be up there.
Great stuff. Well, we look forward to seeing you progress further up throughout the season. Congratulations. Right, Ian, Joss, let's go back up to you, because I think we've just got time for one more race today, and it is the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series.
Yeah, and we've not quite got the cars being released out onto the circuit just yet, because we're still clearing up some Type Rs from the previous race, but we'll get them out just as soon as we can and get just as much racing as we can in for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series before we have to call time on today's racing. This is how the grid is going to line up, though. Pole position for this one is going to be number 18, which is Timothy Roebuck in the Supercharged Austin 7. So unusual to see one of those classes of car on pole position. But beside him is the Race 1 winner, number 29, John Village. Second row has on the inside number 31, Greg Catton. And due to be beside him is number 1, which is Greg and Thruston. The third row is number 6, Richard Verheyden, and 67, Paul Mason. On the fourth row, it's 13, Ben Bolt, and 22, Charlie Plain Jones. The fifth row, 11, James Miles, and 8, Peter Marsh, and on row 6, number 9, Tom Emden. We think he'll be joined as well by number 73, Trevor Slatter, who missed the qualifying session and had to do laps behind the pace car at lunchtime. But he was out for race 1, and a reminder of the result from race 1. So it was a win for John Village, continuing where he left off last season when he had 8 wins in the Village V2, winning by 17 seconds from the Dyson Special. In second place, the car driven by Greg Catton, first time that car's been out for many a year. And then Timothy Roebuck was third in the opening race and winning the Austin 7 Supercharged class. Fifth overall and winning the normal Austin 7 class, the normally aspirated class, Richard Verheyden in the Austin Ulster Bad Frog. And he got the better of Peter Marsh and Thomas Emden within that class. So the cars have started to make their way out onto the circuit ahead of this race, which should be going for 15 minutes. It might not be quite that long because we're running out of time before the curfew here at Croft Circuit, but we'll get as many laps as we can in for certain. And you've got to say, Josh, it's going to be John Village who's the favourite to win this one, even though he's starting on the outside of the front row.
Yeah, that's right. He was a good couple, 2.5 seconds quicker than the rest earlier. See there, late out of the assembly area is Gregan Fruston, who had those problems earlier. So the team were still working on that car literally in the last few seconds, but he has got onto the circuit. As he's come last out of the assembly area, I don't know if that means he has to start on the back or not.
Well, it's not the green flag lap, is it? It's the formation up to the grid, so I think he can take his position up. But whereas if that happens on the green flag lap, oh, Greg Catton's heading into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, at the end of his formation half lap as it is here, so that's a shame for the Dyson Special, that car that's not been seen for many a year, with the 1200 engine from a Ford Anglia in it. He has pulled off. Whether we'll get back out into the race or not remains to be seen, so that's going to be another gap on the grid potentially. Just having a look at where he goes as he runs down the pit lane, but they can see Timothy Roebuck having taken up his pole position, and besides him is John Village, the very successful team boss in single-seater racing, returning to his roots that he started racing in 750 Formula 50 years ago and has recreated the car that he initially raced in, and he brought that up for the first time a couple of seasons ago. So 30-second board is shown. We'll very quickly get into the start of this race, no doubt, and we will look forward to this and indeed more historic 750 Formula races throughout the season. We'll have bigger grids, I think, as the year goes on at circuits that are more central. Red lights go on, and they go out now. And it's a pretty good getaway from Timothy Roebuck in pole position. But it's going to be John Village, unsurprisingly, that has the lead then as they head down towards the first corner. So Village it is that leads, Roebuck in second. Gregan Fruston there is up into third place. It looks like James Miles in fourth position from this slightly depleted field as they head around Clervaux and Hawthorne. Josh for the first time.
Yeah, and John Village unsurprisingly pulling clear. Obviously we didn't see earlier what Gregan Fruston can do, and he's there in third place. So he's perhaps one to watch. James Miles fourth, that's a good start from the fifth row of the grid. See if he can stay there. Then Trevor Slatter, who had problems towards the end of the race earlier, and the car that came into the pits had started from the pit lane, so that's Greg Catton, isn't it? He's already gained one position. He presumably won't be able to catch Tim Roebuck or John Village, but can he get onto the podium?
Possibly he was just worried about getting the car off the line or something like that, and therefore decided to start the race from the pit lane instead, just to avoid any damage, any accidents, getting involved in with anybody else. So that's James Miles, and he's going to be caught, I think, at Sunny by Greg Catton. Here they come towards Barcroft. Yep, Catton's already got through. In actual fact, Ben Bolts goes through as well in the number 13 Centaur. And so too does number 6, Richard Verheyden, in the Austin 7, which is, I think, the lead of its class. So the leader, John Village, is already back down towards us in our commentary position at the back of the complex. And he's got a very comfortable lead over Timothy Roebuck in second place. And third at the moment looks to be, yep, it is still Gregan Fruston there. In third place with Trevor Slatter up to fourth position. So he's, I think, going to get into the podium positions before too much longer.
So there goes Richard Verheyden. I don't think he's got Charlie Plain Jones to race with again, has he? After that problem earlier. There goes a problem for Gregan Fruston again, is it? He lost third to Trevor Slatter, and things didn't seem all that well there with the Rawson Special. And he's carrying on now and going quicker than what he might have been. And for second place, Tim Roebuck versus Trevor Slatter. That was a gap of 4 seconds at the start of the lap. It's less than that, I would suggest, as they come here down towards Tower Bend. So there's Roebuck then. And will he be able to hang on to second overall this time?
We'll see. I mean, last time out in the early race, Tim Roebuck did a 152.05 as his best lap. Trevor Slatter's best was a 153.43. But of course, this is a circuit that's new to these drivers. so they'll be learning things every session. Particularly Trevor, of course, who didn't do the qualifying session either, so he's had even less track time than some of his fellow competitors here in the historic 750 Formula Series.
Yeah, I think Tim was testing a little bit yesterday as well, so got a little bit more track time. There's Ben Bolt, who's running 6th this time. He finished 7th earlier. We're also missing Paul Mason, aren't we? Who was he the one that pulled off at the end of the race? So there goes Village. So he's well out in front, and already into second is Slatter. So Trevor Slatter, has he picked his pace up, or has Tim Roebuck dropped his pace from earlier?
Well,
of course, he was involved in that battle, which tends to make you go a bit quicker.
Let's have a look at Slatter's time as he comes across the line this time. So he's gone from 4th to 2nd on this lap. Just waiting for the screen to. It's in a 1:50.44, so he's gone 3 seconds faster than he went in the earlier race.
There he is, the driver from Oxfordshire, Trevor Slatter, who raced in 750 Formula back in the 80s, I think, and has been a winner in historic 750 Formula in this Centaur Mark 11 850cc Reliant engine car. This particular car was the runner-up in the 750 Formula Championship back in 1978. It's good to have cars that raced in period here at Croft. And he was a bit late on the brakes, I think, into Tower there, run a little bit wide. Gregan Froston's car was badly misfiring as it came across the line, so I'm not sure if he continued. But that's, is Catton's 4th, and can he catch his mate from earlier, Tim Roebuck? Catton's done a 52.7, which isn't as quick as he went earlier, but Tim Roebuck is a good few seconds slower for whatever reason, and he was in race 1. There's the Dyson Special then. Interesting to have some different shapes of cars out here.
It certainly is.
This machine.
Yeah, built back in 1964 by the Eccleston brothers. Originally ran in the 1172 Formula, but these cars allowed and encouraged indeed in historic 750 Formula. I think 5 of the cars these were made. Another well-known 750 Motor Club member, Angelo Farina, collected 3 of the cars, but it's thought all was scrapped, so this is a pretty unusual car that we have here today. It's great to see it out there, and Greg going pretty well. He's looking around. I'm not quite sure what for. Competition, maybe?
He's got his arm was out the cockpit, pointing to something.
Yeah.
So, is there something he noticed in the car that's not well? Well, he's still going, which I don't think the same can be said for Gregan Fruston. So Ben Bolt is up at the 5th, and Richard Verheyden is 6th. James Miles 7th, and Peter Marsh in 8th. There's Roebuck. Catton carrying on, but he didn't catch on the previous lap so much. He was, 3 seconds or so slower than what he did on the one before. There's Roebuck, who did go quicker. He did a 55.0, but still, again, it's a couple of seconds slower than race 1. There's Slatter. He's 12 seconds behind John Village. So he'll be glad that he, for whatever reason, he was late this morning. He'll be glad that he carried on with his day, won't he? Now up in 2nd position.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Finished 4th earlier.
Yeah, he's not going to catch John Village. He's not lapping quite as quickly. Well, there's only perhaps about a second a lap in it in terms of their best lap times. But John Village has really built quite a strong car here, and of course very good driver as well. Tough to beat over the past couple of seasons in historic 750 Formula. As I say, some of the drivers that might be competitive with him, not here this weekend. There's the number 8 car, that's Peter Marsh, and he is 2nd within the Austin 7 class at the moment. Richard Verheyden it is in number 6 that leads the way there. Peter Marsh from Tittenser, the Austin 7 Paxton Special. Richard Verheyden further up the road in the Ulster Bad Frog. So many derivatives, of course, of the Austin 7 over the years. and it was the Austin 7 and the enthusiasts who owned and drove those cars in the late 1930s that set up the 750 Motor Club, but just before the start of the Second World War, which proved not to be the greatest timing. But from the late 1940s, the 750 Motor Club started running 750 Formula, and it's still going to this day, the oldest continuously running championship and Formula in the world.
I think I read there's a big grid entered for the opening round at Silverstone in a couple of weeks as well.
Yeah,
well in excess of 20 cars.
Heard encouraging noises about that, so we look forward to seeing that. That's the national circuit meeting, racing on all 3 Silverstone layouts this year, the international circuit in August and the Grand Prix circuit in October for the championship finals. And what a great way to spend your time driving these fantastic classic cars around Croft in the glorious evening sunshine.
It's a very nice day here. There's a few spots of rain mid-afternoon that didn't turn into anything. For third, it's got much closer because Greg Catton has caught Tim Roebuck, the 2 drivers who battled in race 1. So maybe have a change.
Yeah, they're right together now, aren't they? At the hairpin, going through to complete lap number 5. That's already been completed by John Village in the V2. Village V2.
Here comes Catton. He's got more straight line speed at the moment. Tim Roebuck looks over, looks to see where his competitor is, and realises he's going ahead. So Catton up into third. Puff of smoke out the side of the car there as he turned through Clairvaux. Might have just been where the sort of tyres rubbed on the bodywork when they through the compression. He's just on a 51.4, Catton, which is exactly what he did earlier, 51.4 in both races. But he is lapping on that last lap 4 seconds quicker than Trevor Slatter, who was 6 seconds behind him. So can Slatter pick his pace up, or may Catton gain another position before the end? But I suspect there's not very much longer left in this race now.
No, 4.5 minutes on the clock. We'll see if we get all of those. We may not. With time against us, there's Slatter, who's in second place at the moment. It's about 6 seconds between those 2 cars at the moment. So you can see where John Village is in all of this. He is...
Is that 20 seconds ahead of those cars? So there he is, into the complex.
Yeah, so he's turning his way through. He'll have to lap, I think that's James Miles, before very much longer, if there's enough time left in the race. So Village about to come out of the hairpin. As at the complex, the second place cars arrive. So Village heading over the line once again and onto another lap. So John Village it is that's still leading. Trevor Slatter in second, Greg Catton in third, Timothy Roebuck in 4th position, and of course leading his class as well. But John Village already now well on his way onto his 7th lap.
Yep. And Slatter versus Catton, yeah, came right down, didn't it? So 2 seconds, another 4 seconds caught. So we could have this change for second then on the last lap or so. As they turn their way through Hawthorne. And there's the Village, the leader, but 16 seconds behind this is the challenge. And actually Catton was quicker than Village on the last lap. There goes John Village. You sit extremely close to over the rear axle in these cars, which you won't see on more modern machinery for obvious reasons. For second, what's happened to Slatter?
He's still there. He's a little way ahead, actually, of third and fourth now. But he is still there. Yeah, I was just wondering the same thing myself, but he's a little bit further up the road. We're watching John Village, though, number 29, heading back towards the complex for the 7th time here. And turning his way, now through the right-hand element of the sequence, and then he's got the left-hand hairpin to go. And then on to the start and finish straight. And up to the line he comes. And it looks like we might get the full 15-minute duration out of this race after all. The last lap board is out, in fact, so we'll see how that goes. Trevor Slatter still there in second.
But Greg Catton is not. I think that's why we thought Trevor Slatter had gone missing. It was in fact the other way around.
Okay, yes. Yeah, the car sounding a little bit unhealthy as it comes through the complex that time, the Greg Catton car, I'm afraid. The Anglia engine in it, anyway. Is he going to head for the pits? Yeah, he is. Well, you said he was looking around like he was unhappy with something a couple of laps ago, didn't you?
And he started from the pit lane as well, so there's a few things that perhaps...
I mean, it's a sad end to the day for that car, but nevertheless, it's been a very encouraging first appearance. Certainly some good pace there for the Dyson.
Tim Roebuck was the quickest car on the track on the last lap, 1:54.0. Don't think he's going to make any difference to the result, but he's always quick in this car, isn't he? Tim Roebuck, third in both races, looks like. But since John Village rejoined the 750 Motor Club, he has been the driver to beat in this category. 69 years of age now, from North East Derbyshire, and he turns his way into the final couple of corners to complete what is an 8-lap race then for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula in the Village V2, a copy of the car that he raced 50 years ago.
Yep, out of the hairpin he comes then, and he'll come up to the line. And it's going to be a double victory here at Croft Circuit for John Village. He takes the checkered flag to win the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series race. 17 seconds was his victory margin in race 1. It's probably not going to be too far away from that margin in race 2 either. Over the line has gone Trevor Slatter, and the gap just about to be confirmed. Actually, it's 12.5 seconds because it was a much slower lap for John Village on that final lap. So Trevor Slatter second and Timothy Roebuck third, winning the supercharged Austin 7 class. And then fourth will be Van Bolt in the end, won't it, with the demise of Greg Catton towards the end. And then Richard Verheyden will be fifth and winning the Austin 7 class. I'm sure there'll be more cars out the next time Historic 750 Formula assembles. That's at Brands Hatch on the 21st of May. After that, they go to Mallory Park in June, Cadwell Park in July, Snetterton in August, and then they finish the season at Donington Park in September. And at Snetterton and at Donington Park, the second races of those meetings will both be handicap races rather than the usual scratch, which always adds an extra element to things, Josh.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, the competitors like that. An enjoyable way to go racing, especially in this type of car. A lot of this period, a very popular way to go racing, handicap racing, which is almost non-existent now in British motorsport, but it is with the 750 Motor Club. Let's have a look at the results then of this scratch race. John Village it was that took the victory. 8 laps of racing, and he won in car number 29. Second place went to number 72. That was Trevor Slatter, 12.5 seconds behind. Then third, number 18, Tim Roebuck. He won his class, the Austin 7 Supercharged class. Fourth place to number 13. That was Ben Bolt in the Centaur. In fifth place, number 6, Richard Verheyden. And then I think we'll find that Greg Catton is not classified because he retired from the pits. That'll be sixth place, number 11, James Miles. Seventh, number 8, Peter Marsh. Also, Greg and Fruston also not classified. So, classified as Village, Roebuck, and Verheyden. And I say, historic 750 Formula Series back in action at Brands Hatch next month. A reminder that there's still more racing to come here at Croft Circuit tomorrow. At 12 o'clock we have qualifying for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. We'll bring that to you live on the Alpha live stream, so if you're watching now, come back tomorrow for that. And then we've got all 8 races for you, 7 sprint races, and then we'll end the day with the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race itself, the full 120-minute 2-hour race. That should be quite something. So join us
either here at the circuit or on the Alpha live stream for that tomorrow, as I say, from 12 o'clock. So we've got the cars heading back in at the end of that race, so we'll be heading down in a moment to have the final interviews of the day. Just some final thoughts from you briefly, Josh?
Yeah, it's an exciting racing, wasn't there? Last lap, but special moments in the Sports 1000s and in the MX-5s as well, and look forward to both of those categories getting 2 races tomorrow, so that should be pretty exciting. And the road sports race, I think, was really promising for a really cracking 2-hour enduro race to round off tomorrow. So lots to look forward to with a full afternoon of racing here at Croft, and I think each race is going to be one to watch.
Absolutely right. So thank you very much to Josh Barrett alongside myself, Ian Soman, here in the commentary box. A quick thanks to all of the marshals who've done such sterling work here at Croft today. Generally speaking, quite nice conditions. Crack open the sun cream. We'll see you all again tomorrow. From Josh and myself, it's goodbye, and we'll hand down to Chris Stevens in the pit lane for the final time today.
Well, the final race of the day is won by John Village. Once again, I mean, a double victory for you today. You continue to be the benchmark of this championship.
Well, that's very good of you to say that, but I think there's some entrants that aren't here that could, you know, give us a hard time, so...
Well, maybe next time out there'll be a bigger fight then.
Yeah, let's hope so, yeah.
Well, I mean, in the meantime, yeah, you've come back to Croft for the first time in a very long time and come away with 2 victories.
No,
Heck of a
fun.
day.
Great fun. Thoroughly enjoyed it. The circuit's got everything, hasn't it? Fast, slow, twisty. It's very good.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again.
Thank you very much indeed.
Great weekend for you. Let's go and talk to Tim Roebuck once again. Another class victory for you. It looks pretty plain sailing out there.
Yeah, well, I never found the third gear that I lost in the first race. So,
oh no!
So I had no third gear, but otherwise it was it wasn't too bad.
All right, well, there's always something under the, no, never on the face of it, is there?
No, but no, it was a good race. The car went really well despite not having third gear, and yeah, it was fairly quiet mostly.
You using third gear often normally on this track?
You use it 2 corners of this track. And then second for the hairpin, so I was just going around the whole track in fourth and second for the hairpin. But it's you just lose a bit of engine braking, so it works the front brakes particularly a bit harder. But yeah,
I imagine going down from that into the hairpin must be a bit of a jolt.
Yeah, but you've already taken a lot of speed off by the time you get to the hairpin, so actually it's not that big a deal. I would be in third normally anyway there, so. So yeah, it's not too bad, but it's just a bit slow coming out of Tower, and because you're still in fourth. But
right. Glad it wasn't too hard for you out there.
Yeah.
Another class win for Tim Roebuck, and last talk of the day will be Richard Verheiden once again. Yeah. Great stuff.
Yeah, can't believe it. 2 in a row. Although there wasn't a lot of competition today. Let's be fair. Yeah, let's see if I can keep it going through the Brands Hatch.
You got to take what you can get, right?
Absolutely. And with the weather turned out good, the car turned out good. So. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, Ian was saying in the commentary box, there's got to be not much better in this world than taking beautiful cars out like this on a nice sunny evening at Croft.
Yeah, and drifting them around the last 2 corners every lap. Yeah, it's a good day.
All right, great stuff. Well, congratulations on the class victory for you, and hopefully we'll see you out next time at Brands.
Definitely.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll be there. Cheers.
What's up, man? Right, well, that wraps up all the action from Croft here today, but join us tomorrow because the 750 Motor Club continues with more races, more series, more championships to come tomorrow. We will see you then.